era of football. Est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 801. First score. It's the finals. Liga Rui in the stands looked around and said, "Yeah, you're talking nonsense again." Yuanfen said with a smile. "No, I mean, the boss will be back as soon as today's game is over, but the 25th round of the league will be in 7 days, and the boss won't be too tired." Liga Rui said. "This may be a problem, but in the first 2 rounds, we will work harder and wait for the boss to get back to form, then there will be no problem. He definitely needs time to adjust." Yuanfen said after thinking for a while. "Look, you and I are thinking the same thing." Liga Rui smiled. "You are so shameless, it's something that anyone can think of." Yuanfen sneered. "Stop talking, the game is about to start, concentrate on watching the game." Shinranofei said coldly, and Liga Rui and Wang Yuanfen shut their mouths at the same time. During this period of time, Shinranofei has been watching the games very seriously, and he has been constantly training the skills of classical football in his spare time, which makes him seem to be improving quickly in the team's games. However, everyone knows that compared with those top players who have been playing classical football for a long time, Shinranofei is still a long way behind. But think about it, those guys basically started playing football since they were young, and the training methods of those former professional players are not difficult to find, and the space attached to the football era also allows every child who wants to play football to get good training. Although Shinranofei is very talented, he has been practicing things related to the football era game, and has not trained much in classical football. It is impossible to catch up with others in a short time. But I have seen the world's highest level of competition. It is only a matter of time to catch up. Shinranofei said to himself in his heart. Shinranofei is also a player with an infinite desire for victory. This point, Lu Xiaoshan knows very well. Moreover, he had the same ideal as Zheng Qi. He would strive for the 5-time champion this year. Whether he succeeded or not, he would not stay in the professional competition next year. He valued certain things more than victory. This was another difference between him and Lu Xiaoshan. This was also normal. There were no 2 identical leaves in the world, so how could there be 2 identical people? So when Shinranofei decided to leave Changfen, Lu Xiaoshan was surprised, but he soon got relieved. It was impossible that Shinranofei would make the same choice as him just because he was a little like him in character. Everyone was different and had their own choices. When Lu Xiaoshan came out, he thought of Shinranofei unconsciously. He knew that Shinranofei was probably in the stands now. However, he thought of Shinranofei at this time mainly because he talked about Shinranofei yesterday. Lu Xiaoshan also felt a little pity about this. After all, Shinranofei and he were indeed very similar in characteristics, and he was very loyal to Changfen. If he could stay, he would have found a successor for himself. However, Lu Xiaoshan has always been an open-minded person. Shinranofei left, and he just stood up for his last shift. When he retired, he didn't have to think too much about what Changfen would be like. After all, he was just a player. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoshan entered the venue, and then he abandoned all irrelevant thoughts and began to devote himself to the game. The players of both sides came out, shook hands, and prepared for the game to start. "In this game, we will let everyone see our elephants," Bailey said to Zheng Qi while shaking hands. "Everyone has seen our elephants," Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Listening to Zheng Qi's flawless answer, Bailey nodded, didn't say much, and let go of his hand and left. It seems that they really want to attack, and they don't care about anything. "Are you happy?" Zheng Qi said in the team channel. "What's there to be happy about?" Bo Wang said that he didn't understand. "It proves that our previous preparations can all be put to good use." Zheng Qi smiled and said, "So let's play to our best and use our offensive to show them how powerful we are." "No problem." The players of the Overlord team responded one after another. This is what they originally wanted. The players of Santos were also full of confidence. As Brazilian players, it was inevitable for them to pursue victory, but in addition to pursuing victory, they also pursued a hearty game. An offensive that showed their full level and imagination. Both sides played extremely unrestrained, constantly using their own goals to tear open the opponent's defense line. They could not relax for a moment, and the competition was the number of goals. Such a game can make these Brazilian players have a more pleasant mentality. So after being scattered on the court, the players of Santos have already focused their attention on the game. The only thing that made them regretful was that it was not them who kicked off first, but the Overlord team. In the last game, the Overlord team relied on the little advantage of kicking off in the second half to win the final victory, but in this game, Santos did not care about the advantage of kicking off later, because they knew that the key to this game was definitely not to seize the opportunity to attack every time, but how to create more opportunities and then seize them. They thought so because the players of Santos knew that they were indeed good at attacking, but their attack also relied on on-the-spot performance, which was not stable enough. In this case, comparing the success rate of each attack with the Overlord team was equivalent to giving the victory to the opponent. Only by playing fast and finding the success rate with a larger number of attacks can their advantages be fully brought into play. The players of Santos kept a very clear mind about this. Let's see how good their attack is first. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The age structure of Santos is also relatively reasonable. There are 3 older and prestigious players on the 3 lines, namely Ronaldo on the forward line, Zheng Qi in the midfield and Albert on the back line. The others are younger than them, and the youngest is Pele. When the whistle sounded for the first half, the Overlord team immediately launched an attack. Will Zheng dribble and break through by himself? Many people thought so in their hearts, and the players of Santos were no exception. They began to run in the midfield. In addition to Ronaldinho, Zheng Qi also began to move forward, ready to assist Zheng Qi at any time. In the midfield, it is necessary to control Zheng Qi's breakthrough. This is something that Boca Youth did not do in the last game, and it is also a defensive method that Santos can try in this game. However, after seeing them coming up, Zheng Qi passed the ball. He passed the ball to the side and then started running. Zheng Qi received the ball, took the ball forward 2 steps, and saw someone coming up to defend him, so he immediately passed the ball. The one who got the ball was Zheng Qi, who ran over to respond. After receiving the ball, he quickly turned around and then kicked the ball to the other side. Zheng Qi took the ball without anyone defending and started moving forward. Zheng resumed his previous style of play, constantly taking the ball, constantly passing the ball, and constantly creating opportunities for his teammates through his own passing. This style of play is obviously very good. The running and interweaving of the entire Overlord team began to become more entertaining, and the opponent would not relax his vigilance against his breakthroughs and points. If the Overlord team's tactical efficiency was not high before, because the best point-grabbing player was only Chen Fengxiao, then now the threat is even greater, because Zheng's ability to grab points is also very good. What the commentator can see, of course, the Santos players can also see. So they're still strengthening their running and using zone defensa to deal with the Overlord team's defensa. This defensa may not be airtight, but it can cause great trouble to the opponent's defensa. The Overlord team has always done this. Their defensa is not good, but when the opponent attacks, they always have to bypass their defensa to do so. This defensive method is more like hitting the jackpot, but with the cooperation of the Overlord team's excellent defensive ability, this defensive method seems to be able to better adapt to the game. The Overlord team kept passing the ball and launching attacks. They quickly hit the ball within the 30-meter area. Then Zheng Qi, who got the ball, didn't waste any more time. He kicked the ball directly into the penalty area. There were 4 Overlord team players who jumped in the penalty area one after another. Lu Xiaoshan, Zheng Qi, Long Qi, Overlord jumped in front and made a feint. Long Qi ran in the back, involving the defenders of Santos. Lu Xiaoshan jumped high in the middle of the road and grabbed the first landing point over Lusso's head, but he couldn't shoot, so he chose to head the ball. The ball flew to the penalty spot. Zheng Qi moved forward, but at this time, Cesar had decisively abandoned the goal and attacked. This is Cesar's goalkeeping characteristic. He is good at attacking and controlling the entire penalty area. The tactics against crossing are quite suitable. The timing of this attack was also very good. He is likely to catch the ball before Zheng Qi gets the ball, or at least be able to clear the siege first. However, Zheng Qi's reaction was a little faster than Cesar's. Cesar's timing of attack was indeed very good, but Zheng Qi's forward momentum was a little faster than he judged. With such a small gap, when Cesar was almost touching the ball, Zheng Qi had already kicked first. He likely lifted the ball to the side, and it was beyond Cesar's control range. In order to maintain the suddenness of the attack, he rushed out with all his strength. In this case, he no longer had the strength to turn. So Zheng Qi just lightly lifted it and avoided his control range. Then he quickly followed with his left foot, and volleyed the flying ball and quickly scored the ball into the empty goal. Zheng Qi's 22nd goal was the first goal scored by the Overlord team in that final. Chapter 802. This kind of final is interesting. When Zheng Qi scored the ball into the Santos goal, in addition to the crazy shouts of Chinese fans in the stands, there were also sighs from other neutral fans. This attack was indeed very beautiful, but the final goal was still scored by Zheng Qi. Is there no way to resist their attack? However, the Santos players had no doubt about this. They had already prepared for this. Lost the ball. It doesn't matter, just catch it back. Whether it is 1 goal behind or 2 goals, whether it is 1 goal ahead or 2 goals, in short, the Santos players have only one idea at this moment, that is, to continue to use offense to complete this game. Besides, although the ball was lost, Cesa's attack was also very timely. He almost cleared the ball in advance, forcing the opponent to launch a quick attack, then the opponent's attack rate will naturally decrease. There is nothing to worry about. As long as their offensive is not a problem, they will have no problem. The Overlord team's offensive is indeed very comprehensive, but such an offensive is also very accidental. Let's attack and show our level, Bailey said in the team channel. Although he is young, he has a core position in the team. As soon as he said this, the other players of Santos nodded at the same time. Their offensive should be more ground-based, everyone should pay attention. Zheng Qi also said in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team nodded at the same time. This should be easy to find. The height of the players of Santos is average. The 2 central defenders are very tall, between 1.88 and 1.9 meters, but the height of the others is average. Albert and Carlos are only 1.7 meters tall, the midfielder Dunga is 1.8 meters tall, and the midfielders Regarincho and Ronaldinho are less than 1.8 meters tall. The 2 forwards Ribery are 1.75 meters tall, and Ronaldo is 1.81 meters tall. The tallest player in the front court is actually the left midfielder Rivaldo, who is 1.87 meters tall, but he is also a player who is better at footwork. With such a combination, the offensive is of course more ground-based. Although the players are not much different in attributes now, except for the 2 freaks Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, height is still very useful in the competition for high-altitude balls. It just so happens that we are of average height, so there is no need to worry. B.A. Wang said. His words caused laughter from the B.A. Wang players. When playing against European teams, the height of the B.A. Wang team was still a bit disadvantageous, but when facing South American teams, they had a bit of an advantage. After all, the 2 central defenders were of good height, and the B.A. Wang among the forwards was over 1.9 meters tall. Although the heights of the others were average, they were basically about 1.8 meters tall. They really didn't need to worry about anything in the high air. On the contrary, if Santos focused on playing on the ground, it might have a great impact on them. After thinking about it, the B.A. Wang team began to concentrate on preparing for defensa. After all, the opponent's ground penetration attack might really have a natural advantage and pressure on their defensa. Concentrating on defensa can better block the opponent's attack. Santos launched an attack. Their formation was a very classic April 4, 2002 diamond formation. This formation was quite mainstream for a long time. However, after the arrival of the 21st century, except for the 4 defenders who are still the configuration maintained by most teams, this rigid formation had long been abandoned in the front court, especially the 2 wing forwards, which were abandoned long ago and replaced by either wingers or fullbacks. Santos hit such a formation, but in fact, everyone in their midfield could be said to be an attacking midfielder, front midfielder, shadow striker and other offensive position players. Only Dunga was in a relatively backward position. He was responsible for controlling the midfield, acting as a back assister during the attack, and as the first barrier when returning to defensa. This situation was of course rare, especially since Sanchez's 2 central defenders would often carry the ball to the midfield to launch an attack. Only Dunga was truly in control of the balance. This was the case now. After a series of passes, Dunga turned around and passed the ball back, but Lasso, who received the ball, didn't care about anything and rushed up with the ball. The Overlord came forward, and the 2 big guys fought hard. The Overlord did not suffer any loss, but Lasso only shook and did not lose control of the ball. Seeing that the Overlord was about to continue to defend, he immediately raised his foot and passed the ball. The ball flew diagonally to the front court. Ronaldinho, who retreated to get the ball, got the ball. He quickly faked his feet and passed the ball horizontally. Rivaldo, who received the ball, took the ball horizontally and broke through the middle. Then he made an emergency stop and quickly passed the ball to Carlos, who was on the side. After Carlos received the ball, he forced the ball to the baseline and broke through. The attack just now was passed back and forth by several people. Zheng, who was responsible for Carlos, unconsciously felt that Carlos could also pass the ball. After all, it seemed that there was not much use for a successful breakthrough on the side. As a result, Carlos broke through by force, and broke through so firmly that Zheng was caught off guard. So even though he turned around, he still didn't have any good performance. He could only follow closely behind Carlos, but he couldn't interfere with Carlos' progress. However, Zheng was not left too far behind by Carlos. If Carlos wanted to cut inside, he still had a chance to block Carlos' progress. However, Carlos didn't seem to want to cut inside and break through. He rushed directly to a place parallel to the small penalty area line, then swung his left foot while running and kicked the ball hard into the penalty area. A horizontal cross, a ground ball, at an extremely fast speed, flew past the goal like a powerful shot. Such a cross obviously cannot directly threaten the goal, and it is also difficult to grab a shot. However, as long as someone touches it in the penalty area, it is possible to score a goal. The defensive players of the Overlord team in the penalty area made defensive moves one after another. Carlos's attack can be regarded as a common offensive method of Santos, and they've prepared in advance. However, being well prepared does not mean that they can defend successfully. When Carlos passed the ball, the Santos players who entered the penalty area began to rush for points. With 2 forwards and 3 midfielders who broke into the penalty area, Santos had 5 players rushing for points in the penalty area. This method of using quantity to make up for quality is simply amazing. They succeeded. When the players on both sides of the front point and the middle row lost their positions due to the confrontation, the ball quickly flew past them. Zheng Qi, who was inserted in the back row, flew and shot, just hitting the flying ball. After the ball changed direction, it quickly flew into the goal of the Overlord team. Beautiful continuous cooperation. Santos was not to be outdone and quickly equalized the score through a series of attacks. The tone of this game seems to have been set, and the level of offense displayed by both sides will determine the outcome of this game. After the opening, the Overlord team scored the first goal through continuous passes and excellent points. Santos immediately equalized the score through continuous passes, breakthroughs and points. The offensive methods of both sides were similar. They constantly passed the ball to get opportunities and then scored in the penalty area. However, Santos used 5 players to score in this goal, while the Overlord team used 4 players to score. The crosses from both wings did make the offensive efficiency seem a bit low. Under such circumstances, the performance of both sides is also very important. Although a lot of players were used to score, we have to see that their success in scoring was also quite accidental. In this way, the suspense of the whole game will be increased. Why didn't the Overlords choose the same offensive method as in the previous game? It's not that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. The defensive method adopted by Santos is not man-to-man defensa, but zone defensa. They will concentrate their forces to resist the opponent's defensa. In this way, there will be some areas on the defense line that can be used, but they are not guaranteed to get opportunities. The mistake made by Bayern and Boca Juniors before was that they wanted too much to prevent the Overlords from playing their overall offensa, but the Overlords are not worried about this because their individual offensive capabilities are still outstanding. Santos' performance now can be said to be a perfect remedy. They used their best areas to fight against the opponent, making both sides play fast. Although the Overlords are also good at this tactic, it is at least not a tactic that Santos is not good at. If you can't control the opponent's rhythm, let the opponent's rhythm be beneficial to you. This idea is absolutely correct. At the beginning, both sides scored a goal, and the commentators' discussion became heated. After all, for them, if this game could have more suspense, it would certainly look more comfortable and interesting to comment on. If it was like the last game, what would the commentary say? Yuan's Thong broke through and shot and scored. Yuan's Thong broke through and shot and scored again. Yuan's Thong broke through and shot and scored for the 3rd time, the 10th time. Such an attack that can be almost completely summarized in one sentence. What is there to comment on? You have to know that these commentators are not professional commentators, and they don't make a living from this. They come to comment on games just because of interest. At the same time, many fans have this demand, so they have a more free attitude towards commenting on games, and prefer to encounter games that are easy and enjoyable to comment on, and at the same time they can show their eloquence. This final is the final that really makes them feel happy. Commenting on such a final will make people feel interesting. Chapter 803. Beautiful counterattack. The opponent quickly equalized the score. Although the Overlord team would not pretend to say interesting like a famous big shot in a famous basketball comic, they would not care too much. Since the arrival of Zheng Qi, their team has completely stayed away from small score games. Every game, without exception, has a big score. It just depends on what kind of big score it is. In this case, the players of the Overlord team will certainly not be moved by any lost ball. This is actually one of the key reasons why they can take advantage of the World Cup. It's like two people don't care about protecting themselves, but just stab each other with a knife. But one person doesn't change his face. No matter how many times he is stabbed, he will give the same number to others. The opponent will naturally be under great pressure. They are more accustomed to losing a lot of balls and scoring a lot of goals than any opponent. They quickly launched an attack, and the Santos players quickly started to defend. Although their players are basically good at attacking, these days, offensive players and defensive players are almost the same. Apart from anything else, anyone can do position and man-to-man, and most offensive players are also familiar with the opponent's offensive methods. After getting into position, Santos players began to wait for the opponent to attack. Several of their front-court attackers began to run around to interfere with the Overlord team's possession of the ball, while the backcourt players guarded the key positions in and outside the penalty area to deal with the Overlord team's attack. Seeing the opponent's serious look, the Overlord team's attack began to unfold through continuous passing. Before, their style of play was to find opportunities on both wings and keep kicking the ball. If they failed to shoot successfully, they would force the opponent to clear the ball with a big foot, and then control the ball again and launch another attack. Now their attack is a little different. In addition to maintaining the attack on the side, the attack in the middle also began to strengthen. After Zheng Qi distributed the ball to the side, he would immediately go over to respond, and then transfer the ball, using the space on both sides to create opportunities, but he would also pretend to transfer after receiving the ball, and then quickly dribble the ball from the middle to break through, disrupting the opponent's defense and scoring a goal. There is no doubt that such an attack is more flexible and more threatening. Santos suffered such a big loss in the next defensa. After receiving SYNOPSIS' return pass, Zheng Qi pretended to pass the ball, luring Ronaldinho to defend, but he directly dunked the ball, and then accelerated to break through from the middle. Dunga blocked his way forward, and Zheng Qi made another fake pass, pulled the ball back again, and took advantage of the opportunity that Dunga was deceived by him to break through in a different direction. After breaking through two players in a row, Zheng Qi was stopped by someone, and the retreating Bailey blocked him in front of him, and almost intercepted the ball at his feet, but Zheng Qi quickly poked his feet and poked the ball to Lucian, who was retreating at the front of the penalty area, and then he met Bailey's feet in a split second. The two sides collided head-on. Such a collision was close to a foul, but neither side had the ball, so it was not a foul. It could only be regarded as a physical confrontation. In such a collision, Zheng Qi had the upper hand. He just shook a little, stabilized his center of gravity, and then accelerated to rush past Bailey. This person's attributes are too strong, bullying people. Bailey thought helplessly in his heart. Lucian, who was holding the ball with his back to the penalty area, controlled the ball. Behind him, the two central defenders of Santos rushed over. After all, whether Lucian would pass the ball was unknown. However, if only one person went up to defend, and he forced a breakthrough and turned around, then it was very likely that a goal would be scored. More importantly, if he forced a breakthrough and turned around, no matter how large Caesar's attack range was, he would not have time to turn around. If a shooter like him appeared in the penalty area and shot hard, Caesar would not be able to catch the ball no matter how fast he reacted. In this case, the only choice, of course, was to let him not turn around. As for him making a pass, it would allow Caesar to predict in advance and attack in time. What's more, if Lucian didn't notice the two people coming up behind him and still forced a breakthrough, then Lasso and Silva would be very confident that they could intercept his ball. Of course, this was their good vision and it was almost impossible to happen. Now the players feel that the level of the situation around them is much stronger than in the past. Sure enough, Lucian just made a fake move of forced turning and breaking through, and then passed the ball horizontally. Zheng Qi, who had re-accelerated, rushed over, just caught his ball, and then rushed into the penalty area. Both Santos central defenders were defending Lucian, but that didn't mean that there was no one defending in the penalty area. The essence of regional defense is to fill in each other's positions. Both central defenders went to one side to defend, and of course other people would fill in the gap. Doing so might cause gaps in other positions, but at least the most dangerous gaps were filled, which was very important. Zheng Qi had just received the ball and rushed into the penalty area when Carlos's short figure had already pounced from the side with a beautiful flying tackle. If Zheng Qi continued to move forward, Carlos would definitely grab the ball midway. However, Zheng Qi reacted. After he rushed into the penalty area, he suddenly stopped and stepped on the ball tightly. Carlos' flying tackle flew past him, because the distance just now was also very far, so in this case, Carlos also tried his best to calculate the position of the tackle before rushing over, so after Zheng Qi stopped in an emergency, he had no power to resist. However, his interference was not without opportunities. Zheng Qi avoided him by stopping suddenly, but it also gave Bailey, who was chasing closely behind Zheng Qi, a chance to catch up. He entangled Zheng Qi from behind. Bailey knew at this time that it was not the goal to immediately steal the ball, but to interfere with Zheng Qi. After a little slowdown, the others could return to defense. The Overlord team could only regroup and launch the attack again. Zheng Qi was indeed entangled by Bailey. Although he forced a forward breakthrough, he was blocked by Bailey in front of him. In desperation, Zheng Qi could only retreat. Bailey followed closely and pressed forward without leaving any gaps. Zheng Qi and others had also returned to defense. Seeing that there was no chance, Zheng Qi immediately chose to control the ball, and then raised his foot to pass the ball to Yuzuki, who was unguarded on the wing. When Yuzuki got the ball, many of Santos' players had already concentrated in the penalty area and the middle, so it seemed easy for him to get the ball. Although it was easy, Yuzuki didn't want to pass the ball directly into the penalty area. Now there were people on both sides in the penalty area, and it would be irresponsible to pass it in. He chose to pass back and handed the ball to Yingbu, who came up to respond. Yingbu took the ball and turned around, passing it back to Xiang Zhuang, who passed it to Zhong Limei on the other side. The Overlord team started a wave of back passes in the midfield. The speed of this back pass was very fast. Zheng Qi ran over to receive the ball. When he was about to take the ball, Ronald and Ho and Rivaldo entangled him at the same time, interfering with Zheng Qi, so that he couldn't organize the attack and break through too smoothly, was also Santos' defensive tactic. Don't force it, just try your best to interfere. If there is a gap in other positions, the nearest person will fill the position. In short, you can't let them launch the attack leisurely, but let them always be disturbed during the game, thereby increasing the opponent's error rate. This approach will not distract yourself too much, but it will really increase the burden on the opponent when attacking. It must be said that Santos has been inspired a lot by the games between the Overlord team and others. This is actually our defensive tactic. We used it and it felt good. Bailey thought to himself. Zheng Qi still controlled the ball easily under the attack of two opposing players, but it was a bit difficult to move forward easily. In this case, Zheng Qi chose to pass the ball. He was not a very independent person. The ball flew to the feet of Long Qi, who was retreating. Long Qi began to force a breakthrough from the middle until someone came up to defend him. He passed the ball to Yuzuki, who was responding on the wing. After Yuzuki got the ball, he directly kicked the ball diagonally to the front of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan received the ball and then passed it to the middle again. Overlord received the ball and volleyed it in the penalty area the first time. Carlos, who flew over to fill the position, achieved good results this time. His flying block blocked Overlord's shot. The ball flew out of the penalty area. Dunga and Jibo rushed to the landing point of the ball at the same time. As a result, Dunga still kicked first and passed the ball to Albert, who responded. Albert didn't stop the ball, but kicked it directly to the front court, not a long kick, but a straight pass to the front court. The ball flew close to the ground near the center circle, and Bailey appeared in that position, and he received Albert's pass. However, the next moment, Zheng Qi appeared behind him. It was obvious that Zheng Qi had already determined the counter-attack route of Santos. Sure enough, but it's meaningless. Bailey thought to himself, he just wanted to attract Zheng Qi. Before Zheng Qi came up, Bailey had already passed the ball back. Rivaldo, who received the ball, quickly divided it to the side. Zheng Qi, who inserted at high speed, rushed forward on the side after receiving the ball. Although the defenders of the Overlord team had already started to return to defense, they were still a step slower. Zheng Qi was on the side and Ronaldo was in the middle. Santos' counter-attack was as fast as lightning. After breaking through to the edge of the penalty area, Zheng Qi sent a beautiful diagonal pass. Ronaldo caught the ball while running, and then immediately kicked the ball into the far corner. Zheng Qi couldn't save it, and the ball quickly went into the net. Beautiful counter-attack. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks, 4 kicks, 5 kicks. 5 passes and 1 shot. Simple and gorgeous. Chapter 804. Probability is just probability. The Overlords were behind, which made the commentators very happy. It was not that the commentators were so disgusted with the overlords, but in previous games, the overlords rarely fell behind in the true sense. They often fell behind in the score, but they would quickly equalize, and they fell behind after kicking off first, or they actually fell behind by 2 goals, that is, they fell behind by 1, 2, 3 inches the first half against Italy, but they still scored 1 point before the end of the first half, and then turned the situation around in the second half. This time Santos' lead was a real lead, but in such a situation, their lead was not an advantage. With the excellent performance of both sides in offensive and relatively weak performance in defense, 1 goal. That was really child's play. If they were not ahead by 2 or 3 goals, would they have the nerve to say that they were ahead? But anyway, Santos had seized some opportunities, which allowed them to be more comfortable in the next game. This goal made the overlord team stunned. They had not fallen behind since entering the knockout stage. They had always suppressed their opponents. Whether it was Real Madrid with excellent ball control ability, Bayern with overall strength, or Boca Juniors with top attackers, they were all suppressed by them. Now they were suppressed by the opponent in the final, which really surprised them. Fortunately, the overlord team was not a wealthy team from their ancestors to the present. Not long ago, they were just an ordinary team in that Chinese region. Their biggest dream was to participate in the World Cup, so they did not seem to have a big gap. After just a moment of stunned, the players of the overlord team were ready to start the game again. They had a reason for the failure of the attack just now. Although they had been prepared all the time before, after all, the attack was done by Zheng Qi alone for 2 consecutive games. They seemed to be a little rusty and there were still some problems in their performance. It is still useful to force them to play whole attack. Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao cannot take all the offensive opportunities. In this case, the other players of the overlord team will easily make mistakes, and the possibility of mistakes is not small. In such a confrontation, we can have an advantage. Dunga said in the team channel. The players of Santos nodded one after another. Of course, their defense will not score every time, and it is also easy for the opponent to counterattack. In such a situation, it is not that they can sit back and relax after leading by 1 goal, and they can maintain the advantage of this 1 goal until the end of the game. It will take a long time to work hard. However, they are not naive to think that as long as they can get ahead, they can win the game. The game has just begun, and this is not the beginning. So they began to defend more seriously, regional defense, running back and forth, forcing the opponent to pass more, and the offense became more complicated. This is a very effective method. After all, the more complicated the offense is, the greater the possibility of problems. This is an absolute truth. It just depends on how high the number and frequency of problems are. Problems are almost certain. However, this time the overlord team's attack was quite exciting. They kept passing the ball and hitting the key position. Seeing Santos start to intercept, they immediately chose to pass the ball and attack again. Zheng Qi also began to increase his running range. In addition to initiating the organization and the final grab, he kept running to respond, so that the overlord team still maintained good control of the ball and the back and forth passing. After keeping a calm mentality, they began to constantly press, looking for better opportunities, or in other words, try to let more confident players to initiate the attack. Zheng Qi received the ball near the 30-meter area. The 2 midfielders of Santos immediately pressed over. Zheng Qi forced a breakthrough, dodged a gap and passed the ball straight to the front. Lu Xiaoshan quickly retreated 2 steps and took the ball before the opponent went around the defender. Seeing Zheng Qi rushed up, he immediately chose to pass horizontally. Zheng Qi dribbled the ball into the penalty area. When Albert came to fill the position, he ran and stuck the ball diagonally into the penalty area. Following up was Ba Wang. Facing the rolling ball, Ba Wang swung his right foot and shot vigorously. It was because his shot was blocked by the opponent that Santos completed such a beautiful counterattack. This time, Carlos also came to block it. However, compared with the previous shot, Ba Wang's shot was more powerful, more fierce, and more decisive. Before Carlos' foot reached the position, Ba Wang's long shot had already flown past his feet. The next moment, it flew past Cesar who was attacking, and then flew into the goal of Santos. See, we have more than just me and him as scorers. Zheng Qi pointed at Lu Xiaoshan, and then smiled and said to Bailey. We have many scorers, and not everyone can seize the opportunity, but in terms of probability, we have an advantage. Bailey answered calmly. That's right, so this is actually an overall confrontation. Let's see which of us is stronger as a whole. Zheng Qi smiled and said this, then walked away. Don't take his words to heart. This guy likes to use words to shake other people's confidence. There is no need to listen to his words. Just follow yourself. Zheng Qi said to Pele. Well, compare who is stronger as a whole. This is to distract me. Whether it is overall or individual performance, it is where we need to compete with them in this game. Pele nodded and replied. Zheng Qi nodded. Seeing that Pele maintained a calm mentality, he was relieved. In the last game, Maradona suffered from this. Because too much energy was put on Zheng Qi, his own performance was average. In the end, Boca Juniors lost the game, which had a lot to do with his poor performance. Pele discovered this when watching that game. Of course, Pele would not make such a mistake. Okay, now it's our turn to attack. Score again and let them know how powerful we are. Pele said in the team channel. The players of Santos nodded repeatedly. The score was now a tie, but Santos had the advantage of attacking. Although any attack in such an attack could fail, after taking such a small advantage, if they could try their best to score a goal in the next attack, it would naturally bring more pressure to the opponent's attack. This was a little inconspicuous factor, but if so many factors accumulated, it would be enough to have a huge impact on the outcome of the game. With such a mood, they launched a fierce attack. The Overlord team was running a lot, standing defensa, constantly blocking Santos's attack, and using regional defensa to resist Santos's attack. When the opponent focused on attacking, they concentrated their forces to focus on defensa. After the opponent transferred, they went back and forth to fill in the position. Everyone had a large range of running, and the position of the regional defensa was also quite overlapping, so that their own defense line was protected to the maximum. Such a confrontation would of course bring very good results, but it would also make the defense line always have loopholes that could be exploited by others. Santos attackers naturally found such loopholes easily. Santos players are very good at attacking, and although their positions are very rigid, they are actually quite flexible. There is no problem for several midfielders to play forward. The two forwards can also move anywhere in the front court. With the support of the defenders, their offensive can be launched from anywhere. If you don't handle the offensive at any time carefully, it may become a real threatening offensive. This is an offensive method that gives defensive players the most headaches, and after a few minutes of fierce attack, they successfully found a good chance to score. Ronaldinho, who retreated to get the ball, received a pass from Ronaldinho, and then began to force a breakthrough into the penalty area. After Zheng Qi came to defend him, he passed the ball. Zheng Qi, who switched from the wing to the middle, attracted Uziki from the wing, and then he quickly raised his foot and passed the ball to the wing. Albert, who was inserted at high speed, began to cut into the penalty area diagonally after receiving the ball, while forwards such as Ronaldo and Bailey also began to respond to the penalty area, suppressing the defense line of the Overlord team to the front of the goal. Albert passed the ball back to the front of the penalty area. Zheng Qi, who followed up, did not give Jibo the opportunity to rush out of the penalty area to make up for the position. He met the rolling ball with a beautiful volley. The ball flew diagonally into the sky and then plunged into the dead corner of the goal. Santos took the lead again. Their offensive level is indeed not bad. Zheng Qi sighed. So we have to perform better. Lucian replied. Let's go, let's attack. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said loudly. In such a chaotic battle, perhaps the Overlord team's ability to seize opportunities is not as good as the opponent, but victory or defeat is just a matter of a blink of an eye. A higher ability to seize opportunities cannot be directly reflected in numbers. For example, every time you toss a coin, theoretically if you can toss it an infinite number of times, the number of front and back sides must be the same, because the probability is 50% each. But what about in reality? You throw the ball 100 times and the possibility of getting heads 100 times exists. Rare does not mean non-existent, so the ability to seize opportunities is higher, which only means that the opponent has certain advantages, but it cannot be said that it will be perfectly reflected in the game. What's more, high ability to seize opportunities. Who stipulates that Santos players must have high ability to seize opportunities? We are not dead, don't underestimate our performance. To complete the shot well under interference and ensure the quality of the shot, this is the tactic we have been training during this period. Even if it has not been used in several official games, in training, we have to play several games every day with teams such as Kaohsiung, Shuhan and Dongwei. Si es escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en Sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 805. Regaining the advantage. The Overlord team's counter-attack is very fierce. They pass the ball very quickly, but there are no mistakes. Through continuous passing, they continue to advance towards Santos' defense line. It seems that in the previous 2 games, Yuan's Thong always completed the attack alone, which did not make them feel unfamiliar with such an attack. In the commentators' shouting, the Overlord team's attack began to become more and more fierce. They kept passing the ball. When Zheng Qi ran out of the gap, Yinbu, who got the ball last, immediately passed the ball. Zheng Qi took the ball and turned around, and Dunga came up. As the only defensive player in Santos' midfield, Dunga was not specifically responsible for marking Zheng Qi, but now Zheng Qi happened to be in his defensive area, so of course he would come up at the first time. Zheng Qi had easily broken through him before, but he couldn't let Dunga's mentality be affected. Facing an attacker like Zheng Qi, anyone could be broken through by him in an instant. If the mentality is affected, the problem of defense will appear even greater. Of course, Dunga will not make such a mistake. Seeing Dunga coming towards him, Zheng Qi seemed unaffected. He continued to dribble that ball forward. However, when he approached Dunga, he raised his foot while running and passed the ball directly to the sideline. Do you think I'm stupid? 3 people want to double team me. Do you think I can't see it? Zheng Qi said this after passing the ball. Dunga didn't answer. He didn't want to talk to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's words were undoubtedly to interfere with his thoughts. Although he was discovered by Zheng Qi, he forced Zheng Qi to pass the ball and broke the rhythm of their attack. This was a victory in itself. However, the next moment, Dunga saw Thongime receiving the ball on the side, and he raised his foot and passed the ball directly into the penalty area. A cross at a 45-degree angle. The Overlord team had never made a cross like this before. Although the first ball was scored after a cross, the position of the cross was also closer to the bottom line. This was to give more teammates to go to the penalty area to score. But now, there are not many Overlord team players who can score in the penalty area. But Dunga soon figured it out. Although there were only 2 Overlord players trying to score, Santos did not have enough defensive players, so now is a good opportunity to attack. Sure enough, Overlords running in the penalty area firmly attracted Silver's attention, and only Lasso was left to defend Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan took a step forward and used his strength to suppress Lasso, then jumped up and headed for the ball. The ball quickly changed direction and flew straight into the blind corner of the goal. Although Caesar had reacted, he could only watch the ball fly into his own goal. After not scoring in 2 games, Chen Fengxiao finally scored a goal. This is his 31st goal. For that team's victory, the Overlord team changed the focus of their offensive before and achieved very good results. Now, after returning to the tactics they are more accustomed to, Chen Fengxiao immediately scored a goal. The first 3 goals of the Overlord team came from 3 different players, and they were in full force. In the final, their performance like this will guarantee them a steady stream of goals. The Chinese commentator shouted excitedly. In his opinion, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan are undoubtedly the most important players of the Overlord team. They used to take turns scoring goals, and now they start to score together in the final. Is there any team that can stop the Overlord team's advance now? However, only 13 minutes had passed and both teams had already scored 3 goals. It seemed that this match would be another big win. It all depended on how many goals both teams could score. According to the current goal ratio, both teams could score around 20 goals, which was a bit too outrageous. This situation won't last too long. They scored a lot of goals because they played at a fast pace. With such a fast pace, it's impossible to score every time they attacked. Otherwise, others wouldn't be able to play against these 2 teams. Didn't you see that the Overlord team also failed to score in one of their attacks? This is a sign. Of course, some commentators saw this. They knew that the next match would be even more suspenseful. Even if either team led by 2 or 3 goals, it might not be safe enough. This was indeed the case. Santos' next attack failed. They played a beautiful cooperation. Bailey pulled out of the penalty area and stuck the ball into the penalty area. Rivaldo, who cut into the penalty area, faced Fan Xingji alone. However, in such an attack that was almost a sure thing, Rivaldo's shot made some mistakes. The angle of his shot was not accurate enough, so Fan Xingji tried his best to save the ball. As a result, the ball that could have flown into the dead corner of the goal hit the goal post and then rolled along the goal line. Xiang Zhuang, who was returning to defensa, cleared the ball on the goal line. The flying ball was caught by Yingbu. He turned around with the ball and saw Lu Xiaoshan. It was Lucian instead of Zheng Qi, which made Yinggu feel a little strange. However, when Lucian signaled for the ball, he passed the ball without hesitation. Lucian's retrieve made the Santos defenders follow up involuntarily. At this time, as soon as Lucian got the ball, he immediately passed the ball to the front court. It was Zheng Qi who launched the counter-attack in the front court. The change of position between him and Lucian caused some confusion in Santos' defense line, not to mention that their previous attention was on the attack. Near the center circle, Zheng Qi received the ball. Facing Albert, who came to defend hastily from the side, he quickly stepped on a bicycle, lured Albert to make a defensive move, and then quickly pushed the ball to the side and accelerated the breakthrough. This simple breakthrough action is simply invincible when there is enough space. Albert was broken through by Zheng Qi, and the next moment, Zheng Qi had a smooth road in front of him. Although Albert turned around quickly and chased closely behind him, everyone knew that such efforts were basically futile. Unless someone could interfere with Zheng Qi, otherwise, Albert's pursuit was just a pursuit. For Santos, their hope was on the other side. Carlos, who was returning to defense at high speed, rushed from the side. Although he was sprinting diagonally, he had a longer distance, but in a relatively short distance, his disadvantage would not erupt. Carlos sprinted diagonally, and then when he was close to Zheng Qi, he flew to tackle. It was not that he liked to use this dangerous offensive method, but he had only this choice now. Rushing here was already the limit of his speed. He could correct his direction, but there was only one consequence, that was to add another figure to the dust behind Zheng Qi. Only at this position, flying to tackle, could he interfere with Zheng Qi's progress from the front and side. If Zheng Qi chose to stop and avoid his tackle, then Albert could get up from behind. After a while, he could get up, and the other teammates who returned to defense could also be in place, turning the opponent's quick counter-attack into a positional battle. This defense was also effective. However, Zheng Qi did not stop in a hurry. When he noticed Carlos's flying tackle, Zheng Qi picked the ball forward while running, and then the whole person jumped up, passing over Carlos with the ball, and sprinted forward. This time, not only did he get rid of Carlos, but also got rid of Albert. Albert, who was following Zheng Qi closely, was blocked by Carlos's tackle. It was too late to catch up. This move was done very well. However, at this moment, the Santos fans in the stand cheered almost at the same time. When Zheng Qi passed the ball, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Caesar, who attacked in time, had already rushed out of the penalty area and was about to intercept the ball directly in such a position. Carlos's tackle and Albert's pressure finally made Zheng Qi temporarily lose control of the ball, and now was Caesar's time to intercept the ball. Caesar was now very confident. Of course, when he lost the first ball, Zheng Qi's reaction was a little faster than he judged, which was the key to losing the ball. But at this time, Caesar could only bet that Zheng Qi could not control the ball before he destroyed it. But unfortunately, Caesar still failed. Before landing, Zheng Qi, who was in the air, only made one move. He slapped the ball diagonally to the ground with his soul. The force was not enough, but it was enough to change the trajectory of the ball. Caesar's clearance was also very hasty, because if it was not fast, Zheng Qi would regain control of the ball if he delayed a little. When facing the goalkeeper who rushed out of the penalty area, he could really kill him in any way he wanted. In this case, Caesar would rush as fast as he could. So after Zheng Qi slightly changed the trajectory of the ball, he kicked it into the air. The next moment, there was only one thing he could do, stagger forward 2 steps, then turn around and look at Zheng Qi's back helplessly. Zheng Qi had stabilized his center of gravity at this time, regained control of the ball, and then raised his foot and kicked the ball directly into the empty goal from outside the penalty area. Zheng Qi kicked the empty goal so quickly, and did not give any chance for the opponent to return to defense. 4-3, Zheng Qi scored twice, helping the Overlord team take the lead again, and also regained the advantage lost in the previous offensive mistake. 1 or 2 failed attacks don't matter, because this game is destined to be a game with a huge score. Zheng Qi said this to himself, then opened his arms and ran to the sidelines, accepting the cheers from the stands. The cheers of the Chinese fans. Chapter 806 Don't be afraid of mistakes. More than 10 million Chinese fans at the scene were going crazy. It's not like they haven't seen a Chinese team win the World Cup before, but the Overlord team is really different from other teams. They can always score a lot of goals, and each goal is beautiful. They can win and play well, which is of course more exciting and enjoyable. The fact that the opponent had established a little advantage before, but they immediately got it back, made them more confident in the Overlord team. They may not have been fans of the Overlord team before, but fans of other teams. However, at this moment, they are just Chinese fans and will only support the overlord team representing China at this time. This is the same for all fans. In Spain, Real Madrid fans and Barcelona fans are incompatible. However, no matter which team appears in the World Cup, the fans of the other team will also support them as Spanish fans. In the past, Spain, a multi-ethnic country, also showed it very clearly in football. Many fans valued the club's performance more than the national team's performance. This situation is not unique to Spain. Now, in this era where the boundaries between countries in the world are already quite weak and the division of countries is only nominally maintained, in the games of classical football and the football era, people have become more enthusiastic and loyal to the performance of the national team. It has to be said that this is a very interesting situation. Most Chinese fans were not familiar with the overlord team before. After all, the overlord team only rose this year. Although they have attracted many fans because of their outstanding performance, the number of real fans is very small. But at this time, every Chinese fan shows his enthusiasm, hoping to help the overlord team perform better through his support and shouts. Of course, Brazilian fans are not to be outdone. Santos is not only supported by Brazilian fans, but also by many South American and European fans. This is a very rare thing, but think about it. The overlord team eliminated 3 top European teams along the way, and then eliminated another top South American team, Argentina, which really offended many teams. Asia, Europe and America are the 3 strongest continents in football now. The overlord team offended the representative teams of 2 continents in one breath, and of course it will be hated by many teams and fans. But fortunately, Chinese fans or Asian fans may be worse in the performance of the teams they support, but in terms of numbers, they are still the largest. Asia accounts for more than half of the world's population, which will be reflected on the sidelines, and it is also a huge advantage. So although there are many teams supporting Santos, the fans who shout the loudest in the stands are still those who support the overlord team. At this time, the FIFA players in the stands were also infected by the enthusiastic atmosphere of the scene and shouted loudly. They had to shout along. Although they had changed their appearance to watch the game, among the Chinese fans, others were shouting wildly, but they were calm as hell. Wouldn't that attract attention? If someone noticed them and discovered their true identities, they might follow that clue to guess Zheng Qi's identity, which would still be bad. Although there was nothing to be ashamed of, if other professional teams knew about it, they would probably think that Zheng Qi hadn't practiced with his teammates for so long, and there would probably be some problems. If they targeted him, FIFA might suffer a small loss in the league, which would still be bad. Although both Tin He and Cheng knew this, it didn't affect them much. Lu Xiaoshan played all the games with Zheng Qi, so everyone was affected. Although Li Qing's only played in the Chinese region, Tin He's overall strength was still slightly inferior to FIFA and Cheng. Moreover, Li Qing would not use this advantage to create better opportunities for himself. A top player must have his own pride. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were very sure of this, and the FIFA players also thought it should be so, but it was hard to say for others. Li Rui clapped his hands while looking around, and then found something that made him feel a little strange. On the field, the overlord team blocked Santos' attack again through continuous running and interference. Santos played very beautifully this time. After continuous involvement, he quickly transferred. Taking advantage of the empty defense of the overlord team, Zheng Qi began to force a breakthrough into the penalty area with the ball. He waited until the defender of the overlord team rushed to fill the position, and then passed the ball to Bailey in the middle. Unfortunately, he had just passed the ball, but Lu Xiaoshan, who was retreating, rushed out and cut off the ball from the middle. The overlord team successfully intercepted the ball again. This situation made the Chinese fans cheer again. Li Rui was no exception. When he shouted loudly, he found that there were many fans in the nearby stands who were obviously not Chinese fans, who were also shouting loudly, like crazy. Brother Fei, who were those people? I don't think they looked like Chinese. Li Rui was curious and couldn't help asking Shenrao Fei. Shenrao Fei turned his head and looked. Oh, fans from other Asian countries, Japan, South Korea, India. After all, they should be fans from East Asia or Southeast Asia. Why do they support us? Li Rui was even more confused. Aren't we the Chinese team? It's the Chinese team, and it's also an Asian team, so there are still some people who share the same hatred and enemies. Didn't you see that there are many fans of other South American teams and European fans supporting Santos over there? Shenrao Fei said indifferently. There is such a thing, I can't think of it. Li Rui sighed. Watching the game, you still have the leisure to care about this. Shenrao Fei patted him and said. Relieve the tense atmosphere. Leader Rui muttered. On the court, Lu Xiaoshan, who successfully stole the ball, did not launch a quick counter-attack as before, because Zheng Qi also returned to the backcourt at this time, and there was no one in the front court to respond. However, it was precisely because Zheng Qi returned to the backcourt that the Overlord team's organized defense began immediately. The players of Santos fought and retreated. Their attacks were blocked by the Overlord team twice in a row. It would be a lie to say that there was no pressure, but it also made them want to block the Overlord team's attack in defense, so as to reverse the situation. Don't worry, even if we don't block their attack this time, it doesn't prove anything. Be patient and be yourself. Do you understand? Bailey said in the team channel while running and pressing Zheng Qi. His words gave the Santos players a shot of fresh air in time. The Santos players nodded one after another, and then began to return to defense, and then started to block from the midfield instead of pressing in the front court. If the backcourt defense is not timely, the Overlord team may be able to score a goal through a long pass. They have not had a small number of quick counter-attacks and long passes. Seeing that the Santos players began to return to defense, the Overlord team did not rush to launch a quick attack. Zheng Qi passed the ball to Yingbu, who responded, and then ran forward. Attack patiently, and try to lead by 2 goals this time. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Increase the pressure, don't let them take their time. Bailey said in the team channel. The Overlord team players who were still planning to attack slowly were immediately pressed by the Santos players. Under Ivaldo's strong pressure, Jibu, who had the ball, almost made a mistake and lost the ball. Fortunately, Zheng Qi appeared in front of him in time, and then received Jibu's pass. After receiving the ball, Zheng Qi quickly transferred the ball to the other side. Yuziki, who had the ball, saw that Lu Xiaoshan and Overlord had broken through the penalty area at the same time, and immediately kicked the ball to the middle. The ball drew an arc in the air and flew into the penalty area. Overlord and Lu Xiaoshan jumped in the penalty area at the same time, but at this time Caesar rushed out from the front of the goal regardless of anything, facing the ball that was about to fly past him, and directly jumped up and punched the ball far away. This was also a very risky operation, but Caesar did a very good job. He hit the ball out in time. Ronald and Ho in the midfield received the ball. Zheng Qi, who was originally planning to rush up to grab the second landing point, shook his head, turned around and retreated first. His retreat also blocked a fast break by Santos. Ronald and Ho saw that he had caught up with Pele, and immediately dumped the ball back, and then passed it to Garanger, who was advancing on the wing, asking him to organize the attack. Well done, now it's our turn to attack. Dunga shouted in the team channel while running forward. After being blocked by the opponent's attack twice in a row, he finally blocked the opponent's attack. Doing this immediately restored the morale of the Santos players, or in other words, made their game mood more excited. The opponent's attack is not impeccable. We will make mistakes in our offense, but the opponent's offense will also make mistakes. As long as we try our best every time we attack, we don't have to mind that temporary score changes. Because this will be a game to be solved by offense. In the mutual attack between the two sides, if we are calmer every time we attack, we can score better. It's normal to make a mistake. If you keep dwelling on it, it will affect the next game. Go, it's our turn to attack, tie the score. Bailey shouted in the team channel, and the Santos players responded in unison. Now it's their turn to attack, and it's their turn to show their strengths. They were stopped twice by the Overlord team before, and this time, they must not be stopped again. Chapter 807 Overall and Individual Cooperation. For the players of the Overlord team, the failure of the attack just now made them a little regretful, but they soon gave up the idea of regret and started to concentrate on defense. What is the purpose of defense? Of course, it is to prevent the opponent from scoring, but for the players of the Overlord team, they have another goal in defense, that is, when they are not sure whether they can stop the opponent from scoring, then they should put enough pressure on the offensive players and create trouble. In simple terms, it is to mess up the opponent as much as possible. This idea seems to be meaningless, because you can't just think about messing up the opponent when you can defend successfully, but it has some positive meaning for the players of the Overlord team. After all, they can make themselves more relaxed, invest more in the game, and don't think too much. They are just a group of worker ants who only know how to obey that command of the Queen Ant. A European commentator complained about the players of the Overlord team. The players of the Overlord team naturally didn't know the other party's complaints, but even if they heard it, they wouldn't care. Worker ants are worker ants. If they don't work as worker ants, how can they have the opportunity to step onto such a big stage as the World Cup final venue? The stage obtained by hard work is of course worthy of pride, no matter what identity you are on it. so they still treated the next game as the duty of worker ants. They kept running, constantly forcing the offensive players of Santos, constantly interfering with the offensive players with the ball, and creating obstacles for their offenser. This kind of defense is not actually very lethal, but it can cause enough trouble to the offensive players, affect their mentality, affect their performance, and thus achieve the ulterior purpose of the Overlord team players. This kind of thing is of course very wretched. If it were the former Overlord team, they probably wouldn't adopt such an approach. After all, when they debuted, they also made a name for themselves with a two-pronged offensive style. Although the results were not very good, they were very manly. But such tactics are not manly enough. The Overlord team players who used to be very manly would not be too happy to adopt such tactics. However, now, after being sufficiently influenced by Zheng Qi, they no longer mind using this wretched way of playing to get the results they want. After all, even if this approach fails in the end, it can make the opponent very unhappy. If the opponent is unhappy, they will certainly be happier. After accepting this concept, the players of the Overlord team, who were originally very manly, began to accept this despicable tactic very naturally. Under Zheng Qi's pressure, Carlos forced a breakthrough, but soon, Yingbu, who was in place, appeared beside him. Carlos was forced to pass the ball. Fortunately, Rivaldo in front quickly came to respond. After receiving the ball, he passed the ball to the middle, and Bailey, who was retreating to organize, took the ball. "You're a striker, why do you have to retrieve to get the ball? This will affect your offensive threat." Zheng Qi pressed forward, chattering at the same time. "Excellent players can play a good role in any position. Otherwise, why do you always go to the penalty area to grab points as a midfielder?" Bailey asked while controlling the ball. "Because I am not a midfielder, I'm a free man in the front court," Zheng Qi replied. "Then I am too," Bailey answered, and then felt that this should not be what he was used to saying. Could it be that after just a short contract, he was affected by this despicable guy? When thinking of this, Bailey felt a little uncomfortable. He quickly closed his mouth, quickly flicked and dodged Zheng Qi's foot that was interfering with him, and then raised his foot to pass the ball forward. This pass happened to be in the gap where Ronaldo and Ronaldinho crossed in the front court, attracting the attention of the two central defenders of the Overlord team. Rivaldo cut in diagonally, drilled through the middle of Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, and just received Bailey's direct pass. Rivaldo received the ball at the top of the penalty area, which was not a very dangerous place. However, at this time, Wanshu and Xiang Zhuang's attention was attracted by Ronaldo and Ronaldinho, who crossed and switched positions. When Rivaldo appeared in that position, they were not able to react at the first time. This momentary delay was enough for Rivaldo to complete his attack. He did not cut into the penalty area with the ball, but after receiving the ball, he swung his left foot and shot at this position. This position is not far from the goal, and there is no defender blocking the view. The goalkeeper can react in time. However, as long as the power of the shot is good enough, the speed is fast enough, and the angle is tricky enough, even if the goalkeeper makes the right judgment and saves, it is difficult to save the ball. Fan Zheng is of course clear about this, but he thinks he can still take a gamble. After all, unless the opponent's shot is almost perfect, otherwise, he still has hope of saving the ball. So he did not make a prediction in advance this year. It is normal to change the shooting angle and method at the last moment of the shot, so even if the goalkeeper predicts, there is no way to save the ball before predicting it. Generally, he has to wait until the opponent confirms the shot before making his own save. Now Fan Zheng has chosen this. At this distance, betting that the opponent's shooting power and angle are not perfect, and then making a save, is absolutely possible. But as long as there is a gamble, there will be winners and losers. This time Fan Zheng lost. He did not lose because of his own misjudgment, but because of Rivaldo's perfect shot. The gap when Wanshu and Xiang Zhuang's attention was attracted was actually very short, only 1 or 2 seconds. It was not easy to shoot a shot with good angle and power in such a short time, but Rivaldo showed his excellent technical skills and shooting ability. Fan Zheng's arm, which he stretched out with all his strength, was still a little distance away from the ball. The next moment, the ball flew past his hand and then plunged into the dead corner of the goal. The sighs of Chinese fans and the shouts of Brazilian fans rang out in the stands. Rivaldo waved his fist vigorously, then turned around and hugged his teammates who rushed over. "Nice shot." Ronaldinho came up to praise, and Rivaldo smiled and said that it was because he and Ronaldinho did a good job of entanglement that he had such space. "See, this is also the performance of our individual and overall level." Bailey thought silently in his heart. This shot showed Rivaldo's excellent personal ability, but if it were not for Bailey's timely pass and Ronaldinho's beautiful entanglement, his personal ability would not be so fully displayed. This is the huge threat brought by the integration of individual offensive and overall offensive. Although the score is only tied now, Santos has once again shown that they are not inferior to the Overlord team in offensive, and are even better. They don't have Zheng Qi and Lucian, but each of their attackers has excellent strength. In this regard, they have some advantages over the Overlord team. This team's offensive is indeed the strongest we have encountered, but we will not lose to them, don't you think? Zheng Qi said with a smile in the team channel. Of course, you can attack with confidence, we will assist you two on the side. Of course, if we have the opportunity to shoot, we will definitely seize the opportunity calmly, and shoot at the dead corner to kill them. Overlord replied. No problem. The other players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. This is our chance to show our faces, we will never miss such an opportunity. These guys are very trustworthy, although their level is a bit low. Lucian said. The players of the Overlord team gave him a middle finger. If our level was higher, we would have stopped wanting you a long time ago, okay? Zheng Qi said. Hey, are they fighting among themselves? Ronaldinho said in surprise. The players of Overlord team did not say these words in the team channel, but chatted with each other directly. The simultaneous interpretation immediately allowed the players of Santos to hear the content of their conversation clearly, and they immediately looked at each other in bewilderment. It shouldn't be a fight, it's just a draw. Maybe it's their special way of cheering each other up, such as mocking each other. Ronaldinho thought for a while and said. Really? This way is really a bit, Zheng sighed. Abnormal. Pele followed up. Children should not use such words. Albert coughed. In short, we should not care about their reaction. This game has only started for less than a quarter of the time. There are still 3/4 of time to play. We should be more cautious. In the previous 10 minutes, we played 3-3, but now it is only 4-4 after the same amount of time. It shows that the defensive capabilities of both sides are gradually adapting and strengthening. In this case, whoever can better grasp the opportunity will be able to win the final victory. Play seriously, win this game, and we will be the king of the world. Zheng waved his fist and shouted to the Santos players. No problem, we will perform better next time. The Santos players nodded in response, waving their fists, looking very enthusiastic. Hey, what happened to them suddenly? The Overlord team players, who were startled by the actions of the Santos players, turned their heads and looked at them blankly, feeling very strange. Maybe they are cheering in advance and want to stop our attack this time. We can't let them succeed. Zheng Qi said. It doesn't matter if we succeed, we just need to find a way to get it back. There will be a lot of tug-of-war in this game. Lucian said nonchalantly. Brother Xiao is right, anyway, we just need to play to our best. Zheng Qi nodded. Chapter 808 I won't give you such an opportunity. The players of the Overlord team wanted to use the next leg to prove their level, but they were not lucky in the next attack. Their performance was not very good, perhaps because they thought of the sudden inexplicable shouting from both sides just now, which seemed very shameful, so in the next attack, the players of the Overlord team were inevitably a little distracted and embarrassed. The players of Santos were actually a little distracted and embarrassed, but they were defending. When they started to press in the midfield, the defender made a little mistake, which did not have a big impact. In addition, the Overlord team was a little distracted in the offensive, and they failed to catch the flaws they revealed. After passing the ball back and forth, the Overlord team found that they could not find any way to break through, so Yingbu, who received the ball, passed it directly to Zheng Qi, hoping to create opportunities through his breakthrough. Zheng Qi took the ball and turned around. It was Zheng who came up again. Zheng Qi was a little afraid of the only defensive player in the Santos midfield. You know, the players on the field of Santos are basically attackers, which means that they don't care about the balance of offensive and defensive. Such a team can still put a Zheng in the midfield, which means that even they can't ignore Zheng's defensive ability. Zheng Qi hooked the ball lightly and then made a fake move of a frontal impact. Not only do you have to attract the attention of Zheng, but you also have to attract the attention of others, so that there will be gaps in other positions to launch an attack. The back and forth pass just now is a conventional weapon. It would be best if you can score a goal, but if you can't score a goal, you can only rely on his breakthrough to break the situation. Here's the nuclear weapon of the Overlord team. Since the nuclear weapon has been used, of course it must be effective. Sure enough, when he started to break through, Zheng immediately focused his attention on defending Zheng Qi's breakthrough. At the same time, Carlos, who came to the midfield, also ran over, ready to fill in or pinch Zheng Qi's breakthrough at any time. After all, if Zheng Qi breaks through to the 30-meter area and has space to shoot, it will be easy for him to score a goal with a long shot. Such an attacker who can show extremely terrible lethality both outside and inside the penalty area is difficult to defend. Seeing that the attention of the two opponents was attracted by him, Zheng Qi immediately found the route to pass the ball. Zheng Qi had already gone to the wing, and he was assisted by Zheng Qi who was advancing, and the opponent's defender was not very strong. After an emergency stop, Zheng Qi raised his foot and passed the ball to the right. Zheng Qi took the ball, and Zheng Qi immediately began to advance, ready to meet him on the wing at any time or help him distract the defender. Zheng Qi's passing timing was very good, and Zheng Qi's lateral involvement was also very good. Zheng Qi had no one to defend him for a while, so Zheng Qi immediately passed the ball diagonally and rushed into the penalty area. His idea was very simple. Such a breakthrough might not lead to a goal, but it could at least create a threat and cause great problems for the opponent's defender. After he directly threatened the opponent's key defensive position, someone from the opponent would definitely come to fill the position. At the time, there would be a gap in other positions. So Zheng Qi rushed in from the corner of the penalty area with the ball, and soon someone came to defend him. Silva moved quickly and blocked his breakthrough route. When Zheng Qi broke through, he observed the situation on his side. He found that although Lucian was running, he was closely followed by Lasso, so he chose to stop urgently. He believed that Zheng Qi would appear beside him in time, hand it to Zheng Qi, and then Zheng Qi would send a wonderful pass, which was also a good tactical routine. However, when he just stopped the ball and turned around, Zheng Qi's shout came from the team channel. "Be careful." Unfortunately, the shout was still a step late. Zheng Qi had already completed the action of stopping the ball and turning around. The next moment, Bailey, who quietly appeared behind him, was almost waiting there and easily broke the ball from his feet. Zheng Qi was stunned. He didn't notice that someone had been following him. It was his mistake, and the other teammates who responded didn't notice it either. It was also a mistake. Zheng Qi should have been able to find it. However, the defense of the two opposing players just now affected him to a certain extent. Moreover, he had already gone to respond to Zheng Qi, but he was just one step slower. After losing the ball, Zheng Qi immediately launched a counter-attack on the spot, trying to intercept the ball. Zheng Qi also rushed up at the first time and wanted to double-team the ball to grab it. Bailey did not give them such an opportunity. After intercepting the ball, he quickly passed the ball to Carlos who was unguarded. Carlos began to dribble along the sideline, and Santos launched a counter-attack. "Return to defensa," Zheng Qi shouted. He was still at the front of the opponent's penalty area. He couldn't return to defensa for the time being. However, there were still several players from the Overlord team in that bad cohort. It should be no problem to return to defensa temporarily. Xiang Zhuang, Wan Shu, Jibu, and Thong Li quickly ran back. Their positions were relatively far back, so it was easier to defend. With their speed, it was no problem to quickly form a defensive line. Carlos quickly advanced on the wing. Santos was defending just now, so there were not many people in the front court. Although his teammates kept following up, it was unlikely that the speed of the attack would be increased. He quickly dribbled the ball forward on the wing. Now he was not defended for the time being, which made Carlos start to rush forward without distraction. Block his route to cut in, don't rush to interfere with him. Wan Shu ran back while commanding. At this time, there was no fullback defending on this side. The closest to Carlos was Jibu. After listening to Wan Shu's words, he did not rush to stick to him, but ran inside with Carlos and cut off his route to cut in. Quick counter-attack, attack on the wing. If you want to threaten the goal, you need to change the direction of attack. When they had just retreated to the 30-meter area, the Overlord team breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent had just followed them. Now the teammates were all returning to defensa. If they could delay the opponent's attack a little, they would be able to switch to a positional attack, which would make it easier to defend. However, at this moment, Jibu, who had been following Carlos, saw that the opponent adjusted the direction of the ball and became more oriented towards the goal. Want to force a breakthrough? That's a bit irrational, or do you want to deliberately influence my judgment and cooperate with the others who followed? Jibu thought so, and moved forward 2 steps cautiously, keeping a relatively safe distance. However, the next moment, he saw Carlos swim his left foot and suddenly kick a long shot from that position. Carlos's swing was still quite large, but his movement was quite fast. Before Jibu reacted and rushed over, he had already kicked the ball out with force. The angle was a little crooked and a little far from the goal. In such a position, Carlos used his left foot to hit a wonderful spinning ball. The ball whizzed up into the sky, and then began to fall rapidly. It was a bit far from the position of the spinning ball, but it was also because of this that Fan Zheng did not expect Carlos to launch a long shot from such a position. He paid more attention to the receiving player. Although he also paid attention to Carlos, he was not fully focused after all, so when he saw the ball flying over Jibu's head, Fan Zheng was surprised, and then he made a save, facing the spinning ball. Such an action was obviously not enough. The next moment, the ball flew over the head of Fan Zheng, who jumped hastily, and then plunged into the dead corner of the goal. 5-4, Santos also completed a reversal. After blocking an attack from the opponent, they used a beautiful counter-attack and scored again. Experience. This is caused by our lack of experience. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. Although he didn't say this, the commentators all saw it. This is the gap in experience. In that position, Carlos' long-range shot is very threatening, but he didn't show his level in this aspect in this World Cup. I think the Overlord team ignored this point, which is also normal. When the opponent counter-attacked quickly, they only guarded their own penalty area, but forgot that there would be great threats outside the opponent's penalty area. This is a mistake, but it is normal to make mistakes. Just make up for it next time. For such a mistake, everyone seemed very tolerant. In fact, it is normal for the Overlord team to make such a mistake. It is abnormal not to make mistakes. It is always like this for a new team. However, this also makes the players of the Overlord team still feel depressed. Now that they are behind, although it will not affect too much, falling behind is something that makes people feel uncomfortable after all. As long as he still has fighting spirit for the game, he will not be happy because of falling behind. Now we know that when the opponent counterattacks quickly, we should also try to defend closely, at least to prevent the opponent from having the possibility of scoring with a long shot, right? Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Yes, yes. The players of the Overlord team nodded repeatedly. From this perspective, to suffer a loss is to gain an advantage. Okay, now it's our turn to attack, go and kill them. Zheng Qi waved his hand and walked to the front court. We have to be careful, that guy might also use the same spinning long shot to prove something. This is something that a proud player instinctively wants to do. Bailey said in the team channel. Well, it's very likely. When he gets the ball, we have to pay more attention than usual. Do you understand? Dunga nodded and said loudly. Got it. The players of Santos responded at the same time, and Carlos shouted even louder. I just scored a goal with a beautiful spinning ball. Do you want to steal the limelight with the same spinning ball? Don't be ridiculous, I won't give you such a chance. Carlos thought to himself very seriously. Chapter 809. It would be nice to have professional competitions. The Overlord team started to attack again. During this period, the offensive quality of both sides declined. 30 minutes into the first half, the score was 5-4. Although this score was definitely not low, it was indeed a bit low compared to the score of 3-3 in the first 10 minutes. This result was caused by both sides playing better in defensa. At the same time, both sides needed to seize opportunities in offensa. The chances of each attack were not very good, so it was easier to defend. However, the main energy of both sides was still on offensa rather than defensa. Zheng Qi took the ball in the back and started to break forward. Ronaldinho went up to interfere with him. He did not want to steal the ball, but just pestered him, making it impossible for him to break through smoothly. This kind of defensa was very familiar to Zheng Qi, but although he was familiar with it, he also knew that this kind of defensa would still interfere with him quite a lot. After all, if the opponent just wanted to pester him, the more he moved forward, the more interference he would receive. So he quickly passed the ball to Yingbu, who came up to receive it. Yingbu dribbled the ball forward and saw that Zheng Qi was still under the opponent's close defensa, so he turned around and passed the ball to the side. Zheng Qi seemed to be a little relaxed when he got the ball on the side. There were many points of contact around him, Zheng Qi in front, Lu Xiaoshan in front of him, Jibu on the side. The Overlord team was still very good at attacking. Although on such a big stage, it was still difficult for other players except Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan to tear open the opponent's defense line with offensa, but with Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan attracting more attention, it was not difficult for them to launch an attack. Zheng Qi began to dribble the ball from the side to the middle. The defense in the middle was now sufficient, because Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were both close to the middle, and they attracted enough defense from the opponent. However, Zheng Qi still chose to break through the middle, just to muddy the water in the middle. Albert began to move towards the middle to block Zheng advance. Although there are many players on both sides in the middle, no matter how many there are, the middle cannot be filled with people. There are always gaps. In this case, if Zheng is allowed to move forward, what if the opponent also takes a long shot? In the absence of anyone defending, who knows if he will make a wonderful long shot? For this, no one dares to guarantee it. Seeing Albert coming to defend him, Zheng immediately stopped and turned around, passing the ball to the side. Zheng Qi received the ball and began to break through the baseline. The Santos defense line, which was somewhat empty on the side, appeared to have a big gap at this time. Lu Xiaoshan and Ba Wang started running in the penalty area at the same time, and Zheng Qi also began to follow up. The defenders of Santos began to return to defense and protect the penalty area. Don't look at the fact that there are only 2 players in the Ba Wang team's penalty area at this time. If the cross is good, 1 player is sometimes enough. So many Santos players retreated to the penalty area, and at this time, Zheng Qi raised his foot and passed the ball directly to the front of the penalty area. Zheng Qi appeared in that position, and then faced the flying ball, swung his right foot directly, and was about to kick a long shot from that position. Carlos, who had been waiting for this opportunity, rushed over from the side. He had been paying attention to Zheng Qi's movements, just to block Zheng Qi's shot at such a critical moment. Psychologically judge the opponent's likely movements, and then carry out targeted defense. This is not a tactic that can be used frequently, but it is a tactic that can be used occasionally to achieve good results. Carlos was very satisfied with his defense this time. In his opinion, if Zheng Qi was not careful, this long shot would be intercepted by himself, destroying the opponent's attack, and then there would be a chance to attack again and score a goal. He rushed very fiercely. After all, in order to prevent Zheng Qi from finding out that he could defend on the side, Carlos deliberately made himself a little farther away, so that the defense would be more effective. Carlos was naturally staring at Zheng Qi when he rushed out, so after he rushed over, he found that Zheng Qi stopped shooting and gently picked the ball, which opened his defense range. This made Carlos a little regretful, but he did not think that this defense was meaningless. He blocked the opponent's action before the long shot and let him start attacking again, which was a manifestation of successful defense. No matter how good the player is, it is impossible to exert force again at this time and shoot a spinning ball that is enough to score a goal. He can only choose to reorganize the attack. When Carlos was thinking about this, he saw Zheng Qi control the ball that was picked up, and then he raised his foot again and kicked the ball out. Is he really going to shoot? Impossible. Look at this action, it's a pass. Thinking of this, Carlos wanted to turn his head to look, but it was very dangerous to do such a move in the air, which made him fall down immediately, embarrassed. But at this time, even if he didn't care about this, everyone's eyes were on the ball passed by Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's pick pass was from the front center of the penalty area, directly to the right side of the penalty area. There were quite a few people on both sides in the penalty area at this moment, but they were basically concentrated in the middle and left side of the penalty area, because Lu Xiaoshan and Ba Wang were running and responding in these 2 positions, so the right side was relatively empty. Zheng Qi's pass was on the right side just now, but he was very close to the baseline just now. If he received the ball, he should be offside. Unfortunately, Zheng Qi was not offside. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi ran back so that he would not be in an offside position again, and then he began to run horizontally, making himself parallel to the last defender of the opponent. At this time, Zheng Qi's pass found him. After Zheng Qi passed the ball, Zheng Qi started to move forward and then received Zheng Qi's pass. It was just a matter of a moment. Many people in the stands began to shout offside when they saw Zheng Qi holding the ball, but the system did not stop the game, which meant that Zheng Qi was definitely not offside. At this time, the defenders of Santos also reacted. They began to rush over to block Zheng Qi's shot, but Zheng Qi did not give them this opportunity. After a slight adjustment, Zheng Qi immediately kicked the ball. The ball flew upwards diagonally, flew over Caesar's head, who turned hastily, and then crashed into the dead corner of the goal. After seeing the ball fly into the goal, Zheng Qi waved his fist and then jumped up. The Chinese fans in the stands began to shout wildly. They were very happy with Zheng Qi's goal. So far, of the 5 goals scored by the Overlord team, Zheng Qi scored 2, Lu Xiaoshan scored 1, and the remaining 2 were scored by Overlord and Zheng Qi. This was enough to prove that when Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were closely guarded by the opponent, the other players of the Overlord team could also stand up. This made their last worries disappear. Under such circumstances, the Overlord team could hold on for a longer time. It seems that if we still defended like this at the time, it would be useless. In a corner of the stands, Maradona muttered. He had previously suspected whether it was because of his tactical arrangement. However, it now seems that even if he adopted zone defensa, he would still lose the ball when he was about to lose it. If we defend like this, at least the opponent will have a greater chance of making mistakes. We should have done that at the time. Wrong side. There's nothing we can do. We were also stepping on the minefield at the time. Others won't do better than us. These Brazilian guys took advantage. Messi snorted. The other players of Boca Juniors laughed one after another, with some helplessness in their smiles, but there was no other way. A new team like the Overlord team will always have someone stepping on the minefield. Who made them unlucky? Santos was very lucky in this regard. In the end, they met the Overlord team. At least they would have some experience in dealing with it, which was much better than the starting point at Bayern and Boca Juniors. This was luck, but they had to have the strength to reach the finals to get such luck. What's more, the experience gained by other teams from stepping on the minefield would not be useful to them if they didn't have any level, right? So although the players of Boca Juniors talked a little, they just laughed and didn't think too much. Even if Santos could use this to win, it would not affect the value of their results. Of course, now that the score has been tied by the Overlord team again, it is still unknown whether they can win the World Cup. The game is very close now. I hope Santos will not be impatient because of the stalemate. There can be no anxiety at all when dealing with the Overlord team. Beckenbauer sighed in another corner of the stands. Well, emotions cannot be affected, the Overlord team is too strong in this regard. Their other players will not think about anything else, but will only play their full level steadily. Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, the two core players, will not have any emotional fluctuations at all. Such psychological qualities are almost impossible to appear in the world of classical football, especially these two core guys. Others just don't think too much. These two people really have strong self-control. Muller said with gritted teeth, looking very unconvinced. It should be the professional players of the Chinese football era, but this kind of thing is not rare, and the classical football game will not prohibit these people from participating. They did not commit a foul. Beckenbauer shook his head. It was not a foul, but it's mainly because we didn't think about it before, otherwise we wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Muller lamented. If only we also had a professional league, competing against such good players, we would definitely improve faster. After hearing this, Bayern players sighed one after another. This was their biggest regret. Chapter 810. The greatest advantage wanting to have their own professional competition is not just the idea of Bayern players, but the idea of all participants in classical football. However, when the official competition is only a professional confrontation in the football era, if you want to set up a professional competition, you can't get systematic help. It's normal for participants to have conflicts with each other. These days, everyone has a strong personality. Even national institutions have begun to become service agencies. Who can obey whom? If it weren't for the simple system of the knockout rounds of classical football and the World Cup knockout rounds, and there would be no tricks, such a World Cup competition would be difficult to set up. Under such circumstances, professional competitions, in the eyes of many knowledgeable people, are difficult to set up on a global scale. It is possible to slowly set up a national level. Some countries have already started to set up their own professional leagues. The interesting thing is that it is easy for small countries to set up, but it is difficult for big countries to set up. Big countries have many strong teams, and they often quarrel with each other. Small countries have few strong teams, and maybe a few people can discuss and form the prototype of a professional game. However, the football level of small countries is low, so even if they form a game, it will not have much influence. Even if it is a championship game, it may not have as much influence as a friendly match between two football powerhouses. Of course, this is another issue. After the Bayern players sighed, their attention began to shift to the game itself. After the Overlord team equalized the score again, they continued to run on the field to intercept the opponent's attack. Although Santos was not affected in the attack, in the case of low offensive efficiency, who was ahead and who was behind seemed to be largely dependent on luck. However, no one can control which side luck stands on. Whether an attack can score a goal, often any detail that is wrong may affect the final result. This is probably the best portrayal of the so-called football is round. Although the physical fitness of the players in the classic football game in the football era is much stronger than before, and their self-control ability is also much stronger than before, in this case, as long as the offense does not have too big problems, there are often good opportunities to score goals, but it is still easy to miss the goal under the interference of the opponent. It is recognized by everyone that even the top players will make such mistakes. You must know that even Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, relying on their superb attributes, will make mistakes and fail in their offense. The same is true for other top players, but their probability of making mistakes is lower. Santos made a mistake in the next attack. Pele retreated to get the ball, and then passed the ball to Rivaldo, who was advancing. Rivaldo passed the ball to the side, and Carlos, who was inserted, received the ball and passed it directly into the penalty area. This powerful pass was a little close to the goal. Zheng Qi took a risk and cut off the ball halfway. Seeing the failure of this attack, Santos immediately retreated like a tide. The Overlord team quickly launched an attack. After Uziki broke through along the side, he quickly passed the ball to the middle. Zheng Qi retreated to get the ball. Seeing Dunga following up, he quickly passed the ball forward to Yingbu and Jibu, who were advancing. After passing the ball, Zheng Qi did not choose to advance as in the previous game, but stayed in the back. This made Dunga hesitate for a moment, not knowing whether he should retrieve to defend or continue to defend Zheng Qi. Under such hesitation, the Overlord team's attack did not stagnate at all. Jibu dribbled forward, Silva was forced to defend Jibu, but Jibu quickly passed the ball to Yingbu. After Yingbu received the ball, he had entered the 30-meter offensive area, and the Overlords running on the side also tied down a Santos defender. Yingbu quickly passed the ball to the front of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan took the ball. Facing Lasso's close pressing, Lu Xiaoshan turned around and broke through. Relying on his own strength, Lu Xiaoshan suppressed Lasso. Although Lasso was struggling against his suppression, Lu Xiaoshan still flashed a shooting gap. He completed the shot while turning around and shot the ball towards the near corner of the goal. It is not easy to score a goal with a ground shot at this distance. After all, the distance is not that close and the goalkeeper has time to react. However, the power and angle of Lu Xiaoshan's shot are the best choice. When Cesar reacted in time and fell to the ground to save the ball had already flown into the goal along his fingertips. The Overlord team took the lead again, with less than 10 minutes left in the first half. Go and equalize the score, otherwise we will be a little passive in the second half, Bailey said to others. But scoring a goal is not something that can be scored just by saving it. The lead again made the players of the Overlord team more enthusiastic when defending. Anyway, there were less than 10 minutes left in the first half. They could speed up their running and speed, expand their defensive space on the field, and try to delay the opponent's attack times, so that the more the opponent wanted to seize the opportunity, the easier it would be to waste time. This situation was very familiar to the Overlord team. They would make the most of the time factor in every game. In the first half, the Overlord team kicked off first. If it was just a draw in the second half, the situation of the Overlord team would be a little bad. If they could lead in the second half, then they would be able to play more easily. With this idea in mind, the players of the Overlord team began to run more actively. Others began to retrieve to help defend, leaving only Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan in the front court ready to launch a counter-attack at any time. In the previous games, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan would always retrieve to help defend, but at this time, the two of them did not retrieve to defend, but stood at the forefront, as if ready to counter-attack at any time. Their attitude made the Santos players feel very uncomfortable, not because of anything else, but mainly because the two players were too lethal in the front court. Once they were blocked in the middle of the attack, the opponent's big kick would likely result in a goal. This is an extremely intuitive threat. However, facing such a threat, the Santos players could not just keep worrying. If the opponent is threatening, will they not attack? Then there is no need to play that game after falling behind, just admit defeat. The possibility of a counter-attack from the opponent is certainly not a reason to stop attacking. No one will give up the attack at this time. Santos only left two central defenders to defend in the back, and the others still invested in the attack. Their offense has always been a combination of the whole and individuals. Whether it is a personal breakthrough or the overall cooperation, it is always very changeable. Such a changeable offense requires a wild imagination and a reckless attack. But now, they have some concerns. Although only two central defenders stayed in the backcourt, it should be noted that whether it is Lasso or Silva, their dribbling forward attack is also an important part of Santos' offensive system. When the attack in other positions is affected, their sudden forward attack can often break the deadlock for the team and win. In this game, Santos also relied on such an attack to achieve good results and scored goals, but now, the two of them can't advance, which really reduces the power of Santos' offense. Despite the absence of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan's defense, the other players of the Overlord team began to run harder. They are now running more actively than before, and the coverage area is also much larger, which makes it easier for them to form multiple double teams and defender when defending, creating a lot of trouble for Santos offense. Although the Santos players are still attacking patiently, they are unconsciously under increasing pressure. In terms of offense, the number of Santos players is not less than that of Overlord's defensive players, but when the opponent shrinks the defense, it is even more difficult to create opportunities. The most important thing is that because they were worried about the opponent's counter-attack, they began to become more cautious when attacking, which also made them miss some opportunities to take risks. The longer the attack time, the greater the pressure. Under such pressure, Santos made a mistake that was not a mistake when attacking. After receiving the pass from Bailey, Ronaldinho noticed a gap that could be broken through. He began to force a breakthrough at the ball. Zheng, who came up to defend, was beautifully dribbled past by him. However, just after dribbling past Zheng, Qi, who was filling in the position, appeared in front of him and poked the ball under his feet first. The poked ball was first taken by Zheng. He did not stop the ball, but swung his right foot and kicked the ball far away at the first time. This approach seems very amateur. After all, such a big foot clearance often does not pose any threat, but Zheng wants this effect. Zheng Qi and Lucian in the front court dealt with the two defenders of the opponent. Zheng felt that any clearance could cause a huge threat. This is indeed the case. The Overlord team's attack quickly achieved good results. The ball cleared by Zheng flew to the right side of Santos half. Lucian and Lasso ran to the ball at the same time, but Lucian relied on his own judgment and still got there first. After controlling the ball, he quickly turned around and passed the ball to the middle. Zheng Qi received Lucian's pass and still made a beautiful breakthrough under Silva's defender. After shaking Silva away, he broke into the penalty area and faced the attacking goalkeeper with a light lob shot into the far corner. 7-5. Zheng Qi's hat-trick. The Overlord team relied on a fierce counter-attack before the end of the first half to expand the lead to 2 goals. This is the biggest score difference so far in this final. The Chinese fans in the stands waved their fists. They seemed to be able to see the scene of the Overlord team winning the World Cup for Chinese classical football. Chapter 811. It's your turn in the second half. For Chinese fans, they're undoubtedly very happy now. In the professional football competition, the advantages and strengths of Chinese clubs are very obvious. Although they have not swept the World Cup, they can grab 7 or 8 out of 10 World Cups. This probability is not much different from sweeping the World Cup. Other teams that win the World Cup are considered to be looking for opportunities to steal from Chinese clubs. Just listen to this adjective to know that stealing is lower end than snatching. They can't fight head-on, so they can only steal owners from the side like a chicken and a dog. Such a strong performance is the same as the advantage of Chinese table tennis when the Olympics were still there. Not winning the championship is news, and winning the championship is not news. Under such circumstances, the slightly weak performance of the Chinese team in classical football also makes Chinese fans feel a little regretful. After all, for them, they know from the past data that China used to be very frustrated in classical football. Now it is indeed much better than before, but compared with those top teams, it is still average. And now, as a new army, the Overlord team has reached the finals in the World Cup and also has an advantage in the finals. How can this not make them feel extremely happy? Moreover, the average age of this team is not big. Among the 2 best players, Yuan Thong is only 22 years old, and Lucian is only 29 years old. It is not the time for Lucian to decline. It is not a problem for Lucian to maintain his good form for another 2 or 3 years. In addition to these 2 top players, there will definitely be many outstanding players who want to join them. With the guidance of these 2 top players, they may be able to lead a top-level team and win several championships in the World Cup, directly raising the status of Chinese classical football to the highest position. You must know that although the level of Chinese classical football has reached the top 8 now, it is still weaker than Europe and America, which represent the top level. There is still a certain gap, but such a gap is not impossible to make up. If a strong team is formed and a series of good results are achieved, it is easy to improve the overall level. Of course, this is also because there was a good enough foundation before. If Chinese classical football is still the same as before, not the top 8 in the world but the top 58, even if a golden generation occasionally emerges and wins a World Cup unexpectedly, it will be useless. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the football era, which allowed everyone to play football whenever they wanted and fully exert their talents, and thus made China's population advantage play to the extreme, they would not have been able to reach the level of the world's top 8. After all, if football wants to develop, it is really a sport that can only bloom occasionally if you cast a wide net. Of course, the topic has gone too far. When the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, Chinese fans seem to have seen the beginning of a new era. 7-5, this is the score at the end of the first half. Zheng Qi scored a hat-trick, Lu Xiaoshan scored twice, and Long Qi and Ba Wang each scored a goal. These are the players who scored in the first half of the game for the Ba Wang team. Among the 7 goals, there were quick counter-attacks, overall coordination, and individual breakthroughs. All of this made the Ba Wang team's offense show up to the fullest. In comparison, although Santos' offense also showed very well, it seemed a little weaker than the Ba Wang team. In the back-and-forth tug-of-war, they were a little worse than the Ba Wang team in seizing opportunities. They fell behind by 2 goals into the halftime break, which would also bring them great pressure in the second half of the game. The players of the Overlord team didn't think it was such a big deal. We should be careful. Don't think that we are really 2 goals ahead. We kicked off first in the first half, so it is natural for us to be 1 goal ahead. A 1-goal lead can only be considered a draw, but now, we are only 1 goal ahead. Everyone should remember this. Zheng Qi said seriously after entering the locker room. Don't worry, anyway, we should just pretend that we are not ahead and don't think about anything. Just keep fighting in the second half. Overlord said with a smile. He was in a good mood at this time, or it could be said that he was in a very good mood. After all, in such a game, he and his teammates played well. He scored a goal in the final, and Long Qi also scored. Now the score is ahead again. When the time comes, they will win the World Cup. TSK, this is really a fairy-like day that I never thought of before. It has been said many times that the players of the Overlord team originally had no ambition to win the World Cup. After reaching the quarterfinals in the first Chinese qualifier, they had been inflated, but the blow from the West Han team made them realize their level. Even this year, when Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan joined one after another and began to have hope, they just thought that we had the opportunity to win to the World Cup and show ourselves in the World Cup, which would be a very happy thing. And now, they are leading the opponent by 2 goals in the finals during the halftime break. So at this time, whether it is to keep a good mentality or do something else, they will not mind. In the last 45 minutes, they will work hard to fight and get the most important honor in their lives so far. In pursuit of this point, the players of the Overlord team are controlling their emotions and using the most stable state to deal with the next 45 minutes of the game. Only in this way, after 45 minutes, joy will really come like a tide. Whether it is Overlord or others, it is clear that after this year's game, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan will probably not be retained by a team like Overlord. They may not play classical football anymore, or they may continue to play classical football, but no matter what, they will probably not be teammates of Overlord anymore. If they stop playing, it goes without saying that Overlord will lose these 2 most important players. If they continue to play, with their level, they should also select better teammates to create better results. This is something that everyone wants. The players of Overlord may feel regretful, but they will not have any opinions on this, because they are already satisfied with their current achievements. If it were not for Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, they would not have hit such an opportunity at all. To greet the last 45 minutes with the best mentality is the common wish of the other players of Overlord at this moment. The situation is good. Zheng Qi privately chatted with Lu Xiaoshan. We can't take it lightly, there is still the whole second half. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Zheng Qi nodded. Their offense is also very good. We seem to have a big advantage, but in fact, we don't have any advantage overall. We can take the lead, and there is also a little luck, but luck is the easiest to slip away from us. You are so young, but you understand this principle. Lu Xiaoshan said in surprise. Zheng Qi smiled and didn't answer. As long as we are prepared, there will be no problem. Lu Xiaoshan said. Zheng Qi nodded, which was consistent with his opinion. He just wanted such a response. Experienced professional players often make the most correct judgments based on their intuition at this time. For the players of Santos, they also have their own intuition at this moment. Being behind by 2 goals is a serious situation, but it doesn't mean that we have no chance. Zheng Qi said in the locker room. We kicked off in the second half, so we have the opportunity to reduce the score difference to 1 goal. Whether it is 1 goal or 2 goals, it is not a gap that cannot be made up, but there needs to be a premise, that is, our performance on the field should not be affected. We are also quite experienced and will not be affected. Ronald and Ho said. Zheng Qi nodded. He believed in this. In the first half, Rivaldo, Ronald and Ho, and Carlos all made mistakes in the attack. However, they quickly made up for their mistakes. This is the self-adjustment ability of an experienced player. Also, the attack in the second half, you have to be more dominant. Zheng Qi turned to Bailey. In the first half of the game, Bailey's performance was actually no problem. He kept retreating to organize the attack, making Santos's attack quite exciting. Although he did not score, under his organization, others got a lot of opportunities, including Ronaldinho, Zheng Qi, Rivaldo, Carlos. However, in fact, Bailey is not a midfielder, he is a forward. He also has a strong ability to score goals. In the first half of this game, he did not show his ability to score goals. However, his retreat attracted Zheng Qi's attention and made Santos' midfield more complete and outstanding. Under such circumstances, Santos's attack seemed smoother. I will score more goals in the second half. Bailey nodded to Zheng Qi. Well, after the first half of the game, even if their defenders value you, they will unconsciously ignore you. This is human laziness, which is normal. This is also our opportunity. Show your explosive scoring ability. We will score more goals in the second half. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said. Santos players also nodded one after another. Their confidence did not drop, even though they were 2 goals behind. In the first half, they scored more points and focused on attacking Pele in the second half. This was their tactic. They didn't know what effect this tactic would have, but at such a time, they just wanted to keep attacking to tear open the opponent's defense, score goals, and win. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en Cinesfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 812. Finally, the halftime break passed quickly. Although the fans in the stands might think that the halftime break was a bit long, those who watched the game for a long time were already used to it. During the halftime break, they discussed the first half of the game, or went to watch other entertainment. It passed quickly. The boss will win the World Championship before us. Liga Rui sighed. The World Cup Championship of classical football is indeed a bit difficult to win. Zheng Qi is a person who wants to do everything to the best. I admire him for this. Zheng Qi nodded. Oh, I've never heard you praise him before. Niaohua laughed. Zheng Qi was a little embarrassed. I just can't stand his look. I'm a rigorous scientist. I don't see how you are rigorous. Shinranofei looked at him and said. The others burst into laughter. Zheng Qi shook his head helplessly. It's really impossible to get the respect he deserves when he is mixed with this group of illiterates, but a 2-goal lead is nothing. Zheng Qi quickly changed the subject. In previous games, they were able to maintain their lead even if they were only 1 goal ahead until the end. Liga Rui was puzzled. It's different. In this game, possession of the ball is not that important. There will definitely be big changes in the second half. I hope the Overlord team will not take it lightly. Zheng Qi shook his head. This is the final. The final itself is enough to make any player have a different fighting spirit. What's more, Santos has a strong offensive ability and they've always focused all their attention on offense. Such a team will not care about fast offense and defense back and forth. There'll still be changes in the second half. Hearing Zheng Qi say this, the other players of Fifen became serious. After such a long time together, they certainly knew that Zheng Qi would not speak easily, but whenever he made a judgment, it was often very accurate. Then talk to the boss quickly. Liga Rui said. Then he found that others looked at him as if he was a fool. After the game started, the connection was cut off, and even the players could only contact each other through the team channel. If they wanted to chat privately, they had to went to the locker room before they could chat privately, and it was limited to the scope of the locker room. Be patient and watch. Nothing will happen to Zheng Qi. Shinranofei patted his shoulder and said. At this time, cheers had already been heard from the stands. Players from both sides came out again. Chinese and Brazilian fans cheered in unison, and other neutral fans also cheered. Regardless of their positions, everyone had to admit that in the first half of the game, the Overlord team at Santos showed a very high level in attack. The entire first half of the game was very fast and the level was very high. As the final of the World Cup, the excitement of the first half would definitely not disappoint everyone. For neutral fans, they only hope for one thing at this moment, that is, the second half of the game should be equally exciting, so that this final can be called a classic final. Everyone hopes that they can witness a classic final, but even the highest level of competition such as the World Cup final is not necessarily a classic. What often happens is that the level of both sides is indeed very high and the competition is also very fierce, but in the end, the whole process of the game is hard to call a classic. It is not easy to see a classic game. After the players of both teams dispersed on the field, the second half of the game began. It was just the second half of the game, not the first half, so of course there was no other ceremony. Pay attention and be careful of their attack, Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team began to prepare to intercept the opponent's attack, and at the beginning of the second half of the game, Santos's attack, which controlled the ball, erupted like a volcano. They began to pass the ball continuously, and others kept running and responding, ready to launch an attack at any time. The players of the Overlord team ran in the same way, constantly intercepting the opponent's attack route. They are running very actively. Liga Rui said. Don't make a fuss, there's still people who don't run actively now. Anyway, you won't feel tired when running. Wang Yuanfen said. That's right, targeted running is much more important than blindly running around in a large area. Liga Rui nodded. And the tacit understanding between each other, I have to say that the defensor of the Overlord team is getting better and better. Shinryu Fei nodded. What he said was right. The defensor of the Overlord team was indeed getting better and better. Although they seemed to be ravaged by the opponent during the game, they began to adapt to various offensive methods after being ravaged so much. Even if they were repeatedly knocked down by the opponent, they would stand up again and again and accumulate valuable experience. What is the use of experience? Experience does not improve your ability, but it will make you more familiar with the opponent's offense. When you adapt to a certain degree of offense, you will be more comfortable with it and can create more trouble for the opponent. This is the role of experience, or the biggest improvement that experience can bring to the game. The players of the Overlord team are now quite experienced, because along the way, they have encountered all kinds of opponents: Italian Milan with fast counter-attacks, Uruguayan National with individual cooperation offense, Spanish Real Madrid with overall ball control, German Bayern with overall fast offensive and defensive pressure, and Argentine Boca Youth with overall offensive and defensive cores. These opponents can almost be said to include all the best offensive schools in the world. After being ravaged by these opponents, will the defenders of the Overlord team still be moved by any offense? No. Even though Santos's attack actually has some meaning of learning from others, they can attack as a whole, break through individually, control the ball and advance, and defend and counter-attack, but in the final analysis, these are the means of attack. So Santos' attack is also quite troublesome. They are constantly disturbed by the players of the Overlord team, and the Overlord team players constantly form a pinch attack on the field, using the power of two people to block Santos' attack, so that their individual ability advantages on the field cannot be well played. After seeing the opponent's interception, Ronaldinho passed the ball back helplessly. Dunga took the ball, and Lucian pressed him, so Dunga could only choose to pass it back again. Lasso, who received the ball, planned to dribble forward by himself, but when he looked up, he could not see the route of the breakthrough. Although he is a standard defender with a knife, he often chooses to attack forward to open up the situation, but that is not to rush forward stupidly. There are places that can be used, so he can dribble forward to create opportunities. So when he looked up and found that there was no place to use, Lasso was a little depressed, thinking about what to do. At this time, he saw Bailey retreating to get the ball, and he was a little bit confused in his heart, because it was agreed that Bailey would show his scoring ability before. Why did he retrieve to get the ball again? However, despite his grumbling, Lasso still passed the ball to him. Anyway, there was no other opportunity, so he passed it to him and saw it. Bailey took the ball and found that Zheng Qi immediately followed him. Aren't you staying in the front court to prepare for a counter-attack? Bailey asked while controlling the ball. This is called doing whatever you want. You don't understand. This is the highest level of Chinese culture. Zheng Qi answered casually, but in his heart, Bailey was different from the first half. In the first half, Bailey was a little cautious and rarely talked to Zheng Qi. When Zheng Qi took the initiative to talk to him, he only occasionally answered a few words. But now, he took the initiative to talk to Zheng Qi. It seems that his style has indeed changed a little at this moment. However, Zheng Qi is not sure what kind of changes such a change will bring, so he just brags casually to see if he can distract Bailey. Although Bailey is a genius, he is young after all. His ability to resist harassment may be a little worse. However, Bailey did not get distracted. After talking to Zheng Qi for a few words, he began to choose to force a breakthrough. Under Zheng Qi's interference, he still forced a breakthrough. Although Zheng Qi was still constantly interfering with him, he could move forward step by step. His breakthrough attracted the attention of the Overlord team's defense line. Bailey wanted this effect. After attracting enough attention, he immediately passed the ball. Rivaldo, who switched to the middle, received the ball. At this time, Ronaldinho had already run to the side. Rivaldo quickly transferred the ball to Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho took the ball in the corner of the penalty area. Carlos went to the bottom of the side to attract Zheng Qi's attention, but Ronaldinho pulled the ball back, and then quickly kicked a diagonal ground ball to the middle and passed the ball out. Ronaldinho made a response movement, attracting Zheng Qi, but when he was about to catch the ball, he lifted his foot and let the ball slip under his feet. The ball rolled over and was caught by Bailey, who was advancing. Bailey rushed into the penalty area. Zhang Qi moved sideways to intercept, and Zheng Qi also interfered behind him, but Bailey's not tall body stabilized his center of gravity very well. After a slight adjustment, Bailey quickly kicked and shot. "I can't react to their shot on the penalty area line," Fan Zheng thought to himself while saving the ball. The next moment, his eyes widened. In his judgment, he should be able to save the ball, but the ball actually had a slight outer arc during its flight close to the ground. The arc was not large, because if the arc was larger, it would fly out of the bottom line, but such a small arc was enough to fly past his hand. The next moment, the ball hit the inside of the goal post and flew into the goal of the Overlord team. After continuous breakthroughs and attacks, Santos finally recovered a point shortly after the start of the second half, and the Overlord team's lead was reduced to 1 goal. This means that the game is about to enter a more intense competition. Chapter 813. Just want to show off. After scoring the goal, Pelé waved his fist, then turned around and celebrated with Ronaldinho, who missed the ball. Ronaldinho, who passed the ball to them, also ran over, and the three of them hugged each other. Zheng Qi looked at them thoughtfully. In the previous attack, Pelé retreated to get the ball, which was normal. He often did this in the first half, but the pass after the breakthrough, and the sudden insertion after running back and forth, were not seen in the first half. It was this sudden change that caught Zheng Qi off guard. Do you want to make more forward insertions to launch attacks? This is a good idea, Zheng Qi thought to himself. He never relaxed his offensive ability for Pelé. Such a talented attacker, if he only retreated to get the ball and organized the attack to let his teammates score, it would be too weak. You know, Maradona and Pelé are equally famous, but when he attacks wholeheartedly, the lethality he can create is quite huge. The offensive lethality shown by Pelé in the first half is a little worse. To charge up for an attack in the second half, or to paralyze our defenser. Both are possible, but I can't be distracted by defenser. I still have to attack to solve the problem. After thinking this way, Zheng Qi waved his hand, signaling the players of the Overlord team to prepare for an attack. Did you see their attack just now? Zheng Qi suddenly said in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team remained calm, but began to communicate quickly in the team channel. I saw it. Do you also want to score a goal like this? Lu Xiaoshan asked. Oh, Brother Xiao understands me, Zheng Qi replied. I knew what you were thinking at a glance. You have to think about it. It's not impossible to launch such an attack, but if the opponent guesses your idea, it will be easy to carry out targeted defensa. Lu Xiaoshan reminded him. They can't guess it. The previous attack where I pretended to shoot from a distance and then passed the ball to assist was enough to let them know that they couldn't guess my thoughts, so they wouldn't think about it in this way, Zheng Qi replied. Well, I think Yuan's thumb is right. We just need to do better when we attack. Overlord interrupted. That's it, let's run more and let me do the cross from the wing. Long Qi said, I will definitely make a good pass. After a few words, the Overlord team began to attack. After the kickoff, Zheng Qi quickly passed the ball, and then he ran to the back to respond. The players of the Overlord team began to run in and out, and their passing attack relied more on Zheng Qi, which was different from other teams that were good at overall advancement. This attack was of course no exception. Zheng Qi kept running, constantly receiving the ball, and then passing the ball, making the Overlord team's attack very smooth. Bailey defended Zheng Qi several times, and found that it didn't work, so he didn't run with Zheng Qi, but began to participate in the regional defensa, making his defensa more stable, which was a very good approach. After several passes, Zheng Qi received the ball again in the back. This was a very normal attack, and it seemed no different from the previous one. But the charm of attacking in football games lies in this. The fact that you didn't launch a real attack last time doesn't mean you won't launch one this time. When you were ready, the opponent may just make a feint. This kind of fake and real is one of the most attractive points of football. So even when Zheng Qi started to break through, Santos didn't notice anything wrong. The first Ronaldinho who came up to interfere was quickly broken by Zheng Qi. Dunga made up for the position in the first time. Zheng Qi resisted his interference while continuing to dribble forward, showing his level. Dunga was struggling to interfere with Zheng Qi, constantly colliding, kicking, and intercepting. However, Zheng Qi was able to avoid his pressing repeatedly. Under Deng's strong pressing, he still seemed to be at ease, which made the Santos players feel very depressed after watching it. Dunga's defensive ability is well known, but it seems that it is useless to Zheng Qi. This makes the Santos players very depressed, and they also want to go over to assist and give Zheng Qi a good look. Just when they thought about this, Zheng Qi quickly passed the ball. The withdrawing overlord took the ball, and before Rivaldo came to defend, he quickly passed the ball to the side. There, Zheng Qi accelerated to shake off his opponent and took the ball. When he stopped the ball, Zheng Qi began to move forward, attracting Albert's attention, but Zheng Qi quickly dribbled the ball to the middle and broke through directly. His action immediately caused a chain reaction. Rivaldo, who was originally defending Overlord, came to assist him, and Overlord began to move forward. His forward movement attracted Silva's attention, and Lucian began to withdraw and attracted Lasso from the penalty area. At this time, Zheng Qi raised his foot and passed the ball to the front of the penalty area. Silva, who was originally guarding there, had been attracted by Overlord, and Lucian, who withdrew from the penalty area, ran towards the ball. Seeing Lucian go to receive the ball, Lasso immediately followed him. In this position, Lucian could easily take the ball into the penalty area and then accelerate a breakthrough. Lasso had to force him to interfere. At the same time, Lasso also shouted in the team channel, asking Caesar to remember to attack. Caesar nodded. He was thinking about attacking. If Lucian took the ball, he would definitely be able to quickly enter the penalty area. He had to attack at the moment when he took the ball, so that he could destroy the ball before he regained control of the ball. This was originally a competition of instant reaction and judgment. If he judged it a little earlier, he could make his attack a successful attack instead of a failed attack. Caesar focused all his attention and prepared to move forward. He watched Lucian run towards the ball and raised his foot, as if he was going to take the ball into the penalty area in the next moment. This was the only route, and it was also the route with the highest success rate and lethality. So the moment Lucian touched the ball, he chose to attack. As long as Lucian took the ball out at the next moment, he would be able to catch the ball first. However, after he rushed out, he found that Lucian did turn and rush towards this place, but where was the ball? The moment he touched the ball, Lucian raised his foot and ran forward naturally, just like he had just completed the dribbling and breaking through. This made Lasso run after him, completely forgetting his defensive position. Zheng Qi received the ball that Lasso leaked, and then he saw that Caesar had already attacked, and he was facing a half-empty goal. In this situation, Zheng Qi would certainly not be polite. Facing the rolling ball, Zheng Qi directly kicked and shot. The ball quickly changed direction and flew towards the goal of Santos. Caesar, who had just attacked, could only watch the ball whizzing past his side, without giving him any chance to turn around and defend, and flew directly into the goal of Santos. Zheng Qi's fourth goal in the final and the 25th goal in the entire World Cup. After scoring, Zheng Qi shook his fingers, then smiled and hugged Lucian. "Brother Xiao, your acting is very good. This is called a fake move, do you understand? Perfect copy." The players of the Overlord team shouted in a mess, and their shouts were immediately sent to the ears of the Santos players by the simultaneous interpreter. It was actually a copy. Thinking carefully, it really copied our previous attack, but when shooting at the last goal, Zheng Qi shot directly into the empty goal, while Bailey broke into the penalty area and shot again. "Calm down, don't be fooled, they deliberately attacked like this, just to make us lose our minds because of anger," Dunga immediately said in the team channel. "The captain is right, we must pay attention to this. Next time we attack, we must be calmer. Didn't you see the strength of their defense, sir? If we are not calm enough in attacking, there will be bigger problems." Bailey followed up with a sentence, agreeing with Dunga's words. The players of Santos nodded one after another. Now they can only think like this. If they really make mistakes and calm down, their offensive will definitely be affected. In the case of falling behind by 2 goals, if the offensive is affected again, then there is really no point in the game. The Overlord team's attack was risky, but if it succeeded, in addition to being able to take the lead again, it could also disrupt the emotions of Santos. Thinking about it, it was full of conspiracy and made people shudder. Thinking of this, the Santos players began to remind each other and warn each other not to be fooled by this cunning team. This team is very cunning. They will use all kinds of means to stir up your emotions and make you angry. What about them? Other than Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, no one else will have other heavy tasks. They just do what they can do. In this case, their level can be well played and will not be affected by any emotions. As for the two key players, Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, we have guessed before that they must be top players in the Chinese professional league. They are calm and will not have too much emotional fluctuations. In terms of mentality, they can be said to be a perfect victory over any team. Bayern and other teams lost to them in this way. In terms of strength, Bayern is not worse than the Overlord team, but in terms of psychological adjustment, they are still slightly inferior. This is the biggest advantage of the Overlord team, and we must not ignore it. Zheng Qi emphasized a paragraph in the team channel. In his opinion, there is no harm in saying such words a few more times. It's nothing more than teammates thinking that he is a little long-winded, but once they meet, it will have a good effect. Of course, if Zheng Qi saw these conversations, Zheng Qi would definitely feel wronged and feel that he is not so insidious. I just want to show off. Zheng Qi would definitely answer everyone like this. Chapter 814. Mutual brushing. Although Zheng Qi would probably answer in such an aggrieved way, in fact, the players of the Overlord team knew that Zheng Qi might really have such an idea. In terms of psychological warfare, Zheng Qi also has his own set of methods. It may be a judgment made casually, but in his subconscious, he wants to use psychological warfare to influence the opponent. It's not that Zheng Qi can't do this. The extraordinary players would probably say so. In any case, the Santos players who were on high alert began to counterattack. They began to concentrate on attacking. Without attacking, there would be no victory. Expand the defensive area, increase running, and interfere with them. Zheng Qi commanded in the team channel, and the defenders of the Overlord team also began to run constantly, interfering with Santos's offensive. Even if they couldn't really block the opponent's offensive, they had to constantly interfere. This was the only strategy of the Overlord team in defense. Such a strategy seemed very conservative, but it was not without advantages. The advantage was that in their defense, their mentality would never be affected. As the saying goes, winning is happy, losing is even more happy. Such a game attitude seemed a bit negative, but at least it allowed them to always play their own level steadily. When there are two top players around, it is enough to just play at your level steadily. Under such running confrontation, Santos offensive did encounter a lot of trouble. Although everyone can get the ball and create opportunities through personal breakthroughs, no matter how good their breakthroughs are, they can only gain some advantages in one-on-one situations. Now the players of the Overlord team have increased their running coverage area. Whenever Santos players get the ball, they will be double-teamed by the Overlord team. After passing the ball, the opponent will rely on crazy running to quickly make up for the gap in the upper defense line. Although doing so will inevitably leave gaps, it is a bit difficult to grasp them. The most important thing is that the players of the Overlord team are mainly concentrated in the middle defense, which allows them to protect the position that is most likely to be threatened. Bailey kept running, trying to create opportunities. Santos's attack was not affected much. They continued to run and interspersed, trying to disrupt the defense of the Overlord team. However, the players of the Overlord team did not follow them, but stood in their positions while to resist Santos' attack. Santos still showed their excellent level in such a difficult situation, which was enough to prove that they were indeed a top team. Lasso received the ball and moved forward, attracting the attention of the Overlord team's midfield, and then passed the ball to Zheng. After Zheng got the ball, he broke through to the side, and Albert followed up and began to move towards the middle. His movement made the defensive force in the middle of the Overlord team dare not easily go to the side to fill in, which made Zheng's space on the side bigger. Facing Yuzuki, who came to defend hastily, Zheng first made an emergency stop, then quickly accelerated to break through the baseline. Yuzuki was caught off guard by Zheng. When he was about to approach the baseline, Zheng quickly pushed the ball horizontally and rushed into the penalty area. Be careful not to foul, keep an eye on the penalty area one by one, and pay attention to the front of the penalty area. Fanzing shouted in the team channel. However, everyone knows this truth, but it is very difficult to do it well in a short time. Santos players began to run back and forth in and out of the penalty area, trying to avoid the defense of the Overlord players, while paying attention to Zheng's movements. Zheng was also observing the position of his teammates. In this position, as long as there is a gap, passing the ball over, it is very likely to score a goal, which made him cautious. At this time, Zheng Qi finally retreated to his side. Although he did not dare to foul, he could block Zheng's route well. Zheng stopped moving forward. If he went any further, he would enter the small penalty area. At the moment he stopped, Zheng quickly raised his left foot and passed the ball directly. The ball flew through the penalty area and flew straight to the front of the penalty area. Ronaldinho appeared in that position, and the Overlord team certainly would not let go of such a position. Zheng Qi immediately rushed forward to block Ronaldinho's shot. However, Ronaldinho did not shoot, but before Zheng Qi came up, he kicked the ball first and directly poked the ball into the penalty area. This was somewhat beyond the expectations of the Overlord team's defenders. After 2 rounds of this, most of the Overlord team's defenders were already in chaos. They could only subconsciously guard the opponents around them. Bailey, who was inserted in the back row, caught up with the ball and shot at the first time before Zheng came to fill the position. This shot in the penalty area was powerful and sudden. There was almost no interval between his advance and the shot. Although Zheng made a save at the first time, he was still a step slower and could only watch the ball fly past him and then dive into the dead corner of the goal. The level is very high. Zheng Qi couldn't help but exclaimed. This shot doesn't seem to be anything special, but the timing of the advance and the decisiveness of the first shot. With defensive players around him, he found the best route for the shot at that moment. The simple shot contained the top offensive level. Well, timely, decisive, and amazing. Zheng also exclaimed, and then reminded Zheng Qi. He has already scored 2 goals in the second half. Well, I know, he didn't shoot much in the first half. It seems that he wants to explode in the second half, and our defender is also used to the rhythm of the first half. He will work hard to score in the second half. Zheng Qi nodded. Then what should we do? Go head to head. Zheng couldn't help laughing. Yes, go head to head. Only in this way can we continue to maintain our advantage, only in this way can I have a chance to catch up with your score. Zheng Qi laughed. Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help cursing. Fuck, you're still thinking about this. Why not? I'm only 6 goals away from you to tie the score. Zheng Qi laughed. There are less than 40 minutes left in the game. It's a bit dangerous to score 6 goals, right? Zheng said. If we try hard, there is still hope. The defense of both sides is weakening in the second half, and if we go head to head, our advantage can be well maintained and we can handle it with ease. Zheng Qi said. Okay, then it depends on you. We will try our best to create opportunities for you, open up the game, and give you more opportunities to play alone. Zheng nodded and said in a muffled voice. If you can still score 6 or 7 goals, then I will give the top scorer title to you, and I will accept it. Just wait and see. Zheng Qi replied. The others were already stunned. In the second half of the game, both sides relied on their main players to fight against each other. They were mentally prepared because during the halftime break, Zheng Qi and Zheng inferred that there might be a situation in the second half, which was also one of them. Bailey was accumulating strength in the first half, which was very likely. Even if they knew that Bailey was accumulating strength, the defenders of the Overlord team could not quickly change their strategy to deal with Bailey in the second half. This kind of thing was not easy to do. In addition, the defensive strength of the Overlord team's players was not particularly outstanding. If they were reluctant to prepare, it would be bad. In this case, mutual explosion became a very important choice. Only by mutual explosion can the score advantage accumulated by the Overlord team in that first half be better displayed. However, mutual explosion also allowed Zheng Qi and Zheng to get more opportunities as much as possible. But now looking at their chat, do you want to continue to let Zheng Qi attack alone? But thinking about it really makes people feel so exciting. Zheng broke the record in 4 games. If Zheng Qi can break his record in 3 games, what is the concept? Of course, in theory, they are all players who played all 7 games, and breaking the record is also counted according to 7 games, not 3 or 4 games. However, in public opinion, they only used these few games to break the record. Such a player, 1 is already amazing, let alone 2. By then, the Overlord team will be very glorious in the World Cup. The new army will win the World Cup, and there will be 2 players who have broken the goal record one after another, winning the World Cup championship all the way, and scoring the most goals in the World Cup 32-strong match. It will be difficult not to be glorious after breaking this series of records. The players of the Overlord team have no other thoughts at this moment, and they only think that Zheng Qi and Zheng can accomplish this. Are you telling the truth? Overlord asked Zheng. Is this true? Of course I want to score more goals if I have the chance. Zheng Qi replied. That's for sure. We will all help you and let you score more goals. If you want to contain, we will contain, and if you want to support, we will support. Overlord patted his chest and answered immediately. Yes, that's right, that's it. Anyway, we will definitely help you fulfill such a wish. The players of the Overlord team answered one after another. You are so kind, I am so touched. Zheng Qi replied. Lu Xiaoshan patted him speechlessly. Focus on the game, but if I have the chance, I will not be soft. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi. Of course, but Brother Xiao, you also know that those guys are still very effective in marking you, and they will not relax their defense against you. Otherwise, with your offensive ability, would you only score one goal in the first half? Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Lu Xiaoshan nodded depressedly. He was also very clear about this. The opponent's defense against him was indeed still very attentive. Even if he noticed that the opponent focused on defending him and passed the ball immediately, the intensity of such defense did not decrease much. This also makes sense. If Zheng Qi wants to score, he has to rush from the midfield to the forward position, and Lu Xiaoshan is originally a forward. If he really relaxes his defense against him, who knows how many goals he can score in a game. Chapter 815. The back wave. After deciding to swipe each other, the Overlord team did not show any difference in the next attack. After the start of this game, the Overlord team did a comprehensive job in attack, showing all the offensive means they had shown before. The advantage of doing so is that the offensive is unpredictable, and the disadvantage is that the efficiency seems to be a little low, but under the performance of top attackers, the offensive efficiency is not actually that low. Not only them, but also Santos, it seems that there have been some mistakes, but the ability to seize opportunities is still well demonstrated. So when the Overlord team launched the attack, Santos did not notice anything wrong. They were running, intercepting, and defending in the zone, using their own running and confrontation to assist the Overlord team's attack. Zheng Qi took the ball and organized in the back, and Lu Xiaoshan ran in the front court ready to respond at any time. These 2 points are the most important points of the Overlord team, and of course the defense against them is the most powerful. However, relatively speaking, Zheng Qi's running range is too large, and he may appear in any position. It is impossible to have someone to guard him. If it is zone defense, 1 or 2 people will not have much impact on him, so they can only restrict him well. Lu Xiaoshan is easier to guard. No matter how fast he can run, he is also a center forward, and he must be the kind of center forward who is at the front, so Santos has never relaxed his defense against him. Of course, it is better to be able to mark one than to be unable to mark anyone. This is also what makes Lu Xiaoshan depressed. However, as a forward, it is easier to get scoring opportunities. Of course, you have to face a stricter defense system. This is the same for everyone. Zheng Qi is certainly difficult to guard, but it is much more difficult for him to score than Lu Xiaoshan. So Lu Xiaoshan still cooperated with the scoring opportunities created by Zheng Qi in the 2 games. This person knows almost always to score goals, and his shots are all aimed at the blind spot. It has almost become an instinct. This can not only be trained by hard training, but also depends on talent. Zheng Qi definitely has top talent in this regard. Young people nowadays are getting more and more abnormal. Thinking of Zheng Qi's abnormal performance in classical football, and then thinking about his abnormal performance in the professional game of football era, Lu Xiaoshan couldn't help but sigh. You know, when he debuted, he was also that guy who made those older opponents sigh that young people were too abnormal, but now as a successful veteran, facing the level shown by Zheng Qi, he had to make the same sigh. The back wave pushes the front wave, and the front wave days on the beach. Although few people can see such a scene now, it does not prevent them from understanding such words, especially such a scene can still be seen in a game of football era. After sighing like this, Lu Xiaoshan planned to fight with the opponent. When he broke the record before, Zheng Qi didn't complain at all. Now Zheng Qi wants to break his record, and the opponent's defense against him is indeed too strict. He is not afraid, but it is easier for Zheng Qi to score. In this case, of course, the guy who is easier to score should be responsible for scoring, and others will assist him. After Lu Xiaoshan started to run actively, the players of Santos began to pay attention to him. A striker of Lu Xiaoshan's level would not be ignored. Now that he is running actively, the opponent will certainly pay more attention to him. Who knows if he has other ideas? In this case, Santos defenders began to pay more attention to Lu Xiaoshan's running. After all, once Lu Xiaoshan received the ball in the right position, it would be difficult for Lusso to defend him alone. There must be someone to help defend him. Invisibly, Lucian attracted enough attention. Zheng Qi was of course aware of this immediately. After sighing in his heart that Lucian was worthy at being Lucian and would always look so cool, he began to choose to force a breakthrough in the middle with the ball, as if he wanted to force a connection with Lucian. Zheng Qi's breakthrough caught Santos' defense off guard. Ronaldinho, who came up to interfere with Zheng Qi, was broken by Zheng Qi, but soon, Santos' defense began to concentrate, laying layers of interceptions in the middle to block Zheng Qi's advance. Lucian, who was running, was also stared at, to prevent the two of them from forming a quick combination. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi decisively chose to pass the ball. He passed the ball to the side. Zheng Qi, who was pulling the ball to the side, passed the ball to Zheng Qi, who was advancing again, ready to open the situation from the side. Seeing the ball pass to the side, Lucian, who was originally competing for position with the opponent's defender at the front of the penalty area, began to prepare to advance, as if he was ready to grab a point, and Zheng Qi also began to move forward. Although he was a little far from the goal, once he sprinted, he would not be ashamed to enter the penalty area quickly. The defenders of Santos began to return to defense one after another. In the penalty area, they must ensure that there are enough defenders to gain some advantages in defense. However, he did not go to the bottom, but quickly dribbled the ball horizontally and broke through. This breakthrough came very suddenly. When Zheng Qi broke through, Lucian began to move towards the penalty area. Although he would not rush very fiercely and would not put himself in an offside position, the defenders of Santos had to be careful that Zheng Qi sent a lob, and then Lucian faced the goalkeeper with a forward insertion even if Cesar was ready to attack. Unconsciously, Santos' defender was focused on the penalty area. Zheng Qi sent a cross pass to the front of the penalty area, where a small gap appeared. The next moment, Zheng Qi appeared at that position, and then faced the rolling ball and volleyed it directly. This distance is not too far, a little close to the goal, and it is not easy to kick a spinning ball in this position. Of course, if the arc is good enough, it can be more threatening. Everyone knows that the closer their shooting point is to the goal, the more difficult it is for the goalkeeper to react, but it is generally believed that the best shooting point for a spinning ball is between 25 and 30 meters, so that the arc can be kicked out more easily, and the goalkeeper has no chance to react. However, Zheng Qi's shot was only about 22 or 23 meters away from the goal. The arc was perfect. The ball quickly flew into the air, then quickly slid down and plunged into the dead corner of the goal. Cesar didn't even have time to react. You know, he is famous for his reaction, but facing a spinning ball at such a distance, he really couldn't react. After scoring, Zheng Qi waved his fist and then looked at Bailey, as if to demonstrate to him. Show your ability to score goals. I scored 2, and he has to score 2 too. Bailey couldn't help asking in the team channel. It's very likely, but maybe he did it on purpose to make us focus on him, so we can't help but be vigilant. If Chen Fengxiao's defender is relaxed, his lethality may be greater. You all saw his goal in the first half. We almost didn't show any flaws, but he still forced your goal. Dunga said. The other Santos players nodded one after another. Although Zheng Qi has scored 5 goals now, the goals he scored while running are not particularly difficult to defend. Zheng Qi just made full use of his strong running ability. At the same time, he seized every time when there was a little gap for shooting. Such performance may not be achieved often. For such an attack, even if the defender is strengthened, it is impossible to leave him no gaps at all, but to make other defensive positions have bigger flaws. In this case, they can only make up for the defender in other places, which is more cost-effective. Even if Zheng Qi keeps scoring, they can't take care of it. In fact, every opponent who plays against the Overlord team inevitably has such a mentality, especially after Lucian scored 30 goals in the first 4 games. If Lucian is not focused on, Lucian will bring a steady stream of goals. If Lucian is focused on, although Zheng Qi will also bring a steady stream of goals, at least, the difficulty of his scoring is a little more than Lucian. Of course, those outstanding opponents will think of this. In this case, Santos will naturally defend Lucian more closely. They can only defend against Zheng Qi in the area, and cannot follow Zheng Qi to disrupt the entire defense line. This is how Boca Juniors lost the last game. Of course, before that, they still have to rely on offense to catch up with the score first. They scored 2 goals at the beginning of the second half, but the Overlord team also scored 2 goals, and continued to maintain a 2-goal advantage. This is not a good thing. Being behind by 2 goals all the time will always put them under great pressure. Only by reducing the number of goals to 1 goal as much as possible can the team maintain a better state. Let's go and score a goal. Let's get the score back by 1. Bailey waved his arms, and the Santos players nodded at the same time. In any case, they can't give up the attack, whether it's the multi-point blossoming in the first half or focusing all their attention on Bailey in the second half. Bailey will not let him down. This young striker has the top offensive level. In Brazil, in the World Cup, his goal-scoring ability is second to none. Such a super shooter, as long as he is given enough confidence, he can score enough goals. This is not only what the Santos players, but also that Brazilian fans and commentators think. So 3 minutes later, they cheered at the same time, and gave a huge cheer for Bailey's hat-trick at the beginning of the second half. For these famous Brazilian players, Pelé is also a new wave. Chapter 816. Are you satisfied? Bailey's goal was a wonderful individual performance. He received a cross pass from Garrincha outside the penalty area, and then made a long-range fake move to Zheng to defend, but quickly dunked the ball. After breaking through Mbu, Bailey took 2 steps forward with the ball, and then raised his foot as if to pass it to Ronaldo, which made Zheng come up a little slower. As a result, Bailey dunked the ball back on the spot, and then suddenly kicked a long shot. The same wonderful spinning ball began to fall rapidly from the penalty area and plunged into the dead corner of the goal. It's amazing, it seems to be provoking me, Zheng Qi said. He also gave us a problem. Is he trying to imitate our offensive method to prove his level, or is he doing this deliberately to make us only pay attention to him imitating our offensive? Lu Xiaoshan said. Why think so much, just attack well and score another goal. Zheng Qi waved his hand. There is no point in thinking too much, understand? The players of the Overlord team nodded repeatedly. Yes, they are still leading by 1 goal and have the opportunity to attack. Now is not the time for them to be anxious. As long as they can expand their lead to 2 goals again, they will not have any problems. Unfortunately, they did not seem to do this. In the next attack, the Overlord team played very beautifully. After continuous passes, the ball was handed over to Zheng Qi in a threatening position. Zheng Qi pretended to break through, but passed the ball to the back point. Lu Xiaoshan, who was withdrawing, attracted the attention of the opponent's defender. Zheng Qi, who was inserted in the back row, received Zheng Qi's pass and faced the goalkeeper alone. This is a good offensive opportunity. Although the angle is not very straight, it is not difficult to score. However, Zheng Qi's shot was not very lucky. Caesar fell to the ground and reacted quickly. In order to avoid his save range, Zheng Qi pursued an angle that was too far out. Although the ball bypassed Caesar's hand that was stretched out, it hit the outside of the far post and bounced back into the penalty area. Carlos, who was returning to defensa, controlled the ball under his feet, and the Overlord team's players could only return to defensa quickly. Don't take it to heart, it's just an offensive mistake, Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi while running back. Zheng Qi nodded. He didn't feel too much pressure. He didn't make any mistakes in the shot just now. He could only say that he was unlucky. He could still see this clearly. However, 2 minutes later, his mentality was not so stable. Santos resisted an attack by the Overlord team, which boosted their morale and made them sure that as long as they actively ran and defended, they didn't need to target the opponent. They could increase the opponent's error rate in the attack through continuous running and defensa. The offensive rhythm of both sides was accelerating. They could launch a wave of attacks in almost 1 or 2 minutes. In this case, who wouldn't make a few mistakes? It just depends on who makes fewer mistakes. In other words, it depends on who has worse luck. Santos' luck seemed to be worse than the Overlord team in that first half, but in the second half, it will be reversed. With this idea in mind, the players of Santos attacked with fewer concerns and played their level to the fullest. Bailey got the ball again near the 30-meter area, and the players of the Overlord team prepared to defend in the middle. Bailey's consecutive goals just now made them feel a little worried, but Bailey quickly passed the ball. After Ronaldo, who was at the front of the penalty area, received the ball and broke through the penalty area beautifully. Facing the attacking fan Zheng Qi, he quickly shot the ball into the dead corner of the goal. 9-9. In less than 5 minutes, Santos seized the opportunity and scored 2 goals in a row, tying the score. This reality made the Brazilian fans in the stands crazy. They saw their hope of victory, even though only 16 or 17 minutes had passed in the second half. The Chinese fans began to worry. Although the Overlord team's advantage was still there, the momentum shown by Santos made them feel a little worried. At this moment on the court, Zheng Qi also began to bear huge pressure. If he had resisted Santos' attack just now, then of course he would have no problem at all. But now that Santos has equalized the score, his pressure naturally arises, even though he actually did nothing wrong at the moment. Don't worry, we will be ahead again. Zhang Qi patted Zheng on the shoulder and said. Zheng nodded, but his eyes were already a little scattered at this moment. Although he didn't want to think too much, his thoughts couldn't help but drift at this time. Hey, what are you doing? At this time, Zheng Qi patted his shoulder and called him over. Ah? What's wrong? Zheng was stunned for a moment, then asked. Something is wrong with you. I don't want to find that you made a low-level cross when I want to grab the ball. Zheng Qi said. I'm a little depressed. Zheng nodded and answered honestly. Don't be depressed. Even if we still don't score and the opponent overtakes us, it's nothing strange. Do you understand? This game is all about success rate, and success rate is not 50%, which means one attack is successful and the other is failed. Maybe we can succeed several times in a row, or we can fail several times in a row. Success and failure may depend on luck. However, if we don't get confused, we can change our luck. Do you believe it? Zheng Qi said to Zheng. I believe it. Zheng nodded. I don't think you believe it. You say so, but you don't think so in your heart. Zheng Qi laughed. Zheng spread his hands helplessly. Then what should I say so that you'll believe it? It's not a question of whether I believe it or not, it's a question of how you do it. Ask yourself a question, even if you get the runner-up, can you be satisfied? You may have thought before that it was enough to come to the World Cup, but now you have stepped onto the stage of the finals, and you have secured the second place and are fighting for the first place. If you get the runner-up at this time, will you be happy? Will you be willing? Will you be satisfied? Zheng Qi asked 3 questions in a row, like a heavy hammer. Each one hits Zheng's heart hard. Not only hits Zheng's heart, but also hit the hearts of every player of the Overlord team. Yes, we have now stepped onto the highest stage, sitting second and looking forward to the first place. No matter what happens in the end, we're at least the runner-up, but if we really get the runner-up, can we be satisfied? Of course not. Damn it, at this time, who would be satisfied with the runner-up? Are there any kings, princes, generals, and ministers? Although there is only one champion, why can't it be me? They had been telling themselves that no matter what the final result was, they had already gained a lot, so there was no need to rush, no need to have any emotional changes, just play that game steadily. However, at this time, they felt, what was enough, was not enough. When it came to the finals, of course they had to attack the championship, and the runner-up was not something they would consider at all. Of course I'm not satisfied. Zheng looked at Zheng Qi and said very seriously. Very good, so we can win a championship together. Zheng Qi laughed. What should we do? Zheng asked seriously. Focus on attacking, don't be distracted. Zheng Qi said simply. It's the same as what we agreed on before. We already know this. Why do you have to say it again? Zheng asked very depressed. Because you were distracted, idiot. Otherwise, why should I emphasize it? Do you want to win the championship? If you do, don't think too much. Just focus on the game. The championship will definitely belong to us. No matter whether they will lead us or force us into a desperate situation, as long as we work hard, the championship will definitely belong to us. Zheng Qi said in a very calm tone in the team channel. That doesn't make sense. Fan Zheng couldn't help but sigh. It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't have to make sense to make us play better. If we don't believe that we can win the championship, then why will the championship belong to us? Zheng Qi asked back. The players of the Overlord team were stunned at first, and then fell silent. So, don't think too much, concentrate on the game, and stick to the end. At the time, it will be the time for us to embrace the goddess of victory. Zheng Qi continued to say in a calm tone. No problem. The players of the Overlord team responded one after another, and the mood was excited. It's not that they really think that as long as they believe, they will definitely win the championship, but they have now figured out a truth. In this case, only by continuing to maintain a stable mentality can they better help the Overlord teams advance and allow Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan to fully exert their level. Only when their 2 levels are fully exerted can the Overlord team win the championship. This is what Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan have been emphasizing, but just now because of the changes in the game situation, they have been a little shaken, and Zheng Qi specially emphasized it again. They are now firm in their beliefs, at least, they can't have any impact on the Overlord team's advance because of their own shakes. This is what they must do in the game. It is also their biggest role in the team. If they can't play such a role because of their emotional changes, then they really can't forgive themselves. As players who were impacting the championship, they can't do much, at least not much compared to Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. If they can't even do this well, then they can't forgive themselves. At this moment, they have restabilized their hearts. Chapter 817. Handsome or not, you're really good at boosting morale. Lu Xiaoshan whispered in Zheng Qi's ear. It's a routine operation, isn't it? Zheng Qi also whispered and covered his mouth. My team never needs me to boost morale. Lu Xiaoshan said very awesomely. So you can't regroup when you're in desperate situations. This is your fault. Zheng Qi said, almost making Lu Xiaoshan's nose crooked with anger. But joking aside, calm emotions aside, if you want to score a goal, you do need some luck. The swiping game means that both sides have a lot of offensive opportunities. Such opportunities do not mean that if one side chooses to stop, the opportunities of both sides will be reduced. In the crazy offensive and defensive games, both sides have already fought hard, and it is impossible to stop at all. Although there are still more than 20 minutes and nearly 30 minutes in the second half of the game, it is indeed a very difficult thing to get them to stop. Now both sides are like accelerated trains, completely out of control. Both sides can only force the train to run wildly on the track until they reach the end, and then naturally stop. If they force themselves to stop in the middle, the train will be destroyed and people will die. Therefore, in such an attack, the possibility of mistakes in the attack is too great. Even if both sides now choose to let the core players play alone, so that they're less likely to make mistakes, it is still normal to make mistakes in the process of passing and organizing. The next attack of the Overlord team made another mistake. After Thong'ai received the ball on the wing, there was nothing wrong with his cross. Lu Xiaoshan grabbed the first landing point. The Overlord followed up with a header and intended to pass the ball to the middle, but Caesar, who attacked in time, intercepted the ball in the middle. Pay attention in the penalty area next time. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The Overlord nodded repeatedly. This was his mistake. The continuous flurry in the penalty area gave Caesar a chance to react. Don't make such a mistake again in the future. He was a little hasty just now. Lu Xiaoshan's flurry position was good. He had the opportunity to head the ball directly. Even if he didn't head the ball, he should have flurried the ball to the outside to avoid Caesar's control range. Otherwise, being intercepted by the opponent in the middle of the game would be the only consequence. It is normal for such mistakes to occur occasionally in the game. The players of the Overlord team will not be troubled by this at the moment. However, the Chinese fans in the stands are a little anxious from before to now. The Overlord team has failed to score through offensive for 3 consecutive times. Although it is normal to fail to score in 3 attacks in general games, it is a rare situation for the Overlord team. Now it has happened. How can this make Chinese fans a little anxious? Fuck, what happened to the boss? They haven't scored for 3 consecutive times. Leader Rui shouted in surprise. Don't panic, this situation is normal. There is nothing wrong with their performance. They just made a few small mistakes. It's not a big problem. Shinrao Fei replied. The opponent is about to take the lead. Leader Rui was still very anxious. Don't worry, it's just 1 or 2 goals. It's not the time to decide the outcome yet. There is still a chance. And Santos may not be able to score this time. This time it was Liu Shibo's turn to comfort Leader Rui. Seeing the 2 big guys save this, Leader Rui felt relieved. Leader Rui knew the level of Shinrao Fei and Liu Shibo. These 2 people are also geniuses. Not only are they professional players in the football era, they also have a keen sense of classical football and their vision is improving very quickly. They all said there is no problem, so there must be no big problem. The extraordinary players thought so, and slowly began to calm down and watch the next game. However, many Chinese fans were not as calm as them, especially 2 minutes later. Lasso, who was assisting the team, received the ball from Bailey and began to force a breakthrough from the middle. His breakthrough attracted the attention of the defenders of the Overlord team, and Bailey's lateral running also attracted a lot of attention. At this time, Lasso sent a beautiful overhead ball and kept ambushing in the penalty area. Ronaldo, who was on the same line as the last central defender, made a beautiful forward insertion. Then he unloaded Lasso's pass and shot into the far corner before Fanzings rushed out to save. Bailey jumped up and waved his fist vigorously. Although he didn't shoot just now, his action attracted the attention of all the players of the Overlord team. This is also the role that the core players can play. Obviously, the Overlord team also attacked in this way, but in the previous attack, the other players of the Overlord team hit some problems and missed opportunities in succession. The two opportunities were not bad, but they just didn't grasp them. This is the biggest weakness of the Overlord team. Bailey firmly thought in his heart that Zheng Qi and Lucian might not make any mistakes, but it was impossible for his teammates not to make mistakes under such circumstances. Maybe Santos players would also make mistakes, but compared with the Overlord team, the possibility of them making mistakes would be much smaller. In the case that the main players of both sides could not completely carry the offensive, the confrontation between the other players of both sides, of course, the players of Santos would have the upper hand. Just thinking of this is enough to prove how much the players of Santos have already occupied at this time. They took the lead and scored the 10th goal of the game. At the end of the first half, they were still 2 goals behind. In the second half, they had played for more than 20 minutes so far, and they had scored 5 goals. What about the Overlord team? Only 2. From this point of view, Santos's game in the second half was a complete blast of the Overlord team's players. Bailey and Zheng Qi, the main cause of both sides. Bailey scored 3 and Zheng Qi scored 2. Zheng Qi was not at a disadvantage, but in the confrontation between other players, it was the Santos players who had a greater advantage. Don't be anxious, really, this is a point I want to emphasize again, everyone must not be anxious at this time. Zheng Qi said in the team channel, let's equalize the score first, take it slow, the game still has a long time. Don't worry, we will definitely not be anxious, the mistakes just now will not happen again. Overlord replied. Are you a sensei? Zheng Qi asked. Such an old joke is still being said, brother, are you from the last century? Zheng Qi complained. Then you also know that we are from the same era. Zheng Qi smiled. Besides, classics will not disappear with the passage of time. I say, shouldn't we think more about the game at this time? Lucian said coldly. Let's go to the game. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said nonchalantly. They don't seem to be affected. Bailey looked at the players of the Overlord team from a distance and asked in surprise. Pretend not to be affected. Ronald and Ho smiled and said. Just force yourself to be calm. Don't take it lightly, be careful, don't forget that this is the final. Dunga said. The players of Santos nodded at the same time. Indeed, they were only leading by 1 goal. In such a situation, the advantage of 1 goal was really nothing. They only had a small advantage. Whether they could maintain such an advantage until the end was the key to this game. It was not time to relax yet. Therefore, after the next game resumed, the running and interception of the Santos players still did not ease. They continued to interfere with the attack of the Overlord team with running, focusing on Zheng Qi and Lucian, and being relatively relaxed in other positions. Damn, this is underestimating us. The other players of the Overlord team were all holding their breath, but they couldn't say anything. Who made them make several consecutive mistakes before? Although in such a rhythm, it is inevitable that there will be some mistakes in the offensive, but the opponent is also in such a situation, why didn't they make mistakes? They beat us. I can't stand it. With such emotions, the players of the Overlord team began to be more active in running and responding, and the interspersed more threatening, which continuously brought pressure to the defense of Santos. Under the double attack of the opponent, Zheng Qi passed the ball beautifully. The retreating Overlord took the ball and began to force a breakthrough into the penalty area. After attracting the attention of the opponent's defender, he made an emergency stop and then quickly split the ball. Zheng Qi, who was advancing forward, received the ball and took advantage of the situation to break through the penalty area. Caesar made a timely attack. He judged that Zheng Qi's breakthrough seemed a bit big, so he rushed out immediately. Even if he couldn't clear the siege in advance, he could make Zheng Qi have no room to shoot. However, Zheng Qi was not panicked at all. He got the ball first. Then he didn't stop the ball, but quickly shook his ankle and passed the ball directly. This pass was beyond everyone's expectations. The Overlord and Lucian, who rushed forward to grab the point in the penalty area, attracted the attention of almost everyone, but he passed the ball directly back to the penalty spot. There appeared Zheng Qi. Before Zheng Qi passed the ball, he was still outside the penalty area, but at this moment, he rushed over. Zheng Qi passed the ball very quickly, and he also moved forward very quickly, so he had no room to adjust his shooting action. In this case, if he wanted to touch the ball instead of watching it roll past him, he could only use the most direct method, quickly flying down and shooting. Of course, such an action could not pursue any angle, any power, or any speed, but such a shot was enough. Because of Caesar's attack, Santos's goal was just an empty goal at the moment. The ball shoveled out by Zheng Qi rolled to the dead corner of the goal, and then quickly flew into the goal. After scoring the goal, Zheng Qi did not get up, but just lay there, until Lu Xiaoshen's expressionless system face appeared in his sight. "Is he handsome?" Zheng Qi asked. "He's not handsome at all," Lu Xiaoshen replied. Chapter 818. Stay calm. At this time, probably only Lu Xiaoshen would answer coolness. Zheng Qi was asking the wrong person. If he had not asked Lu Xiaoshen but asked other players of the Overlord team, he would have received compliments from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Zheng Qi didn't care too much about this. After laughing twice, he pulled Lu Xiaoshen's hand and climbed up. After helping the Overlord team to tie the score, he had completed a double hat-trick in this game, and he was still 4 goals away from tying Lu Xiaoshen's goal record. He scored all 3 goals of the Overlord team in the second half of the game, which was enough to alert any opponent. However, in the previous few attacks, the Overlord team's attack was not all focused on Zheng Qi, and some opportunities were wasted, but Zheng Qi seized his own opportunities. So even if it fell into the eyes of Bailey and others, Zheng Qi's continuous scoring was abnormal, but the Overlord team's attack method was normal. Since it was normal, there was nothing to worry about. The score was now 10-10, and there was still more than 20 minutes before the end of the game. Continue to attack and take the lead into your own hands. Santos launched a tide-like attack, but even if their players are better at grasping opportunities, they will not be able to grasp opportunities every time they attack. In fact, their team has performed beyond their level in the previous consecutive goals. In addition, they have been holding back a lot of anger in their heart when they were behind. After taking the lead, this anger has dissipated a lot unconsciously. Although this is not a decisive factor, it still has a certain impact on the course of the game. In the next attack, Santos players are still constantly looking for and creating opportunities. They also created some opportunities, but it is not so easy to grasp them. After Bailey broke through, he passed the ball to Ronaldinho, who took advantage of the situation to pass the ball to the far corner. This pass was quite beautiful, just crossing the defense line of the Overlord team and fallen to the back point where the defender was empty. Zheng Qi, who was advancing, resolutely kicked the ball at a small angle. Zheng Qi controlled the shot very well. The ball flew over Fan Xingji's head and then flew towards the goal. Just when the Chinese fans thought they were going to fall behind again, the ball hit the bottom of the crossbar heavily, then fell down, then hit the goal line and bounced up, and bounced out of the goal. Fan Xingji, who was still lying on the ground, jumped up quickly and scooped the ball out of the air. His reaction was indeed a little poor in the first save just now, but now he was able to react again. On the goal line, the goalkeeper always looks very strong. Ronaldinho was a step slower in the supplementary shot, and he hit Fan Xingji just when he took the ball off. The system whistle sounded, Ronaldinho collided with the goalkeeper and fouled. The Overlord team took a free kick from the backcourt in the penalty area. Ronaldinho shook his head depressedly. This foul was not serious and would not cause him to be carded, but losing such a goal opportunity would still make people feel very depressed. Okay, now it's our turn to attack, let's go ahead again. Zheng Qi waved his arms and shouted coquettishly. He didn't say it in the team channel, but shouted it directly, so many Santos players also heard it. This made them feel very angry and Want to lead? What do you think of us? So, next they ran very actively when defending, struggling to resist the attack of the Overlord team, and followed them desperately, especially with Zheng Qi. In addition to Dunga, there was also Rivaldo. The two followed him tightly, as if Zheng Qi was their enemy. In this case, Zheng Qi still showed his excellent ball control skills. While controlling the ball, he raised his foot and passed the ball to Yinggu, who was unguarded. With no one defending at the front of the penalty area, Yinggu dared to shoot. He adjusted it a little, and met the ball with a powerful long shot. The quality of this shot was very high, flying close to the ground to the lower right corner of the goal, and then Caesar made a wonderful save, and barely lifted the ball out with his fingertips. The ball flew diagonally to the sideline, and was about to fly out of the sideline to give the Overlord team a throw-in in the front court, but Carlos flew and slid, and hooked the ball back. Silva received the ball, and then passed it to Dunga, who came up to receive it. Dunga controlled the ball under his feet, and the Santos players began to move forward one after another, preparing for the next attack. Not only are our teammates excellent, but we also have an advantage in goalkeeping. Bailey thought to himself. This series of actions made him more confident about the next victory. Goalkeepers are of course very important. Although with the great improvement of the personal qualities of players and the easier offense, the importance of goalkeepers to a team is not as outstanding as before, but there are still some differences. It's a very simple question. If the offensive level of both teams is similar, the opportunities and threats created are also similar, but one team's goalkeeper is better, even if they only save one more ball than the other team's goalkeeper, then they will have an advantage in the game. In Bailey's opinion, the current situation of the Overlord team is like this. They have no disadvantages compared to Santos in terms of offense, and even have advantages. However, this advantage is supported by two top players. In terms of the performance of other attackers and goalkeepers, Santos has more advantages. If this advantage is brought into play and displayed on the court, then naturally Santos has a better advantage. The score is still a draw, but it is their turn to attack again. The confident Bailey led a very beautiful attack in the next game. He changed his position to the wing and received the ball. Carlos inserted the side to attract Uziki's attention, but Bailey took the opportunity to pass the ball into the penalty area and then accelerated the breakthrough. Cutting into the penalty area from the ribs, the success rate of this attack is very high, but it is precisely because the success rate of this attack is very high that it is also a very difficult thing to play it smoothly. However, Bailey's breakthrough this time was very beautiful. He just caught the fleeting floor between the side back and the central defender on the defense line of the Overlord team and successfully cut into the penalty area. After entering the penalty area, the next thing seemed relatively simple. Bailey was a super player who was good at both passing and shooting. If he succeeded in breaking into the penalty area during the game, it would be enough to turn the opponent's penalty area upside down. This time was no exception. In this case, the defense of the Overlord team was immediately in chaos. Bailey was not polite. When Xiang Zhuang rushed over, he quickly raised his foot and passed the ball to Ronaldo, who was unguarded in the penalty area. Ronaldo did not stop the ball and directly shot the ball into the goal of the Overlord team with a clean shot. 11-10, Santos took the lead again. This lead immediately dispelled the faint feeling of uneasiness in the hearts of Brazilian fans. After seeing that the Overlord team finally scored a goal and tied the score, and also stopped an attack by Santos, they were actually a little worried in their hearts. What if the Overlord team was in poor condition before and now began to explode? If they fall behind again, Santos will have no chance to turn the situation around. And now, the team they support has also stopped the opponent's attack, and at the same time, it has also made their own attack achieve good results, leading again, which of course makes them even more ecstatic. After waving away the worries, the ecstatic feeling they get is of course even more exciting. So at this moment in the stands, the shouts of Brazilian fans are full of passion and joy, which is an emotion that cannot be expressed under normal emotions. Attack, why are you looking at me? Zheng Qi looked at his teammates who were a little dazed and laughed. It's just an unfavorable attack and defense. Isn't this normal? They are getting more motivated, but what does this have to do with us? We have never thought of relying on their mistakes to win. What we want is to rely on our own outstanding performance to win, and there are still about 20 minutes left. Why are you in a hurry? The players of the Overlord team nodded silently. Yes, there is no need to rush. There is still time for the game. Hold on to their attack. Their state has begun to decline. Such frequent loss of offensive opportunities is enough to prove this. We can expand our advantage little by little. When we lead by 2 or even 3 goals, we can easily waste the remaining time. Dunga waved his fist and cheered for the whole team in that team channel. They were full of confidence at the moment, and they also showed an extremely good state in defense. Speaking of mentality, it is still very important. After the start of the second half, the mentality of the Santos players has actually been in a relatively excited state, while the players of the Overlord team are relatively stable. It's not that they're already experienced to this extent, but for the Overlord team, they have to be calm. Only in a calm state can they show their best level and better help Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Too high or too low emotions and states are not suitable. Stability is the best. There is nothing wrong with this approach, but when the Santos players are relatively excited, they will certainly suffer a lot in their performance. This is the case with the previous few failed attacks. They did not make too big mistakes, but the opponent's more excited attitude made them suffer a lot in the game without realizing it. There was a little deviation. With such a deviation, they will certainly suffer, which is also unavoidable. Zheng Qi knew this, so he had no opinion at all. The players of the Overlord team also understood this. They knew that at this time, they had to stay calm. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 819 Don't worry, stay calm, welcome the game with the best and most perfect state, don't have too much emotional fluctuations, do your job well, this is what the Overlord team players have been telling themselves. And they've always done so. It is certainly not easy to do this, but the Overlord team has always done so. This is also because Zheng Qi and Lucian set an example for them. These two people are serious professional players. In their view, these professional requirements are very normal, and the Overlord team players are very honest and obedient, and they just supported it, so that they began to have a reasonable foundation to treat the game with such a nearly professional attitude. At this time, the Overlord team players still showed their extremely stable psychological quality, which was very valuable, and there were no mistakes in their performance. From a certain perspective, they are the best teammates that Zheng Qi and Lucian can find. Although there are many players in the world who are stronger than them, this kind of mentality that is close to the quality of top professional players is not something that every top player can have. It can even be said that any top player is unlikely to have such a psychological quality. No matter how experienced a player is, he or she can only have more experience in the game and face more situations. But how much can he or she have? There are no professional games in classical football, and it is impossible for all teams of equal level to constantly compete in the game and show their best side. This is not something that can be done casually. It requires long-term and strict training and correct guidance. These strong teams in the World Cup play a lot of games every year, but their opponents are nothing more than opponents that they can meet around them. There is not much communication between strong teams. Because of the relatively closed environment, any moves that the strong teams come up with are likely to have a good enough effect in the World Cup. In this case, who can feel at ease to show all their strength in the game? In this case, they have rich experience in the game, but they have very little real top experience. And what about the players of the Overlord team? Their level is lower, but since last year, the players of the Overlord team have been accustomed to always facing strong enemies. They have tried their best in every game, and they have completed it while maintaining a balanced mentality. This situation may not improve the real level of the players of the Overlord team much, but their experience is rapidly improving. Under such circumstances, the Overlord team has reached a professional level, their strength is relatively average, but their mentality is extremely strong. Of course, this is also because Zheng Qi and Lucian are constantly guiding them. Without these two top professional players, mainly Lucian, his experience is so rich that few people in the entire league can match him. Not only has he been a professional player for a long time, but he has also been playing in the highest end games. This is much stronger than Ben Shiqiang. With these two people leading the way, it is difficult for the Overlord team not to make rapid progress in this regard. Of course, this is also because the players of the Overlord team are very obedient, which will produce such a good effect. Under such circumstances, the Overlord team maintained a calm attack, although it still seemed a little insufficient, but in fact, in terms of stability, it was still better than the opponent. The previous performance of the Santos players was a little excited, which gave them some advantages, but people's emotions will not last forever. There will be peaks and troughs, even in the same game. After a team launches a fierce attack and is in good shape for a while, they will always slowly relax. This is even inevitable for every player. Therefore, professional players will pay attention to balance and stability, not to explode, but to play their strength. Normally professional games take a long time, not just 1 or 2 games, and the significance of explosions is not particularly great. Only stable performance can get the expected results. Of course, explosions are also important, which means that you may be able to get better results, but before that, it is still the key to ensure that you can get the expected results. In other words, stability is daily, and explosions are occasional, and no one can take occasional as a meal. It's not that explosions are bad, but explosions often have sequelae, often have accidents, or may lose more. Of course, you may gain more. The players of Santos have gradually come out of their excitement. When they took the lead in one breath, their spirit began to gradually decline. When Zheng Qi equalized the score, and then they stopped the opponent's attack again and took the lead again, they had passed the last peak and began to decline. It was inevitable. The players of Santos did not notice, or even noticed any changes in themselves. However, the players of the Overlord team, who had been treating the game relatively steadily, seemed to begin to feel that the pressure brought by the opponent's interception seemed to be much smaller than before. Compared with the previous outbreak of excitement, it was of course much smaller. The players of the Overlord team may not understand this truth, but they will not give up their choice. Yingbu got the ball in the back, which is not a good place to launch an attack. Either pass it to the wing or directly to the middle. It is difficult to directly threaten the opponent's defender. However, at this time, he felt that the opponent's defender was not as tight as before, and it was a good offensive opportunity. If he adjusted it again, he might lose such an offensive opportunity. But he didn't know how to attack in such a situation, and then Zheng Qi appeared in his sight. Hearing Zheng Qi's voice asking for the ball from the team channel, Yingbu didn't hesitate and passed the ball with 1 foot. A half-high ball, this is Zheng Qi's request. Such a ball is not easy to receive. When Yingbu passed the ball, Zheng Qi was half-turned and running forward. Such a movement was very awkward. Zheng Qi immediately stuck to Zheng Qi from the side, making it more difficult for him to get the ball. It was also a very effective way to create some obstacles for Zheng Qi to get the ball. He had long since stopped expecting to be able to directly intercept Zheng Qi's ball. That was an almost impossible thing. Instead of consuming too much energy on that kind of thing, it would be better to concentrate on interfering with him and causing him more and more trouble. Under Zheng Qi's interference, Zheng Qi made a beautiful move. He did not stop the ball, but faced the falling ball, turned sideways and directly volleyed it, then accelerated himself and left Zheng Qi behind. This time, Zheng Qi did not make any extra moves, and it was also beyond Zheng Qi's expectations. Zheng Qi suddenly missed the ball and stumbled forward a few steps involuntarily. When he turned around, Zheng Qi was already far away. After getting rid of Zheng Qi, the defensive force Zheng Qi faced was actually very weak. Ronald and Ho had not returned to defensa, and the defenders of Santos were also restrained by the other forwards of the Overlord team. His breakthrough was too sudden, so after Zheng Qi regained control of the ball, he was already close to the front of the penalty area. Silver rushed over to defend Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi took advantage of the situation and accelerated to break through, rushing past him again. Hasty defensa is always easy to be eaten by others with a fake move, and Silver is like this now. After breaking through a defender again, Zheng Qi entered the penalty area, and then faced Caesar who was attacking, and quickly kicked and shot. Caesar fell to the ground a step slower, and the ball rolled under his armpit and flew quickly into the blind spot of the goal. A wonderful goal. The Overlord team has equalized the score again. It's Yuan Thong's 7th goal of the game. Unknowingly, he scored all 4 goals for the Overlord team in the second half. What a scary guy. This also means that he is only 3 goals away from his teammate Chen Fengxiao. Among the 2 attackers of the Overlord team, Chen Fengxiao scored 31 and Yuan Thong scored 28. The goals scored by the 2 of them have exceeded all the goals scored by any team so far. A wonderful breakthrough, passing 2 people in a row. After a short period of silence, Yuan Thong showed his scoring ability again. Now he is starting to score like crazy like in the first 2 games. Will Santos' defense be greatly affected? Their previous tactics of dispersed defense were very successful, but now Yuan Thong has begun to show his explosive scoring ability. What should Santos do? Continue with the previous defensive strategy. In this case, Yuan Thong's defensive power will seem very small. The commentators began to discuss the goal just now. It was obvious that this goal was another perfect performance of Zheng Qi's personal level. Such performances are quite common for Zheng Qi, and it is not rare at all. Moreover, when he starts to explode, he will definitely not only score 1 or 2 goals. This is indeed a huge pressure for Santos. In fact, we don't have to worry. In the first half, they led us by 2 goals, not relying on his personal ability, but on the team's cooperation and organization. Now they have given up this offensive method and started to return to the old way of individual offense, which means that they have no other way. Now we have to continue to defend against their offense. When Yuan Thong gets the ball, concentrate and force him to pass the ball. The scoring ability of those guys in the Overlord team is not very strong. Just pay attention to Chen Fengxiao. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. As the person with the best offensive ability in the team, Zheng Qi's judgment on defense is of course recognized by everyone. Of course, our most important task is still offense. Bailey quickly added. That's right, let's attack. Zheng Qi nodded in appreciation. Don't forget this, offense is our foundation, and now we have the advantage. In the case of a draw, we attack first. Chapter 820 Keynote. Zheng Qi's words played a stabilizing role at this time. However, what he didn't expect and didn't notice was that the state of the Santos team's players had begun to go downhill little by little. But it was normal that he didn't expect it. Not only did he not expect it and didn't notice it, but the Santos players themselves didn't notice it. After all, such a change can be said to be quite subtle and can't play a decisive role for the time being, even if the Overlord team's players have vaguely noticed it. Santos, who had stabilized his mind, began to counterattack. Their attack was very smooth before, which made them more confident when attacking, but they were unconsciously less cautious. For them, such performance would not make them notice anything wrong, but in the eyes of the Overlord team players who had been attacking and defending in a stable state, at this time, the attack they faced seemed to be much more jumpy than before, and the pressure created seemed to be much less. This difference would be difficult to detect if the Overlord team's players had not been dealing with it with a relatively stable mentality and performance on the court. Now that they have noticed it, they have begun to appear more confident. The opponent is different, the opponent's state has begun to decline, the opponent's situation is not good, then for us, of course, is a great news. They began to run more actively, and intercepted the opponent's attack more effectively. The Santos players did not notice anything wrong. The opponent's defense has always been very active. They just need to be patient in the attack, that's enough. Thinking of this, the Santos players began to pass more, and at the same time constantly gave the ball to Bailey, letting him dominate the game. When Bailey received the ball, the Overlord team pressed him more fiercely. Bailey was not surprised but happy about this situation. You come to mark me, then in other positions, our pressure will be much lighter. In Bailey's view, if he can score goals, he will score goals. If the opponent focuses on marking him, then of course he will let his teammates solve the problem. Since the beginning of the second half, he has scored a lot of goals, but he will also pass the ball when he has the opportunity, and his teammates have basically seized the opportunities he created. In this regard, Santos has an advantage. The ability of others to seize opportunities is much stronger than that of the Overlord team players, so they gradually took the lead. With such experience in front, Bailey would of course choose to pass the ball. After attracting the opponent's double team, he immediately passed the ball. Of course, he didn't pass the ball casually. Bailey chose the right time to pass the ball. It happened to be passed to a gap in the defense line of the Overlord team. Zheng Qi took the ball and approached the corner of the penalty area. Zheng Qi came to defend him from the side. Zheng Qi frowned slightly. In his imagination, he should attract a central defender in the penalty area, so that there are more opportunities in the penalty area, but there are still two central defenders in the opponent's penalty area. At this time, he saw Ronaldinho running towards him horizontally, and he immediately noticed Ronaldinho's offensive intention. Ronaldo at the front of the penalty area had already inserted forward, and he couldn't pass the ball directly to Ronaldinho, but passing it to Ronaldinho, Ronaldinho took advantage of the situation to pass it back, which was a good opportunity. After thinking of this, Zheng Qi certainly didn't hesitate, and quickly passed the ball into the penalty area. Ronaldinho ran towards the ball, Zhang Qi followed closely beside him. Ronaldinho received the ball, but did not stop it. Instead, he flicked the ball backwards while running, and flicked the ball to the position where he was originally standing. When he was there, there were people defending there. He ran, and now there was an empty space. Ronaldinho made a forward move. Ronaldinho's timing for the forward move was also quite good. The tacit cooperation between him and Ronaldinho made him not hesitate at all when he made the forward move. Instead, he rushed forward directly. When Ronaldinho flicked the ball over, he had already run to the rolling route of the ball. He swung his left foot while running and kicked the ball out directly. It is difficult for the goalkeeper to react to a shot from such a position. Ronaldinho is also very confident in his control of this shot. In his opinion, after this kick is shot out, the opponent must have no reaction. Zheng did not react, but he did not need to react. Ronaldinho did everything else well when he made the forward move and shot, but he unconsciously ignored the situation around him, which caused serious consequences. Zheng Qi, who was filling in the position, flew over and blocked the ball with his body. The ball hit his outstretched leg, then flew into the sky. Zheng attacked and grabbed the ball in the air first. The Overlord team successfully blocked the opponent's attack. This made the cheers of the Chinese fans in the stands louder, but it was not crazy, it was just to resist the opponent's attack, which did not mean anything. The number of times the Overlord team successfully resisted the opponent's attack in this game was not rare. However, the players of the Overlord team had enough confidence at this moment. Although I don't know why the opponent's state on both offensive and defensive seems to have declined a little, as long as the opponent declines, it will not be false, and our hope of victory will increase. Now, it's our turn to attack. Led by Zheng Qi, the players of the Overlord team began to prepare for a counter-attack. Fan Zheng threw the ball out, and he did not launch a fast break, because after the failure of this attack, the players of Santos had already begun to retreat like a tide. They did not seem disappointed with the failure of this attack. They had failed in the attack before, but the Overlord team had wasted more opportunities than them. Was it necessary to care about the failure of this attack? Zheng Qi retreated to get the ball, and the players of Santos immediately began to prepare for battle. This was a matter of course. The other players of the Overlord team had wasted several opportunities. If the Overlord team wanted to seize the next opportunity, they would need to seize more scoring opportunities in the remaining time. In this case, it was natural for Zheng Qi, who was more confident in attacking, to launch the attack. It was also natural for them to focus on Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi had just crossed the half-court with the ball when he was double-teamed by the opponent. The retreating Bailey and Ronaldinho came up together to interfere with Zheng Qi. These two people were very good in speed, technique and flexibility. No matter how good Zheng Qi's technique was, it was difficult for him to get rid of the opponent's defense under the double team. So after barely dribbling into the opponent's half, Zheng Qi chose to pass the ball. He gave the ball to Zheng, who was inserted on the wing. Santos' defense was more concentrated in the middle. Relatively speaking, the defense on the wing was much weaker, so many times in this game, the attack of the Overlord team was initiated from the wing. Theoretically, the strength of the two sides' wing is similar. Zheng Qi and Overlord often pull the wing to respond, while the opponent's fullback and side forward have both. In the confrontation on the wing, the number of both sides is also similar. However, many times in the game, because the opponent's side forwards are basically involved in defense and offensive in the middle, after Zheng got the ball, there was no one defending in front of him. He started to dribble forward, and his speed was also very fast. He took the ball, quickly inserted forward, and rushed all the way. Seeing him start to break through quickly on the wing, the opponent will of course react. If there is no reaction at this time, it will be dead. Rivaldo moved sideways and went to fill in the position. Zheng made an emergency stop and passed the ball to the middle. Yingbu, who was advancing, was temporarily unguarded. He began to dribble forward, and in a short period of time, he also advanced very quickly. Seeing that someone was coming to defend him, Yingbu chose to pass the ball again. He did not pass the ball in an ordinary way or pass it to Zheng Qi, but directly passed an overhead ball to the front of the penalty area. When Yingbu passed the ball, Zheng Qi began to advance. Lu Xiaoxun at the front of the penalty area jumped high, met the fallen ball, and headed the ball in front of Lasso. The ball flew in front of Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi did not stop the ball, but stretched his foot while running and picked up the ball, directly over the head of Silva, who came to defend from the front, and then his body tilted slightly and rushed past him at an accelerated speed. With the assistance of Lu Xiaoxun, he completed this action in a very short time. After breaking into the penalty area, he didn't wait for the ball to land, didn't wait for goalkeeper Cesar to attack, and didn't wait for Duncan and Silva to make any interference. He directly kicked the ball in the air and shot it out. The ball went in again. Yuan Thong's 8th goal in this game. All 5 goals of the Overlord team in the second half were scored by Yuan Thong. He took the lead for the Overlord team again. In the second half, his scoring ability began to be fully demonstrated, which is not something other players can do. Wonderful. Beautiful. With the support of his teammates, Yuan Thong's scoring ability exploded. This may be his helpless move, because in the second half, his teammates missed a lot of opportunities, and he did pass the ball, but no matter what, his wonderful performance at this time allowed the Overlord team to take the lead again. After scoring the goal, Zheng Qi didn't celebrate much, but waved his fist vigorously and ran towards his own half. 12-11, the Overlord team took the lead again. This was their first lead after being overtaken by Santos. This lead was crucial. Leading with only 10 minutes left in the game meant that they could start to use time. Santos, who was in a better situation before, was immediately in a disadvantageous situation when both the attack and defensive failed. This is also a charming scene in football. There are always a few keynotes in the game. At other times, both sides are just wasting time or not being dragged too far by others. Then the victory at the keynote determines the direction of the whole game. This moment may be such a keynote. Chapter 821. Previous layout. Santos launched a counter-attack. They had no other choice, and no need for encouragement. At this time, of course, they could only attack. The opponent could use the level of offensive and defensive to regain the advantage, and of course they could do the same. At this point in the game, there was no reason to talk. We had to do what the opponent did, otherwise the game would not be able to continue. It was that simple. In this situation, the players of Santos began to attack continuously. In the fierce and effective defense of the Overlord team, they continued to attack and look for opportunities. Their minds at this moment were completely focused on the game, which made their decline in state not so obvious, and also played a good role in their offense. After the forced breakthrough, Zheng Qi cleverly passed the ball to Bailey, who began to force a breakthrough. He broke through Jibu's defense and rushed into the penalty area. Zhang Qi wanted to come over to make up for the position, but was slightly blocked by Ronaldo. Bailey, who had the shooting space, quickly played a tricky ground ball. The ball drew a strange arc on the lawn, flew past Zheng's hand, and then flew into the goal of the Overlord team. Santos equalized the score again. This made their momentum up and down begin to become more prosperous, and on the way back to defense, Bailey and Zheng shouted at the same time, "Two people, keep an eye on Zheng Qi." At this time, Zheng Qi is undoubtedly the most effective offensive means of the Overlord team, so of course he needs to be better marked. Of course, even if it is marked, double teaming is already a limit. This is the limit for other defensive positions not to make big mistakes. You must know that Lu Xiaoxun also needs two people to mark him. Drawing people from other positions to defend will certainly have an impact on the defense of other positions. One more person to defend is the limit of Santos' defense line without major mistakes. However, can one more person defend to defend Zheng Qi? After the Overlord team restarted the game, they quickly sent the ball to Zheng Qi's feet. Zheng Qi took the ball and moved forward, while the other players of the Overlord team began to run from both wings to help him draw a lot of defensive attention. The players of Santos had to go over to defend the players of the Overlord team, because if they didn't do this, Zheng Qi could pass the ball to his unguarded teammate when he encountered obstacles. In this way, it would be much easier for him to run and catch the ball and his teammates to pass the ball back. In the first two games, Bayern and Boca Juniors seemed to let Zheng Qi go, and it was precisely because of the influence of such factors that they made such a choice. This is a helpless choice, but it is the only choice to do at this moment. Seeing that the number of opponents in front of him has decreased a lot, Zheng Qi did not change his face, but he laughed in his heart, and then began his breakthrough. Ronaldinho and Zheng retreated step by step. They didn't dare to go up one by one. Facing Zheng Qi's breakthrough, going up one by one would be like delivering food to the opponent. It would be better to stand in their own position and block the opponent's route to get a chance to defend. Just after breaking through to the 30-meter offensive area, Zheng Qi made an emergency stop and stopped his momentum. When Ronaldinho came up, he accelerated again and broke through Ronaldinho with the ball. Seeing that Ronaldinho was broken through, Zheng, who was filling in the position, immediately rushed up and started to intercept from the front. Ronaldinho also turned around quickly and attacked from the front and back. If it were two top defensive players, this would be very powerful, but one of them is a half-baked player, Zheng Qi thought to himself, and then he suddenly moved sideways for 1 or 2 meters, carrying the ball, like a crab, moving sideways. This time without any warning, he seemed to violate the basic logic of movement. While moving forward, and more to the left, he suddenly moved sideways to the right. This fell into Ronaldinho's eyes. It was like a flash. Zheng Qi suddenly disappeared, and he couldn't help but bump into Zheng. The two collided with each other, and Zheng Qi, who was moving sideways, had controlled the ball again at this moment, and rushed into the penalty area with the ball. Lu Xiaoxun restrained Lasso, and Ba Wang restrained Silver. Zheng Qi didn't need them to restrain him for long. After entering the penalty area, he immediately shot a low shot, and the ball almost rubbed the near post and flew into the goal. 13-12, Ba Wang team took the lead again, Zheng Qi's 9th goal of this game. The 30th goal. Yuan Thong also scored 30 goals in the match of the top 32 inches this World Cup. It is unprecedented that there are two 30-goal scorers in one cup tournament, not to mention that these two 30-goal scorers are from the same team. It is really a shocking thing. The Overlord team has two such attackers, which is really a nightmare for other teams. Will Yuan Thong score again? If he scores one more, he will tie his teammate Chen Fengxiao's record of 31 goals. If he can score two more, he will break Chen Fengxiao's record. We thought that Chen Fengxiao created a record that would not be broken for 30 years, but it turned out that it was only maintained for such a short time. The commentator sighed and said. He was not the only one who was sighing, almost all the commentators were sighing. Seeing two 30-goal scorers in one World Cup, let alone two in the past, we couldn't see even one, not to mention that these two 30-goal shooters were from the same team. This situation might really be the only one in the history of the World Cup. The players of Santos suffered a huge blow at this moment. Even though they focused on Zheng Qi, they still failed to stop him from scoring. This situation made them think of what Zheng Qi did in the first two games, how he scored like cutting melons and vegetables under the defense of the opponent's strong defensive players. Now there are only 10 minutes left before the end of the game. If they continue to play like this, you score one, I score one, can the Overlord team use their advantages to the limit? In this way, do we really have hope of winning? When such thinking began to spread, the performance of the Santos players would definitely be greatly affected. Fortunately, they made a lot of preparations before the game, and there were also precedents of Bayern and Boca youth in front of them. They knew that panicking at this time would only lead to a dead end. Only by desperately launching an attack can they seize the first chance of victory. They launched a fierce counter-attack, and Bailey began to show his role as a core attacker. He has been attacking in this game, which made his offensive state begin to be completely stimulated. When a top player like him concentrates on attacking, he can indeed bring great lethality. And his teammates also provided a lot of support. After a few minutes of fierce attack, Carlos cut inside with the ball and passed it to Rivaldo, who was on the edge. Rivaldo raised his foot and sent a beautiful ground ball into the penalty area. Pelé rushed out from the front point and stabbed the ball into the goal of the Overlord team before Zheng Qi could clear the ball. The ball went in again. It's Pelé again. Facing Yuan Thong's aggressiveness, Pelé was not to be outdone. It was his big explosion in the second half that allowed Santos to overtake the Overlord team. Now it's 13-13, the number of goals in this final has long set a record. In the previous World Cup finals, one side scored more than 10 goals, but there has never been a time when both sides scored more than 10 goals. The commentator felt that he had said everything he could say. It was really difficult to find a topic next. After all, he couldn't even think of new adjectives to praise. He could only shout loudly to show his excitement. But in fact, the fans of both teams in the stands were not worried about this. They didn't care. The game was so exciting that the commentary was just a kind of adjustment. Whether it was repeated or not, it would not make them feel less about the game. Keep attacking. Now it's the moment of the final battle. Many times, it depends on you to launch the attack, please, everyone. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. The players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. They certainly understood what Zheng Qi meant. In the next attack, the other players of the Overlord team had to share more of the task of organizing the attack. After all, Zheng Qi had to participate more in the direct attack. His personal breakthrough effect was good before, but he couldn't always break through and shoot. If you really do this, people will definitely try their best to stop you. Pass the ball out, and then go to the penalty area to grab the point, which is more difficult to defend and easier to score. But in this way, the other attackers of the Overlord team will share the task of attacking. They are constantly practicing such attacks in their usual training. However, they themselves have no idea whether they can have great confidence. However, at this time, there is only one way to go. The opponent's attention will definitely be on Zheng Qi. The scope and space of their activities will not be too small. In this case, if the Overlord team can complete the task of organization and passing well, then the possibility of Zheng Qi scoring will become greater. Now there are less than 10 minutes left, and at this time, there is no room for mistakes. The previous mistakes can be made up, but if they make mistakes now, they may not be able to make up. In this case, Zheng Qi did not say it, because he knew that the players of the Overlord team must know it. This mentality will bring pressure, but the players of the Overlord team are willing to bear such pressure at this time. Santos' defense against them will definitely not be too strict, because they even hope that other players of the Overlord team will launch the attack, which will reduce the threat and scoring ability of the Overlord team. Therefore, although they will not let go of the defense against other players of the Overlord team, they will not defend them seriously. This is also an opportunity for the Overlord team. The previous layout is quite sufficient. In this case, the players of the Overlord team will certainly take the game more seriously, so that Santos can take a good look at what consequences will be encountered if they underestimate them. Attack, it's our turn now. Overlord waved his fist and shouted, and the players of Overlord team shouted in unison, full of vigor and momentum. Still need to pay attention to Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, these two are the most difficult to deal with, understand? As long as the others can't threaten the goalkeeper directly, there won't be a big problem. Looking at the shouting players of Overlord team, Zheng Qi emphasized in the team channel. Chapter 822. Another wave. It's not that Zheng Qi is stubborn and just thinks he has to keep an eye on Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, but in the previous games, the opponents of the Overlord team have proved with tragic results that in such a situation, if he doesn't keep an eye on Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, then he can only go to hell. With so many lessons learned in front of him, how can he relax his defense against Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan? The Overlord team launched an attack. After passing a few times in the back court, they quickly passed the ball to Zheng Qi. When Zheng Qi received the ball, the players of Santos immediately began to get nervous. After getting the ball in the back position, Zheng Qi can do too many things, whether it is personal breakthrough or passing organization, it can bring a huge threat. Facing such an opponent, of course, you have to pay close attention to him from the beginning. Zheng Qi got the ball a little behind the top of the arc in the center circle. After receiving the ball, he started to move forward. Bailey and Ronaldinho ran over to interfere with him at the same time. Zheng Qi still passed the center circle with the ball and then passed the ball out. Keep watching him. If he passes the ball at this position and then receives the ball near the 30-meter area, he will be able to create a strong enough threat. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel, and the Santos players knocked at one after another. They had been mentally prepared for this. The offensive of the Overlord team has always had some rules to find, mainly the offensive led by Zheng Qi, which has some rules. Of course, such rules often appear in a disorderly manner, but there will always be one or two offensive methods that are the most threatening. For example, after he began to break through in the midfield, for example, after he formed a cooperation with Lu Xiaoshan at the front of the penalty area, and then this is the current situation, he first broke through, then passed the ball, and then he moved forward. After receiving the ball in the 30-meter offensive area, he immediately created a huge threat. Such a threat is something that no one can relax or dare to relax. So even though Zheng Qi passed the ball, the Santos players still did not dare to relax their vigilance against him. Zheng Qi clung to him tightly, and Ronaldinho assisted by the side, not moving an inch, not wanting to give Zheng Qi too good a chance to receive the ball. At the front of the penalty area, Lu Xiaoshan was also trapped in the double team of the opponent's two central defenders. It took 4 people to defend the 2 of them. In other positions, Santos' defense was of course weakened accordingly. For such a situation, the players of Santos were not in a hurry. The space for the Overlord team to attack with the ball was indeed very ample, but it was not particularly ample, and it was impossible for them to easily create opportunities. At the same time, the location where they organized activities was basically on the 2 wing roads. It was easier to create opportunities from the wing roads, but creating threatening opportunities was very inefficient. So they were not worried, and they were still more concerned about Zheng Qi running in the middle. They couldn't let him receive the ball in such a place, otherwise, the threat would be too great. The players of the Overlord team were also very clear about this, so when they were passing the ball on the wing, they didn't rush to pass the ball to Zheng Qi, but their intention was revealed. They just wanted to get in touch with Zheng Qi well. They did not hide their intentions, and such intentions were immediately discovered by the Santos side, and they began to defend Zheng Qi more closely. Seeing that there were no good passing opportunities, the Overlord team's players kept passing the ball back and forth, from left to right, and from right to left, while Zheng Qi kept running back and forth to catch the ball, but was still constantly cut off by the Santos players who kept moving back and forth. After a few times like this, the Overlord team seemed to be helpless in attacking, and Zheng Qi kept running, but the effect seemed to be very poor. Santos' defense at this time is quite good. They blocked Zheng Qi's receiving route. If it were any other time, the Overlord team could take risks and launch an attack from other places, but it is difficult to do this at this time. After all, if this attack is not successful, they will give away the advantage they have finally regained. Santos saw this point, so their defensor is quite patient. In this case, they don't have to worry. Even if time is wasted, their score is still a draw. There is no time to worry. With this mentality, they will defend even better. The commentators began to give their own opinions on this gap. There were too many goals in the second half. The Overlord team scored 6 and Santos scored 8. The score was a terrible 13-13. Looking at this number, you can see how fast the pace of the game is. It was not easy to have such a gap. Of course, it was time for them to adjust their mood and discuss the progress of the game. In a game with a super fast pace, there was such a gap, which made the commentators feel more relaxed. While they were explaining, the Overlord team launched another attack. Pay attention to Zheng Qi's position, don't ignore it. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. Zheng Qi's running would become more erratic, making it difficult for him to defend. Ronald and Ho assisted in defense, but he could only interfere slightly. If Zheng Qi received the ball in a good position, the danger would be great. After Zheng Qi received the pass from his teammate, he began to force his way into the penalty area. His breakthrough attracted the attention of many Santos players, but Dunga found that Zheng Qi began to run towards the route of Zheng Qi's breakthrough. There was a very good gap there. If he ran over, it would definitely have a significant impact. So he immediately followed. He couldn't stop Zheng Qi's breakthrough for the time being, but he could try his best to cut off the connection between Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi. At the same time, Carlos also withdrew, trying to stop Zheng Qi from rushing into the penalty area halfway. After all, Zheng Qi might also pretend to contract Zheng Qi, and then break into the penalty area and shoot. He has the ability to score after cutting inside. Carlos's running seemed to have blocked all the offensive routes of the Overlord team, and Zheng Qi was stared at by Dunga. Zheng Qi made an emergency stop, as if he was going to pass the ball back and reorganize the attack. Santos players began to push forward one after another. The opponent reorganized the attack from the midfield, so of course they had to push forward and maintain the pressure of the midfield. However, Zheng Qi did not pass the ball back, but directly kicked it to Yuzuki, who was inserted from the wing. At the same time, Zheng Qi began to sprint into the penalty area, and Lu Xiaoshan, who was originally in the penalty area, began to run back from the penalty area. Dunga was thrown off by Zheng Qi in an instant, and Ronald and Ho, who was filling in the position, could not keep up, while Silva and Lasso, who were defending in the penalty area, subconsciously followed Lu Xiaoshan and ran out. At this time, Yuzuki raised his foot and passed the ball into the penalty area. He passed the ball, Zheng Qi inserted forward, and a beautiful counter offside. When Zheng Qi broke into the penalty area, Yuzuki's cross also fell. At this time, the only one who could react was Caesar. He was originally a goalkeeper with a quick reaction and a wide range of activities. Just now, when Silva and Lasso were attracted out of the penalty area, he had already left the goal line. At this time, the opponent had no chance to shoot the spinning ball from a long distance, so he was not afraid. As for other shots, the closer he was to the front, the greater the angle he could block. Although the relative reaction time would be much shorter, Caesar didn't care about this at all. A goalkeeper like him with a quick reaction didn't worry about such a situation. This made him appear in front of Zheng Qi in time. He wanted to block Zheng Qi's single-handed attack. Now Zheng Qi hasn't controlled the ball yet, so he has a chance. And when he rushed out, it was also silent. Zheng Qi looked back to observe the landing point of the ball, and might not have the time to notice his attack. Caesar's idea was right, but Zheng Qi knew he had attacked. Although Zheng Qi seemed to be observing the arc of the ball's flight, he was actually glancing at Caesar's movements with the corner of his eyes. When he couldn't see Caesar in front of the goal, he knew that Caesar must have attacked. If the attacking goalkeeper can touch the ball first, even if it is just to hit the ball out of the penalty area, it can also have a good effect. However, if he can't touch the ball, then the attacking goalkeeper can only be slaughtered. It seems cruel to say, but this is the reality. Zheng Qi jumped up before Caesar jumped. His action made Caesar stunned, because in Caesar's judgment, it was not a good time to jump at this time. And jumping in such a position may not be able to hit the ball, right? Even if he hits it, he can't control the ball well, and he still has to compete with the goalkeeper for the second landing point. The goalkeeper can use his hands, which is really too much of an advantage in grabbing the second landing point. So he didn't stop his sprinting pace. In fact, he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. He sprinted at full speed when he attacked, so that he would be threatening enough. He continued to rush over, trying to get the ball over Zheng Qi's head. However, Zheng Qi hit the ball first, and his jumping ability and center of gravity were better than Caesar's judgment. Not only did he head the ball, he headed it directly over Caesar's head and behind him. Caesar watched the ball fly over and could only raise his hands to grab it. At such a close distance, he couldn't judge where the ball would land, so he could only wave his hands like this, hoping to stop the ball. He still had some hope in his heart, but the fans of Santos in the stands were already cold in their hearts. The ball headed by Zheng Qi had a high arc and a fast speed. It flew over Caesar's head quickly. Caesar's waving arms couldn't touch the ball at all. After flying over Caesar's head, the ball began to fall rapidly. The next moment, the ball hit the grass in the small penalty area, and then quickly bounced up, and flew into the goal of Santos before Albert, who was desperately retreating, flew to clear the ball. The ball goes in. Yuan Thong's 10th goal of this game. Overlord team's 14th goal of this game. They are ahead of Santos again, and Yuan Thong has tied Chen Fengxiao in terms of goals. It's incredible. Could it be that Yuan Thong is going to challenge his teammate Chen Fengxiao's top scorer position? You know, after the group stage, almost everyone thought that the top scorer title was already set to go to Chen Fengxiao. The battle for the top scorer title is stirring again. The commentator's exclamation was soon drowned out by the crazy cheers of the Chinese fans in the stands. Chapter 823 The Last Attack. No one could have imagined that the battle for the top scorer would stir up a new wave. After all, at the end of the group stage, Lu Xiaoshan was already far ahead of almost all his opponents in the scorer list. After the quarterfinals, he had already scored 30 goals, setting an unprecedented record. Who could have known that such a record would face a severe test in just a dozen days? Even if such a thing was written in a novel, few people would believe it, and would instead scold you for making it up. However, such a thing appeared clearly in front of their eyes, forcing them to believe that this was a real thing, not an illusion. In comparison, the Overlord team's 14-13 lead again was not enough to shock them. All they thought about was whether the Overlord team could score a goal in the next 5 minutes or so, or whether Zheng Qi could score a goal. Or would Lu Xiaoshan score a goal and finally keep his position as the top scorer? Are you panicking? Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan, who came up to celebrate. What are you panicking about? If you have the ability, you can score another goal and take my top scorer away, and I will be content. Lu Xiaoshan laughed, very open-minded. That's very nice. Zheng Qi gave a thumbs up and praised. Next, we have to defend their attack and then find an opportunity to counterattack. Overlord said with high spirits. That's right, we must defend. Brother Xiao and I are the first line of defense and the arrows in the counterattack. The specific defense depends on you. Zheng Qi said with a smile. No problem. Although there were only 5 minutes left in the game and they were still leading by 1 goal, the Overlord team had never thought of relying on such a situation to score a goal. After all, no matter how much they defended, others might score a goal. Only by being ready to attack and score another goal at any time can they better grasp the opportunity. At least, the last attack must be led by us. So putting Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan at the forefront, ready to counterattack at any time, and deterring the opponent's offensive power is the current Overlord team's tactics. This is what Santos least wants to see, but after the restart, they immediately saw Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan fighting on the front line, and Ba Wang and Long Qi retreated to the midfield to help Yin Bujibu defend. Damn, these guys really don't give any way. Many Santos players were thinking in their hearts with grief and anger. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were on the front line, they had been in the middle circle, of course they would not cross the middle circle line to put themselves in an offside position, and behind them was the boss's blank area. The other Ba Wang team players almost all retreated to the penalty area to start defending. The penalty area and the front of the penalty area were the key to their defensa. To deal with such a defensa, you have to press forward and attack continuously, but Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were near the middle circle. Could they press forward and attack? If there were only 2 people left in the back cohort, maybe the opponent didn't need a good long pass, and a casual clearance would be able to create a good opportunity for Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. If they don't press forward in large numbers, it will be difficult to break the opponent's dense defensa. You know, it will be very troublesome for any team to face such a situation. But the game has reached this point, and they have nothing to say. They just rush forward. If they don't rush, they will definitely die. If they rush, they may still survive. This is a very simple truth that professional players basically understand. So they still resolutely launched a fierce attack, and they didn't even leave enough defensive players in the back cohort. The 2 central defenders also kept attacking forward, showing an extremely tragic posture. It's really amazing, they dared to do this. Zheng Qi sighed and said to Lu Xiaoshan not far away. What else can they do? Put 3 or 4 defenders in the back? Then the remaining few of them want to break our 8-man defense line, which can only be a fool's dream. Lu Xiaoshan replied. That's right, but even if they go all out, it will be difficult for them to score a goal with 8 of our teammates guarding in the penalty area. As long as one of them clears the siege, we have the ability to score the ball. Zheng Qi smiled. You don't treat me as if I don't exist. Dunga, who was standing between the 2 of them, said depressedly. If he didn't say anything, these 2 people would treat him as a dead man. Zheng Qi smiled and stopped talking. Santos only left Dunga to defend behind him. This was completely a desperate fight. He was just teasing Dunga and making him depressed. Now the real victory or defeat is in the hands of the other players of the Overlord team. Whether they can stop Santos' attack and form a counter-attack at the same time will determine whether the Overlord team can expand its advantage and win the final victory of the entire game. Santos certainly knows it, but they have no other way to go now. Only attack, constantly attack. They have a certain number advantage, but the players of the Overlord team are firmly guarding in the penalty area and the front of the penalty area, and their defensor is impenetrable. They expand their defensor in the midfield to the 30-meter area. Others are defending in the penalty area, interfering with the opponent's possible long-range shots of the rotating ball, and guarding the opponent's shooting route in the penalty area. As long as these 2 points are stabilized, it will not be too difficult to win. The Overlord players defended very steadily, while the Santos players attacked patiently. They only left one person to defend in the back court. Of course, they could not make any mistakes. Time passed by 1 second. When they launched the attack, there were less than 5 minutes left, and the Overlord's defensor was constantly delaying time and constantly creating trouble for Santos's attack. These guys are really annoying. Many Santos players thought so in their hearts. Constantly involved, constantly running, constantly interfering with their defensor, and each of them was very active in running. Through their running, they laid a huge net inside and outside the penalty area, constantly creating trouble for them. The Santos players could certainly attack patiently, but as time passed by 1 second, they slowly began to look a little impatient. First, their state declined, and then they slowly became a little impatient. Such a mentality would undoubtedly affect their performance. Bailey took the ball again, but when he looked up, he could only smile bigly. At first glance, the Overlord team's lineup is flawless. No matter how good his breakthrough ability is, facing such a defense line, he can only touch his head and express his powerlessness. But if he doesn't break through, should he pass the ball? Although not every teammate is closely guarded, the Overlord team's regional defensor can be said to be all over the defense line. Any player who receives the ball may be double-teamed by the opponent. Such a situation is really difficult to attack. So after thinking about it, Bailey decided to use his breakthrough to equalize the score and open up the situation. The Overlord team defended very steadily. It seems that they have no spare energy to attack, otherwise they will not focus on defensor. If they can equalize the score, they should be able to enter overtime. The longer the game is, the more beneficial it should be to Santos, who is better overall. So this goal must be scored no matter what. Bailey began to break through. His breakthrough techniques and skills are very outstanding. However, in the previous games, the players of the Overlord team have gradually become accustomed to his breakthroughs. It doesn't mean that they can resist Bailey's breakthrough, but when Bailey breaks through, they still have their own choice. Zheng Qi was shaken by Bailey the first time, but he didn't stop, but ran with Bailey, always interfering with Bailey. Although this approach doesn't bother Bailey, it can interfere with Bailey's progress. When there is a shove on one side, Bailey will naturally find it difficult to attack from this side. In this case, all he can do is attack the other side, but the defenders of the Overlord team, who have enough defensive players, are already waiting for him there. Seeing that he would fall into a dead end if he broke through again, Bailey made a quick decision not to break through, but made an emergency stop and passed the ball to Zheng, who came up to meet him. As soon as Zheng stopped the ball, there was an extra defensive player in front of him. After sighing, Zheng turned around and passed the ball to Albert, who made a forward assist. Albert started to go down the bottom line. Zheng Qi, the side back of the Overlord team, did not go up to defend closely, but blocked Albert's inside route. As for the cross, Zheng Qi was eager for the opponent to cross. Although the threat of the cross was not small, the success rate was actually not high, even though that Brazilian players were also good at grabbing points. Sure enough, after breaking through the bottom line, Albert immediately made an emergency stop and then passed the ball back diagonally. Zheng Qi, who followed up, wanted to stop the ball, but found that Jibu had already pounced on him. He could only choose to kick immediately and move the ball to the other side. The defensor of the Overlord team was now concentrated on this side, and there was still a chance on the other side. However, his transfer failed. Yingbu in the middle jumped high and barely touched the ball. Touching the ball was enough. The ball with a changed line flew into the penalty area, and Zheng, who followed up, did not wait for the ball to land, and kicked the ball directly out in the air. At this moment, countless Brazilian fans were pounding in their hearts, while Chinese fans were ecstatic. They all knew what a successful clearance meant. Sure enough, the next moment, the ball cleared by Zheng flew to the front court. Lu Xiaoshan and Dunga ran to the landing point of the ball at the same time. However, Lu Xiaoshan's physical fitness played a very high role. He and Dunga arrived at the landing point of the ball almost at the same time. However, he relied on his body to hold Zheng Qi on the outside line, facing the fallen ball, and quickly pushed the ball forward. After he pushed the ball out, Zheng Qi, who had been following Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi, accelerated and rushed past them. Single-handed. The attack that occurred at nearly 90 minutes of the game was also the last attack of the game. Caesar attacked in despair. However, his attack still did not have any effect. Zheng Qi just used a fade shot to make him fall to the ground. The next moment, Zheng Qi picked the ball over his body, then volleyed the empty goal and scored the ball. Chapter 824 returned. The stands echoed with the huge shouts of Chinese fans. Only until now have they been able to put their hearts back into their stomachs and concentrate on enjoying the joy of victory. World Champions. The team from China once again stepped onto the highest podium of the World Cup champions. Although it was just a ceremony arranged by themselves, it was still enough to make people cheer. What's more, what a great World Cup this is. What a great victory. The level of the teams in various countries is not worse than before. Even teams like Bayern in Germany, Boca Juniors in Argentina, and Santos in Brazil have only produced one player who can replace those king-level titles every 10 years. Every time such a player appears, it is almost equivalent to winning the World Cup championship. Moreover, there are 3 this time, which is enough to prove that the gold content of this World Cup is higher than that of previous ones. However, the Overlord team still won the World Cup championship, scoring double-digit goals in almost every game. There were 2 shooters who scored more than 30 goals. Yuan Thong also broke the record of 30 goals set by his teammate Chen Fengxiao with 32 goals. All of this, no matter how you look at it, makes people feel extremely surprised, and such surprise makes Chinese fans feel extremely happy. The Overlord team players on the field are also celebrating wildly. They had to keep a calm mood before, which allowed them to control their emotions. Now, they have no other concerns and start to celebrate their victory wildly. We are the world champions. We are the world champions. The Overlord team players shouted loudly, looking for people to hug everywhere, and then they found Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, and began to grab them and throw them into the sky. This is natural. After all, the Overlord team can be where they are today, mainly relying on these 2 guys. Not only us, but you guys are also doing great. Don't underestimate yourself. Zheng Qi waved his arms. We worked together to win today. Now, let's celebrate the victory. With his shouts, the players of the Overlord team began to walk around the field to celebrate this great victory. This is also the best way to celebrate now, interacting with the fans who have been supporting them in the stand to celebrate this great victory. After walking around the field, they showed their trophies one by one on the podium that had been set up in the center of the field. These things are virtual, but the ceremony that has been passed down for more than 100 years, even if it is virtual, they have to do it well. I suddenly felt the loneliness after reaching the peak. Zheng Qi said to the other players. You are sick. The others gave him the middle finger. Still lonely, isn't it just today? You still have to do what you have to do tomorrow. Do you think there will be any changes? Hehe, I'm just talking. If you don't show off at this time, you will be a world champion in vain. Zheng Qi smiled and said. That's right, the players of the Overlord team thought about it, and then they all began to feel melancholy, sighing about life and loneliness. It seems that we are about to start a new journey. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi in private chat. Yes, we will become opponents again soon. To be honest, it is more pleasant to be opponents with you than teammates. Zheng Qi said. Lu Xiaoshan's eyes widened, and Zheng Qi waved his hands quickly. Just kidding, I'm kidding. Boy, if I meet you in the second half, I will beat the shit out of you. Lu Xiaoshan threatened. That's not good, you'll have to eat it if you beat it out, Zheng Qi laughed. Lu Xiaoshan snorted. He must not turn against Zheng Qi in this scene. So many people are watching, so this loss is in vain. But the next game, in addition to the league, there is also a cup game. Chen Feng and him, Lu Xiaoshan, must fight with Zheng Qi's extraordinary to the end, otherwise, how can they live up to the depression in their hearts now? The boss really won the World Cup, and surpassed Lu Xiaoshan to become the top scorer. Damn, that's amazing. Leader Rui said with a smile in the stands. Yes, this is also a sign. We will definitely win the 5 championships this season. Yuan Feng waved his fist and said loudly. For the extraordinary players, they certainly know that their mission this season is to win the 5 championships. Apart from this goal, they don't want any other goals. They are the only ones in the entire Chinese league who have the opportunity to win the 5 championships. They have already won 2 championships, and there are 3 most difficult championships waiting for them to win. With this mentality, they will fight to the end in any game. Zheng Qi's winning the Classic Football World Cup only made them more confident in the game. For Zheng Qi, he now needs to shift his mind back to the professional game. That night, Zheng Qi and his teammates from the Overlord team celebrated for a long time, and then left. Zheng Qi didn't know whether they would have any contact with each other in the future, and neither did the players of the Overlord team. However, the players of the Overlord team knew that Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan were not from the same world as them. Now that the two of them had won the World Cup of Classical Football with them, they only needed to enjoy the honor brought by this championship in the following time. These two people might not participate in the Overlord team's games next season. At least Lu Xiaoshan made it clear that he would not participate in the World Cup again, while Zheng Qi's words were a bit vague. However, from what he meant, even if he participated in the World Cup qualifiers again, he would find another team. The players of the Overlord team expressed their understanding of this. Their strength was indeed not the top, and Zheng Qi couldn't say anything, because if he wanted to promote professional games next year, there would definitely be a lot of complicated things happening, and he really couldn't promise anything to the guys of the Overlord team now. So after this night, Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan broke up with the players of the Overlord team completely. For more than a month, almost 2 months, he had been with the players of the Overlord team every day, and now they were suddenly not together. This made Zheng Qi feel a little lost when he got up the next day. For a moment, he found that he didn't know where to go after getting up. After thinking for a while, he realized that he should go to training. After entering the training room, he immediately saw that the other players of Fifen were waiting for him. After seeing him, they immediately began to applaud collectively. "Welcome to the world champion." Someone was still shouting loudly, as if they were laughing at Zheng Qi. "Damn, you guys, what are you doing?" Zheng Qi said. "Welcome, you are the first world champion in our team." Zheng Qi said. "Damn, you treat our Feiji as nothing. Our Feiji is a serious world champion," Zheng Qi said. Zheng Qi was stunned, and then he remembered that 2 years ago, Shen Fei won the World Cup championship in Changfeng. If Fifen hadn't made Changfeng suffer in the final of the China Cup that year, Changfeng would have won 5 championships that year. "You can find this loophole, who are you?" Zheng Qi said depressedly. "Guess." Zheng Qi laughed. Zheng Qi could only raise his middle finger. Okay, now Zheng Qi is back, we only have a few days left before the second half of the game. Let's get familiar with each other in these few days. The next game is very important." Zhu Shan waved his hand and said. Fifen's players nodded one after another. Of course, they were very clear about this. Although they are in a good situation in the league now, in the first 24 rounds, they have 21 wins and 3 draws, and they are firmly in the first place in the standings with an unbeaten record. However, in fact, their position is not very stable. Qinhe and Changfeng both have 62 points, only 4 points less than them. With 14 rounds left in the league, a 4-point lead is really nothing. Fifen's achievements in the first half of the season were already extraordinary enough. However, under Fifen's aggressiveness, the two veteran teams, Changfeng and Qinhe, also began to show their best form. They were only 4 points behind Fifen in total. With Fifen's undefeated record, this super ability to grab points was enough to prove how outstanding Fifen's performance was in the first half of the season. In previous seasons, their performance was dominant enough. However, this season was not the case. Even though Changfeng and Qinhe, who were older in average age, had overdrawn a lot in the first half of the season, they did not achieve enough leading advantages despite such good performance. This also easily made Fifen's young players panic. In this case, of course, any game in the second half needs to perform better. It also requires better running in between Zheng Qi and his teammates. Don't worry, as long as we run in well, Jinxing will definitely not be able to stop our attack. Their overall strength is much worse than ours, Zheng Qi said confidently. Zhu Shan nodded. Fifen's outstanding performance in the first half of the season, although it did not leave behind the two biggest competitors, but these three teams' crazy points grabbing in the league were enough to make other teams' points grabbing become very few. Now the fourth-ranked Corning has only 45 points, 17 points less than Changfeng and Qinhe, and 21 points less than Fifen. The gap between these three strong teams and other teams has been completely widened. And their next opponent Jinxing has only 21 points, less than one-third of Fifen's points, and the ranking has even slipped to 18th, officially entering the relegation zone. Although the scope of the relegation zone this year is quite large, it is also a very depressing thing to be ranked in the relegation zone. Judging from the performance, such a team is indeed difficult to withstand Fifen's onslaught. Chapter 825. their opportunity. After a 2-month break, the professional league resumed. Although there were East Asian Cup matches for fans to watch during these 2 months, the East Asian Cup has always been dominated by Chinese teams, and they've won the championship almost every year. This has made Chinese fans not take the East Asian Cup very seriously. To use an old saying, is there any need to watch the East Asian Cup? I've already won the championship when I woke up. Although this year is FIFA's first time to participate in the East Asian Cup, it has attracted a lot of attention. However, FIFA's overwhelming performance has also made them sure that the team that can make it out of the Chinese division will definitely be overwhelming in the East Asian Cup without any obstacles. So they are more eager to see the start of the professional game. Moreover, for many fans, they are not FIFA's fans, but each has their own team to support. These teams can only be seen in professional games, which can make them feel satisfied. Whether it is the top 3 teams with huge advantages, Fifan, Changfen, and Tianhe, or the lower ones, Corning, Shenhua, Nanglo, Qishanfen, and Tianlong, or even the mid-level teams, Qingquang, Xiu, and Lingdong, every team in that top league has a high support rate. Their loyal supporters only want to see their outstanding performance and don't want to see anything else. In the development of professional football games to this day, many fans are loyal fans who don't watch other games, but only watch the team they support. Even if FIFA is participating in the World Championships, they will not watch it if their favorite team does not participate. Such fans may seem a bit narrow-minded, but whether it is the European professional games more than 100 years ago or the current professional games, such fans are the foundation of the entire huge professional league system. Without such fans, it is difficult for the club to develop, and it is even more difficult to become a part of the professional league. Because any team will have highs and lows, the fans who stick with them during the lows are the key to a team's continued support. China's professional league has only 2 levels, but even in amateur competitions, there are many former professional teams with their own loyal fans who have been supporting such teams to continue and not disperse. So it is said that China has begun to consider re-establishing a 3rd level or even a 4th level professional league. After all, there is not much difference between the strength of many amateur teams and professional teams. If they only compete in amateur competitions, it would be a waste. Of course, this is a later story. The main reason is that there is no system recognition. The 3rd level league cannot be opened even if it wants to. How to get the recognition of the system is also a mystery. No one knows what conditions need to be triggered to get the recognition of the system. Although hundreds of years have passed, humans still have not been able to study the essence of the game of football era. At the beginning, China's professional league was the same as other countries, with only 1 super league and no 2nd level league. It was not until Chinese clubs completed the first 3 consecutive championships in the World Cup that China's 2nd level league was automatically opened. After China's 2nd level league was opened, the 2nd level leagues of other football era powers were gradually opened. However, the condition was not 3 consecutive championships, but a strong team that won 3 consecutive league championships appeared in the country. However, only those powerful countries that could at least reach the finals in intercontinental competitions were qualified to open the 2nd level league. The 2nd level leagues of many countries have not been opened until now, which also made the status of strong teams become more outstanding. Of course, this topic has gone too far. For extraordinary players, all they want is to play the next game well and achieve good enough results. Zheng Qi wanted to rely on the advantage of home court to get points from Fifan. Even if it was not 3 points, but only 1 point, it would be very beneficial for them. Now the teams ranked lower in the rankings did not have high points. They ranked 18th with 21 points, and Minfan, the bottom, had 17 points. Looking up, Youquang, ranked 13th, only had 24 points. Compared with them, they only had a lead of 1 game. Up to now, the situation was very clear. The 3 abnormal teams won the championship. There were 7 or 8 mid-level teams behind them, from Canning, the 4th, to Nanglo, the 12th. The difference in points between them was only 10 points, Canning had 45 points, and Nanglo had 33 points. Then, from Youquang to Minfan, the bottom, there were 8 teams, which was the relegation teams. Although the teams above them did not get rid of the trouble of relegation, it was actually difficult for them to fall into the relegation battle. Unless they played very badly in the next game and lost repeatedly, it would be difficult for them to be relegated. The final relegated team must be among these 8 teams, including the traditional mid- and lower-level teams Minfan Yushengqing, the newly promoted team Youquang Lihe, and last year's newly promoted team Yinshuang. These teams may be relegated. However, as one of the newly promoted teams, Hong Yuan's performance this time is not bad at all. They are now ranked 6th, overwhelming a large number of traditional strong teams, such as Nanglo, Qixinfen, Shenhua, and Tianlong. This also makes Xiongfei feel proud. He left Jinlong at the time to realize his own value. Now it seems that the implementation is not bad. Although he was hit by Fifan in the middle, it took a year to successfully upgrade. However, the year also allowed Xiongfei to lay a good foundation in Hongyuan, so that after the upgrade, he also had a very good performance. Now Hongyuan is ranked only one place lower than Tianlong, which seems to prove that although there are twists and turns, Xiongfei's previous decision was correct. In the 25th round of the game, Hongyuan will face Jinlong at home, which is also a great opportunity for Xiongfei. In the first round of the game, Xiongfei led Hongyuan to a 1-1 draw at Jinlong in the away game. Now Hongyuan's points are only 2 points behind Tianlong. If they can defeat Tianlong, then Hongyuan will jump to the 5th place. So before the game, Xiongfei had already taken the lead in issuing a challenge in the media to prove his choice and strength. Because of this origin, the match between Tianlong and Hongyuan has also become the focus of the 25th round. Relatively speaking, the important matches between Fifan and Qingxing, Chengqi and King Quang, and Tianhe and Canning are not so eye-catching. However, except for the match between Fifan and Qingxing, which seems to have no suspense, the matches between Chengqi and King Quang and Tianhe and Canning are also strong dialogues. King Quang is now ranked 11th, which is also a mid-level team, and Canning is ranked 4th. Such a contest is also a focus battle. So after careful arrangements, the league organizing committee decided to put the match between Tianlong and Hongyuan at the beginning, and the match between Fifan and Chengqi will be held together with other matches, and the match between Tianhe and Canning will be held at the latest. Schedule arrangement is also a science. You should know that in a round of games, although every game has a lot of attention, there are inevitably some key games that most people want to pay attention to. One round is advanced and one round is delayed, so that 3 more important games can be arranged to achieve better results in ratings. When classical professional football still existed, the most commercialized Premier League, almost every game in a round of league was not played at the same time, wasn't it just to get the most benefits in ratings? Although the current football-era professional games have not reached that point, at least such arrangements exist. Xiongfei was very happy about this. The gimmick he brought could be played alone, which in itself was also an improvement in his status and the status of the club. As a player, if he can independently promote a club from a Class A team to a quasi-strong team in the Super League, then the value of this player will definitely be better reflected. This is beyond doubt. The value of a player can be reflected in many places, but there is nothing more powerful than carrying the entire club forward and achieving good enough results. The previous Benship Kaiang is the best example. He has never achieved very good results. However, the year he led the Thunder, which was originally in the middle, to the 4th place, and was quite close to the championship. This directly established his position as a god-level player. You should know that he was already quite old that year, and he did not show any outstanding performance in the previous competitions. Under such circumstances, his achievements made him quickly become a god-level player, and no one had any objections, which proved what kind of sensation such performance could bring. Xiongfei himself is already a god-level player, but his position is not stable, especially in the years he wasted in the A-level league, which made his position as a god-level player begin to become shaky. However, if he can lead Hongyuan to maintain such a position this year, then his strength as a god-level player can be greatly strengthened. Xiaobo, who transferred from Thunder this year, also thought so. Last year, as the top player of Thunder, he made Thunder go from a mid-level team to a relegated team. Xiaobo's reputation also began to become infamous. Under such circumstances, he cherished his days in Hongyuan. If it were not for the special nature of Hongyuan, they have money but lack fame, and it is difficult to buy players with the level of god-level players, they probably would not choose to buy Xiaobo, whose reputation has already been infamous. This is his last chance. If he doesn't seize it, Xiaobo's future days will be even more difficult. So since the beginning of this season, he has performed very well and assisted Xiongfei very well. This game is also an opportunity for him, an opportunity to consolidate his position. If he performs well, it will be easier to transfer in the future. Xiongfei wants to pursue a higher status, and Xiaobo wants to keep the class he is close to. Such desires are of course very strong. For a player, whether he has fighting spirit is very important, but a game cannot be won just because one side is more motivated. Hongyuan has always been very motivated, because their boss is indeed rich and willing to spend money. With the power of money, they can always perform extremely well on the field, not to mention that their strength is indeed good. 2 god-level players, plus a large number of powerful players, although they are basically mercenaries. But even if they are mercenaries, when they gather together to exert their full strength, they can also play a big role. This is the current Hong Yuan. They have money, people, players of sufficient level, plus financial incentives, and 1 or 2 core organizations. They can still be ranked 6th stably, which in itself proves how outstanding they are. What they want now is to defeat Jinlong and then go to the 5th place. Although there is still a big gap in points with the 4th place corning, as long as they perform better in the future, it is not impossible to hope to sit in the 5th place and hope for the 4th place. You know, the price offered by the big boss of Hong Yuan means double the income if you move up 1 place. What is the price for relegation? What is the price for the top 10? What is the price for the top 8? And every step forward, the price is doubled. If the boss behind the scenes is not really rich, the players of Hong Yuan will almost think that the boss is writing a blank check. There must be a brave man under a big reward, not to mention that it is not an ordinary big reward. So, under the leadership of Xiongfei and Xiaobo, the players of Hong Yuan shouted that they would give Jinlong a good show. In their opinion, they should have no problem winning this game. Although Jinlong is a strong team, they have been a little down in the past 2 years. There are no outstanding newcomers, and they have not introduced any good players. They are still supported by Rosie alone. Xiongfei feels that he can kill Rosie. Compared with others, Hong Yuan has the upper hand. However, after 90 minutes of the game, the fans of Hong Yuan in the stands cursed in disappointment. Xiongfei looked at the cheering and celebrating Jinlong players with a livid face, especially Rosie, who was surrounded in the middle. He wanted to beat him up. The score above the stands proved the outcome of the game, 2-3, with the home team in the lead. In this game, Hong Yuan did not play badly. Xiongfei and Xiaobo also proved the strength of their god-level players, scoring 1 goal each in the game. However, although Rosie did not score, he used his breakthrough to open the situation and completed 3 assists, helping Jinlong to defeat Hong Yuan away. This made Xiongfei very depressed. If he said that he was not as strong as others, it would be fine. He didn't know the 3 goal scorers on the other side, which showed that they were all newcomers. Jinlong had not introduced any outstanding newcomers in the past 2 years. How could they beat his team under such circumstances? How is this possible? Don't underestimate the potential of traditional strong teams. You also came out of Jinlong youth training. Although we haven't introduced any new players in the past few years, our youth training has always been very outstanding. Today's 3 players are all newcomers selected from the youth team this year. Although their attributes are not particularly high and their experience is not rich, they are talents cultivated by ourselves. Our results over the past year or so are not good, but we have given the young players enough training. This year, the performance of many strong teams has declined, but we have not, because we have begun to become strong again. Do you really think that we are ranked 5th by luck? Don't be naive. The foundation of a strong team will not disappear easily. Yozi said a long paragraph to Xiongfei seriously, and Xiongfei didn't say a word. This was indeed his mistake. He focused more on the Jinlong teammates he was familiar with, and completely forgot that although Jinlong had not changed much in the 2 years since he left, there were still a few newcomers, and it was these newcomers who ultimately decided the outcome of this game. The performance of the newcomers determined the outcome of this game. Xiongfei was not convinced of the loss, but he had nothing to say. What made Xiongfei and Xiaobo depressed was that after the game, Hong Yuan lost unfairly, and they also showed a very good performance, but the public opinion unanimously believed that this new army was still not good enough. Although they spent so much money and bought so many people, a new army is a new army. The reason why they ranked so high was because other strong teams did not perform well. When traditional strong teams such as Nanguo Shenhuaxianfen recovered, they might fall out of the top 8. Obviously, they had such an outstanding performance, but were ignored. How could the arrogant Xiongfei and Xiaobo not feel depressed? However, they could not say anything, because the public opinion was comparing them with last year's Fifan. You know, among the newly promoted teams, Hong Yuan's performance was already very outstanding, but compared with last year's Fifan, unless they won the championship, there was no way they could compare with Fifan. Fifan led for many rounds last year, only fallen behind at the last moment, and finally got a good result of 3rd place. Hong Yuan is still far behind now. Let alone the depressed Hong Yuan. For Fifan's fans, they were a little worried that after the start of the second half of the season, Fifan's perfect rhythm in the first half of the season would be hindered and some problems would occur. However, now they quickly discovered that their team did not seem to fall behind. In the away game against Zheng Qi, Fifan's performance was not very exciting. It was no wonder. They played in the East Asian Cup for a month, and the next training camp was missing the core of Zheng Qi. Of course, the whole team would inevitably have some problems during the game. They seemed to be more stable on the court, or lacked enthusiasm. However, in terms of overall strength, Zheng Qi was far behind Fifan. As a long-term mid to lower level relegation team, Zheng Qi has always relied not on the performance of a top player, but on the overall tenacious struggle. Their players are not of high level, and they basically rely on the overall struggle, point by point. Such a team has enough fighting ability, but lacks explosive power. Even if they want to fight hard, it is difficult to create a truly threatening attack. In previous seasons, they often rely on the fighting spirit to keep themselves in a relatively safe position. They don't have much experience in relegation. Fifan has been very strong in the ability to grab points after 1 or 2 seasons. That is, when facing mid to lower level teams, they can always show their best side. Facing teams with average strength, they can rely on the advantages of 1 or 2 outstanding players towards the opponent. Facing teams with outstanding individuals, they can cut the opponent into the hole and then win. It is precisely because of such excellent suppression ability against mid to lower level teams that Fifan was able to achieve outstanding performance in the first half of the season. This game is of course no exception. Zheng Qi's performance on the field was average, but several other outstanding players decided the game. Liu Xiao's defense made Zheng Qi have few chances throughout the game. He only scored 1 goal by luck, while Shen Renofei and Bin Shikai scored 1 goal each in 2 attacks. The score of 2-1 was not high, and it seemed a little weak compared to Fifan's frequent big scores in the first half. However, they won and got 3 points, which was more important than anything else. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Zhu Shan nodded with satisfaction. He had been mentally prepared for Zheng Qi's downturn. After all, he had not rested since the beginning of this year, and his energy was focused on the classical football game before. It was normal for him to perform poorly now. However, he believed that Zheng Qi would always gradually adjust his state, and the current downturn would allow him to complete the outbreak at the end of the season, which would be more beneficial to Fifan's overall plan. Under such circumstances, without Zheng Qi, the core player who adjusted all the players, the individual performance of several outstanding players became very important. Fifan did not disappoint him. Shen Renofei, Liu Xiao, and Bin Shikai all showed excellent performance. It was their performance that made Fifan win the game even though they did not perform well. If winning this game alone made Fifan's fans feel a little unsatisfied, then the score of another game that happened almost at the same time made Fifan's fans feel extremely excited and happy, and at the same time they were glad that their team won the game. In a game that was going on at the same time, Chengfeng tied with King Quan 1-1 away. In this game, Yuan Kong and Zheng Qi, who had played for Fifan, performed well and joined forces with Xilai to score the equalizer, indirectly helping Fifan expand their lead. With such news, how could Fifan's fans not be excited and feel that this round of the league was so enjoyable? This draw means that Fifan is already 6 points ahead of Chengfeng. Although it is not a decisive lead, the further into the second half of the season, the more important the lead is. It would be great if Jinhe was tied or even defeated by Corning tomorrow. Many Fifan fans thought so. But they were just thinking about it. In the first half of the season, Jinhe and Chengfeng were too tenacious. They would occasionally fail, but they would not fail at the same time to let Fifan let both teams in one go. However, when the second day came, Fifan's fans cheered again. Jinhe was tied by Corning with a score of 1-1. Fifan expanded the points advantage over the 2 biggest opponents to 6 points at the same time. Fin DS capture much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No SE indeed all like Busgasms contendo exclusive YXO in Mediato. Subscribe news to Patreon. Recuerda, card alike, subscription Donakin nos anima continues. Great as a todos nos vemos on el próximo video.